Greetings, greetings, greetings to all my friends in the chess world. That looks a little bit loud to me. I'm going to turn that down a tiny bit. Okay. And let's open up YouTube, where we have many fine chatters probably. Greetings to everybody. Tweedledee, wow. Who would have thought that Tweedledee would have been first? Good morning, Graham. Baby Krabby, game has started. Oh my goodness, that's true. I see pawns out there already. The game started early today. No? Like today they're early. My goodness. Okay, so let's go click on the game over here. I'm pretty sure that was like, it's still a minute before they're supposed to start. And they're banging out moves. Yeah, how did they do that? They were gung-ho for this. Interesting. Wow. I was like, I got up 2 minutes early today. I'm going to do a pre-game show. A very, very brief pre-game show, but no. So yeah, so it's starting with the same line as game one. Knight c3 French, and then after e5, knight fd7, knight ce2. c3, knight c6, and a3. Oh gosh, Sean, we're all afraid to see him bust out g4 in this game. So in my pre-game show, I would have said that by this point in the match, if Gukesh played e4, it would be a mild surprise. Now, I may just be a little bit under the sway of my friend Jesse, because he has a certain kind of magnetism to him that causes those who spend time around him to fall under his sway. That's just a thing that happens with Jesse. That spot of red is a little distracting over there. Let's remove those items. Okay. So I may just be falling under Jesse's sway with that, but he stayed away from e4 for so long. I'd also heard people say if he's got a surprise in that line of the French from game one, he's maybe saving it for the rapid, where Ding would have less time to deal with some little surprise. But honestly, what I was feeling was kind of in the direction of what Jesse was saying, that somebody on his team said, you just played that French so miserably that even if we've got some surprise here or there, like, we just don't want to see you playing that French structure. And there's something about, like, whatever you have prepared in the French, you're going to be playing this. Come on, chess.com. You're going to be playing this structure, right? And so, like, either you play the structure well or badly. A surprise in the opening here or there is neither here nor there, right? You still have to have, a certain skill with this structure compared to your opponent's skill with the structure. So yeah, so I had come to believe that narrative, and I thought he was doing great with knight f3, knight f3, c4, etc. So certainly there was territory within the French for Gukesh to find some more surprises and so forth, right? It's not like a narrow, small opening that he'd already exhausted. So I was quite certain that his team could have found some other interesting lines to try out. I just thought, yeah, they weren't going to do it. Just thought they weren't going to do it. Hey, Spinal Tap. Is this similar to game 1 so far? Yes, very similar. But in game 1, he did not play A3. In game 1, I think he had F4 in this position. Like so. And then I want to say something like A5, knight F3. Maybe I've got a move missing. He definitely played G4 in game 1. Black played bishop E7 and A4. I'm just not sure of the order. Yeah, he played the move order slightly different in that game. He played F4 before he played the knight back. Let's see. But here I'm transposing to that so far. I don't know if it was like this move order here. All right, what I'm going to say is knight F3, A4, bishop E3, bishop E7, and in this position, G4. Yeah, I think that might have been how he handled the first game. So A3 is a very different approach. One of the ideas of A3 is to stop bishop B4. Another idea is to play B4 yourself, grabbing some queenside space. If all you want, ranked 25 hours, is to see Ding's move, then there's a pretty good chance he's going to think another 12 minutes about it. This is the first move where he's really thinking this game, so he's already put 7 or 8 minutes on it, so he'll probably spend 20 minutes on it if he's going to spend any time on it. Coffee Acorn says A3 has been played 21 times. So yeah, that is already fairly rare, especially since that chess.com database is going to have all kinds of, blitz games and so forth in it. So in real games, it's going to be even less, I guess. But I understand ranked 25 hours, you were probably just making a comment about Ding's time usage versus about anywhere else you have to be right now. Kamsky, Benjamin, and Fedorovich have all played this. A3 is meant to counter queen b6 with the b4 move. And A5 would be the move that would really stop b4. So here's something Guillaume's pointing out. He's saying against queen b6, b4, right? There's not going to be this pressure against b2. If black plays a5 to stop the move b4, you do stop the move b4, but the move a3 is not useless because remember, a5, a4, a3 was an idea in that first game. and a3 stops it, plus still stops black from putting a piece on b4. So then he could continue with bishop e3 or knight f3. As somewhat of a Gukesh fan, I'm hoping he doesn't play exactly like he did in the first game. You know, I'd be hoping for a little bit more of maybe knight f3 with freer piece play and maybe not moving the f and g pawns. Another way to play these positions as white would be something like this, and then maybe here. I can imagine something like that. With the idea being to, you know, use these f4 and g5 squares maybe for these two pieces and have some scope for the rook like so. Okay, Matt says Kamsky played in Titled Tuesday this past August. Yeah, so that's the thing, like, you know, Titled Tuesday games are in terms of their theoretical importance, right? You might check your opponent's Titled Tuesday games if you were preparing for an opponent who plays a lot of Titled Tuesday. You might look at their games. But I don't know that I would look at the Titled Tuesday games of somebody else to come up with opening ideas for me, right? So, yeah. If we're saying there's 21 games and a bunch of them are Titled Tuesday games, it's really like not a lot of territory and not a very important line theoretically. Benjamin and Fedorovich were playing this between 2000 and 2005. So that's probably not Titled Tuesday. As far as I know, there was no Titled Tuesday back then. There was no chess.com, for one thing. And that was also basically pre-computer era in terms of opening prep. Computers existed, but they weren't yet driving opening prep in the way they do today because they weren't that strong. The sort of commercially available ones were not as overwhelmingly strong as they are now. Okay, so A3, I'm going to quickly look it up in my database here while we're all talking about it. This first Think of Ding seems like a good chance for us to also just say hi to each other for a moment. So how are folks in chat doing? How are you guys feeling about the match and these final two games? You know, how has it been watching so far? What's the prognosis for the last two games? So I'm curious how everybody's feeling and doing here. For myself, I continue to be tired, and I'm starting to appreciate the rest days more and more, which I think might reflect the players as well, right? There might be some amount of fatigue for them. It's a completely different experience to play it than to watch it or comment it or whatever, but you know, it just makes me think it's possible that they are getting a bit tired, dragging a little bit on the rest days. You might say that the pressure is ratcheted up today. I don't think it's been super important who's got white or black so far. So in the old days, it would have been a bigger deal to have white than it is now. And people would have said, this is Gukesh's final white. But I think it's really just the second to last game. That's how I see it in this match. I see it as the second to last game rather than Gukesh's final white. I feel like they each have chances to win with white or with black any game. Obviously, draws are the most likely, but then after trading a pair of wins in the last two games, right now we're sort of smelling some blood in the water, so it feels like there could be more decisive games coming our way. I've not seen really anybody else's comments about the game, PB Corporeal. I do think that I saw people saying that the last game by Ding was the best game of the match, and I would agree. At the same time, you're saying that John Bartholomew says that if players lower rated had played it, it wouldn't be super hyped. I agree. It's just a game. I've lost games that look just like that as black against players rated 2550 to 2600 FIDE. So there was nothing about the game that was inconceivable for much lower rated players to have played or achieved it in my own surface impression. Obviously, I haven't studied the game with a computer engine in any depth or at all to review stuff, but I think they're playing. I think that it was played at a very good level by Ding, but it didn't have a mind-boggling difficulty level, I guess, right? Like it didn't feel like something that nobody else could have ever done. The strongest move of the game, maybe that Queen D2 move, and it was not like impossible to find, but it's a very nice game by Ding. Gukesh made a long series of inaccuracies in the middle game, supposedly. Okay. I mean, any game where somebody wins, when you look at it with a computer, you'll either be able to say that they blundered or that they made a long series of inaccuracies, right? Otherwise, they wouldn't have lost. I mean, it's definitely the kind of game that I've seen slip away from myself many times. Gradually, you're sort of rejecting lines that you don't feel great about, and you reject lines you don't feel great about, and little by little, things get worse and worse. Yeah. In Berkeley last night, not right now, but last night, there was a huge windstorm that, sort of came by surprise and woke me up a bit during the night, shook out all kinds of leaves across town, and even knocked out the electricity for some people. We could start talking about the Rapids as being a possibility, as they're 2 games away, for sure. I think if it goes to Rapids, in protest of the format, I won't be watching the Rapid games. I won't get up for them. I'll just consider that there wasn't a champion this year, that the match was tied and there wasn't a champion. Okay, Ding moves at 141, about 1 minute earlier than predicted, and he plays simple bishop e7, developing a piece. That's a good move. So I'll put that on the board. Since the beginning, I've said that if it goes to tie breaks, I think Ding will be a small favorite. But I think all these things get exaggerated, right? Like once people realize that Gukesh is a little bit less good in Blitz and Rapid than he is in Classical, they'd be like, oh, he has to go all out. He can't go to the tie breaks. No. I'm sure he wants to win in Classical chess because Gukesh is not as interested in Rapid, doesn't play it as much, and, has a sense of like the Classical World Championship is something you win in Classical chess. Like me. Oh. But if it goes to Rapid, whatever, Ding will be a 5 to 10% favorite, which means still that anything could happen in any game. So, hey Asher. No, I'm just gonna sleep. If they play Rapid, and I'll say, okay, it was a very exciting tied 14 game match. To this day, I've never seen the Rapid games from Ding Nepo. Never seen them. Nope. I just haven't. I mean, I hear that Ding in the last game played some self-pinning move, rook to g6. In some position, he pinned his own rook to his king, and people were aghast. That's it. But People talked about it a lot, so I heard it, but I don't really study rapid games. Very rare for me. So, I mean, I see them now and then if they come up in a database search of an opening I'm working on. Bishop E3 from Gukesh. So this was a moment where he could have maybe already played B4 if he really wanted to, but I feel like his position lacks some development. So Bishop E3 looks pretty logical, and clearly this is his prep, this move, so he plays it. As far as how am I feeling? I'm feeling okay, but I don't think I can get much better while doing this schedule. I think I can't beat a cold with my current schedule, so I will continually be a little bit, inquiété, enrhumé for the duration of this match. Apologies. Okay. Robin Esperoza, we're not here. Few people want to hear my special ideas about how chess should be done. And those who do probably watch the podcast. But I think they should just keep playing classical chess when it's tied. Or, if a match goes too long, and 14 games is nowhere near too long, right? But if a match goes way too long, then they could always say that nobody is the champion and put some of the money in the pot towards 2026. Give the players each, 40% of the pot, a loser's share, so to speak, and say there's no world champion. They both go back to the candidates tournament. And, have 2 new players qualify in 1 or 2 years and play a world championship then. You don't have to have a world champion at all times. So, but I think absolutely they can't have rapid chess if it's the classical world championship, period. They've got any number of options, but that's simply not an option. So, I think they could play a lot of games, a lot more than this. And I think to be the champion, it's not enough to just go even. You have to show a supremacy, They used to have a thing where in case of a tie, the challenger would lose and the champion would remain champion. Lame-o. Send them back. Make them do it again. All right. 20 games is a real minimum to me, Achilles. 20 games is really a bare minimum. I would say 24 games is my bare minimum, and I would like something like first player to win 5 games, something like that. I think that they should tour around to a few different cities, bring the World Championship with them to a few different sites for people to see. I also have an opinion which Jesse hates, so maybe now is the time to say it. I think that the World Championship should be a 4-player event. A 4-player event where you play each of the other 3 players, let's say 8 times or so. Because then it's a little bit of it's between a match and a tournament. It's very much like a match in that you're playing each of your opponents a ton of times and you're not playing that many different opponents, and there's nobody who's like an outlier, like number 30 or 40 or 50 or 100 in the world who someone's going to rack up points against while drawing against their main rivals. And I think anyway, I shouldn't waste your time on my opinion, but that's my opinion, because I think 4 players is kind of like a mix between a match and a tournament. So I think it's sort of in between, and the World Championship should measure, who's the best player to some extent. So you'd have a candidates tournament before that, and a whole qualification system, and then you'd have 4 players, and you'd make them play a 4-player, 8-tuple round robin or 12-tuple round robin, something like that, massive. Well, thanks, Nigel. That's kind of you. I think Jesse's basic thing is, well, Jesse's just outraged about this idea, something about tradition and, Steinitz and mano y mano and, I don't know, boxing matches, blah, blah, blah. But, yes, boxing is one-on-one for the World Championship, but it's very, very hard to box with 4 people. I think, when they've got an ATP Tour Championship in tennis or something like that, it's not just 2 players playing each other, 5 sets, 5 days in a row. They bring in, like, the top 8 players from the year and stuff. So there's all sorts of different possibilities. Anyway, let's look at the position a bit. I do like the old candidates matches system, and my qualification system is a mix of tournaments and matches, by the way. With then the final being, to me, something that's kind of a hybrid of a match and a tournament. So I would do a series of like qualifying tournaments that you could think of kind of like a Grand Prix, but there'd be 4 main tournaments for players over 2,600. Other players could qualify to those tournaments, so there'd be other satellite tournaments that could qualify people to play in the tournaments that would be open to any 2,600 plus GM. And then the top players from those events would play like an interzonal, and then you would have like 2 rounds of candidates matches, and then the top 4. So you'd have like 16 players, they would knock each other out to 8, they would knock each other out to 4, and then they would play the finals. Something like that. So you'd have tournaments, matches, and then the sort of tournament match, or match tournament, right? Whatever. Anyway, it's a mix of things, and, that minimum idea is not terrible. It would be pretty fun. And yeah, Socrates, they used to have some matches that went to different venues, and it was super cool. So they should do that with chess as well. More people could watch. I think as long as, and I'm not saying that the different sites should be super far apart. Yeah, we don't want the players to have things be too difficult. Historically, Synchronium, the players just kind of agree to whatever FIDE tells them they're going to deal with. They have not protested all kinds of things worse than being asked to play in different places. But let's say, for example, that India hosted a World Championship match. They could play in, whatever, 4 different cities. Give them an extra rest day if you need to every time they switch cities. Have them play in 4 or 5 cities, right? Whatever, 2 hours of travel on a rest day. Not a big deal. Could be done. 1 or 2 hours of travel. Exactly, like Bled, Zagreb, Belgrade. Wake on Zay does this now, that's true. Robin, that's right. I visited Wake on Zay once at a time when they weren't doing it. But yeah, now they play like 1 round. I forget where it is, but it's like they go. So Wake on Zay itself, the town has like nothing, right? But they play a game now, or maybe 2 games, in another town that has like an art gallery or something. That's like a little bit more of a town than a village. Hey VChess, we're glad to hear that you want to use your brain. Yeah. All right. Yeah, that's what I had in mind, Synchronium. 3 or 4 cities in the same country. Probably 4. Hard to say. It doesn't obviously match with Singapore, because Singapore doesn't have 4 different cities in Singapore. But, for most countries, it could be done. Or you could co-host it between 2 countries that are directly adjacent to each other. Sean says that's what they do in test matches in cricket. So Rotterdam and The Hague. Cool. Yeah. Thank you for sharing that, Robin. I couldn't remember where it was. I know it was sort of like a newer thing that's cool. All right, we got the boss coming in soon. And exactly, Lumbra. And we're going to have a dojo talk at some point soon about whether or not there should be at least some kind of an ATP race style rankings or concept in chess, which may or may not be used exactly for the World Championship, but could be used in various ways. So we'll be discussing that at some point soon. So for Ding here, I think castling is the most obvious move. Some folks have asked about the move F6 as well, like how quickly can you play F6, which is a desirable move for black. I think against A3, I'm a little less inclined to go messing around on the queen side at the moment. I really want to play F6. And it was mentioned by someone that knight F4 is often a problem with F6 too early in this line. So knight F4 threatens knight takes E6, right? And if you move your knight to defend E6, then white gets queen H5 check. And there's this tactic that you can't-ish. I mean, if you block, white has knight takes G6. Whether or not you can get away with this, yeah. Okay, there's some lines where black does allow this knight takes G6 move, but that might be an issue here if you play F6, knight F4. Now you can see, in theory, black should be ready for this fight with F6. And if knight F4 works for white, it's kind of a gimmick because white's got 2 developed pieces and black's got 3. Right? White's going to move on A3, and now white's initiating tactics. So you wouldn't normally expect this to be like, ooh, for white. Right? But it just happens to work in this particular position, I think, and some similar ones. So let's fix things for the bows. First, nope, not that. First, let's bring in the chair, and then we'll follow up with the boss in a little bit. So knight F4 poses a double threat for black, basically. Queen H5, knight E6. Yeah, thanks, Spinal Tap. I have a whole article up about like outlining it in more detail, but I want to talk about the position as well today, so I won't bother people anymore with it. So if those two moves are a problem for black, that would be why I might recommend castling, which prepares to play F6 as soon as possible. Game 13 outcome. Ding wins, Gukesh wins, draw. Somebody posted in chat. Well, I can vote too. We've only got one person voting for Gukesh winning. That's true. It's not a lot. I mean, all three results are definitely possible. All right, I'll vote for Gukesh wins. There it is. Now there are 2 people who voted that. Good day, Lauren. I am happy to be watching this game, at least. At this level, Graham, most openings usually draw. This sort of advanced variation of a French is not particularly more or as drawish as other openings. Wait. Huh? Looks like guys are confused on the Zoom. There's a new Zoom. There's a new Zoom in town. Try to join that one too. What do I have to lose but my chains? I'll click on a new Zoom link.
Hello, hello.
Hey.
Ew.
Hey, Kostya. Let's see what my OBS is going to make of this. Did you see that Jesse made a Zoom first? Or
Um, oh, he just made one.
yeah.
Oh, I didn't see that.
Okay. I wasn't sure what the dueling links were, but his chair got
Oh,
booted.
that's why it's so confusing. No,
Yeah.
because I made one like 3 minutes ago, and then I couldn't find it, and then I made a new one just now, and I
Oh.
couldn't find it because Jesse made one, deleting the other one.
Now I get it. So you hadn't yet sent the link, so he didn't know, so he made one. And then you were like, where did my thing go? And all right, now we're all here, and I will switch scenes real quick over here. Whoa, where we'll get some too
Yeah,
much
my bad.
David
Just tell me
situation for a
if
moment.
so. Yeah, just tell me if we should go elsewhere.
No, no, no. I think we're good. I'll just fix this real quick.
I quickly play through the moves. Back to the French, back to 92. And then
Here
instead
we
of knight
go.
F3, he played A3. Is that right, guys? Is that the main difference in the game so far instead of knight F3?
In the game, he would have played F4
Mm-hmm.
and
Oh,
not
F4 was
A3 in the first game of the match.
gotcha. Gotcha. Oh, Ron. Hello, folks. Hello, hello. How's everyone doing? Game 13. Let's F and go.
Yeah, and
Oh yeah,
back to the
it's
French. Jesse, I said that I was a little surprised that they were back to the French, and basically the reason I was surprised is because you told me to be surprised. So are you surprised too?
Oh no, I was never surprised. I was telling Gukesh's team all the time. I was like, you got to go back. I know you were traumatized, but it's ridiculous. You can't be playing all this weird stuff. You have the like I'm a French player, okay? But if you are fighting for an advantage, dude, you're gonna play E4 and you got to get the French. It's no Berlin or something.
The
You
team
got
needed
just
time, you know? The team needed time to figure it out.
there's so many different ways. There's so many different ways to hit and run on the French. Um, and this is just a weird one that he's chosen here. I think this is very weird. But we do get a first tank from Ding, another Bishop E7. 17 minutes, dude. Oh, man.
And a big surprise, Ding thinking in the opening,
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
out prepared in the match.
I mean, you're playing the French, and there's so many weird things that they could do to you. Basically, you're playing the structure, even if you study it to the bone.
Yeah,
Um,
exactly. If I was Team Ding, I wouldn't necessarily think Gukesh is going to go for 92 again because there's so many lines. 92 is like very, very specific.
Mm-hmm. So you would have expected if he came back to the French, it would be something quite different.
Yeah, either, main lines in the knight C3 F4 variations,
Mm-hmm.
like without 92, or E5 on move 3. Actually,
Yeah.
something Grishchik said that was very interesting. You guys probably heard this or agree with. He said on move 3, White's only principled options are e5 and knight c3, and everything else is just unprincipled.
Yeah. I didn't know he said that, but I know
I,
that's the current state of theory.
Shabalov told me knight c3 was the only good move. He's like, but 92 can't be it. That's what he told me.
Yeah.
Um,
Funny.
by the way, knight c2, c5, and in game one, it was 6 f4. And one of the things I said there was that if black wants, they can play cd and get a totally acceptable position. So c3 on move 6 denies that, but it becomes really spicy now with knight c6, a3. Now, one thing I just want to say, just from my, just let's call it understanding of chess, you can see Ding doesn't feels the same way. You really can't be playing moves like this, c3, a3, knight ce2. It's just not the way you play chess.
Mm-hmm.
And so highly provocative, even if it is, and I guarantee the engine doesn't completely love it. Okay.
What
This
White's
is
doing,
not,
you're saying,
yeah,
is already
no,
not top engine moves.
no. I know, for example, that knight ce2 is definitely not the top engine move. And
Oh,
a3
really?
is definitely not the top engine move.
I thought knight c2 was equal to f4 for the engines.
It's in no.
No,
Well, let me see what you're talking about.
you're
No,
talking move 5, right?
no. F4 by far the main move. By far the main move. Now that doesn't mean it's
I'm
wrong.
not talking about main. I was just saying engines. Like, you think knight c2 is a bad move evaluation wise for the
I mean,
engines?
it's gonna, let's just say you start off the game with white and you're like plus zero point 0.2 or something, right?
Well, let me
And
just tell you, the strongest engines at this point will say that f4 is like plus 0.06, Jesse. That's how
uh
far ahead they're looking and how tight it's gotten. Like f4 is less than a tenth of a pawn to a super engine now.
depends which engine you're asking. That's definitely the main line is F4. Now,
Hmm. I know
I
it's the
just want
main
to
line.
stress, so knight CE2, it's not like it's a terrible move or something. But it's gonna be like number three. And then definitely then C3, A3, that's not it. And Bishop E3, I'm gonna guarantee, like in terms of engine moves, it's gonna be like the second or the third, all these things. Uh, and from the classical perspective, this is the main point I want to make. It's atrocious. It's atrocious, dude.
Wait, why is it atrocious?
Because you're not developing, dude.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure you meant.
But
Gotcha.
but the bishop e3 move is developing, so that move's okay, no?
Is it though? Is it? Are we
Oh, I don't
certain
know.
it belongs there? I'm not certain. And the key question is, how are you gonna? Aren't you eventually going to be like Bishop E3 is telling me, oh, I'm going to be really fancy and maybe decide whether or not I'm playing F4 or knight F3.
Mm-hmm.
Because generally you're going to play F4,
Right.
right? And Bishop E3 is like holding it open, like, maybe not,
Right.
you know? So this is very highfalutin chess.
Okay.
Um, but I want to say if I was black, I wouldn't feel terrorized because sometimes you can feel terrorized by like, oh, this is all prep and I'm toast, he's figured it out,
Mm-hmm.
but it's not forcing, and black has so many different plans here that are fine.
And right, you know that it's not one of those situations of your opponent being prepped where you're walking that thin line, right? From only move to only move. You know that you have like three principled moves and all of them are essentially close to zero. It's just a matter of how do you want to play the position.
Right. And now I'm going to update with our Dojo database. So A3 on move 7 has been played 45 times. It's, obviously F4, knight F3 are the most common. I think it's totally weird. Okay. Black has played all kinds of different things. And now Bishop E3 is a novelty. Makes sense as a novelty too. It feels weird. Also, the Bishop E3 in move one, in game one also felt weird. It was like it was computer prep. And so kind of like, when someone plays a quick move nowadays, you're like, oh, that's computer prep. And you don't
Mm-hmm.
really question it that much. But it didn't make sense later. If you remember, it was like Bishop E3, and then it went to F2, and then we were like, what is it doing? This looks weird. Yeah.
So I think this line's really interesting that Gukesh is going for because I mean I agree with Jesse. It's probably not like computer critical, but my experience of this line is that if black makes one mistake, it can get really ugly really quickly. Um, Especially like on the king side. Like for example, if we had like castles knight f4 on the board,
Hmm.
that's a position that might already be super dangerous for black because you can no longer go f6, right? Um,
Oh, that's
just an
interesting.
example. And then white goes like bishop d3, h4, knight f3, and it's this like super powerful attack
Do you know
Mm.
this, Kostya, or are you just coming up with it
with this idea.
with this idea? Yeah.
I've definitely seen this in my friends' games who like actually my old roommate used to play this 92 stuff
Hmm.
and he would have some very quick wins against like I don't know expert rated players that just would kind of fumble around in the opening and then they get hit with this knight f4 bishop d3 h4 and then it's like game over. I mean it's like it could be like +2 after if black castle's in the wrong position. Um,
Hmm.
and the way Gukesh is playing it is interesting because to me it seems like he's playing against like the typical queen b6 plan because here queen b6 doesn't seem like it makes a lot of sense because white can go like even queen d2 and everything is nicely covered and then the queen on b6 is actually kind of in the way
In the way of
and
your
that
B pawn, if you need a
how does black
fuller pawn
develop
storm,
the
right?
light square bishop. Yeah.
Okay, but let me push
Or the
back a little
bishop.
bit. I think Queen B6 is a move, and
Mhm.
on Queen B6, Queen D2, what Black would have CD, Knight A5 with questions.
Yeah, maybe. No, I'm not saying queen b6 queen d2 is definitely the move, but to me it feels like he's playing against queen b6.
Ay, ay,
um
ay.
But let me say, David, the idea on Queen B6, I'm pretty sure is B4.
Yeah.
That's
I
the
was thinking
standard.
about b4 as well, but then if black takes on, let's say, let's say b4 and then goes a5.
Good question. Yeah, I think actually you want to take on D4 because if you take on CB, he can play AB.
Yeah, I wasn't sure. Yeah, maybe cd and
Yeah.
then a5.
Now A5, your rook on A8 is undefended. Let's go CD, CD, and then A5. Yeah.
And I feel like white can't allow this if we're not going b5.
You think White's gonna sack the pawn? I was thinking that too.
I mean, I was saying more in a general way. If we
Oh,
can't go
okay.
b5, then it's not good. Here, b5 is a pawn sack. Without it being
Yep.
a pawn sack, I think b5 would be really nice.
Okay. This is what I was planning to do. I thought also that without B5, it wouldn't make sense for White. So here, Rook B1, Queen D8. That's what I was thinking here. And now my A pawn's hanging too. Fancy that.
You could also play Knight B5, David, instead of Rook B1.
Okay.
That's an interesting idea, and that might even be when we talk about prep, that is a very maybe that could be an idea. That's like a computery idea that looks dangerous for black.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let me just say I think there's three plans for black. This might sense. We got Queen B6 with that line that we just looked at.
Mm-hmm.
Then there's castles, and then we have to worry about like, well, what is it that happens to us?
Okay.
And then I think my first instinct for black here would be knight b6.
Oh, interesting. I,
Um,
Let me give you
First.
another idea. You've given three.
Okay.
I'll just expand.
Okay.
I'll say B5 is an idea as well.
Oh, good. Yeah. Actually, let's add more. Black, I'm sure, could probably play a5. I think a5 is probably also fully playable.
Yeah, A5 probably okay somehow.
Yeah.
Mainly by
And
later playing B5.
I think I'm not 100%, but I think we can rule out f6 because of knight f4.
That's what I was thinking. I was thinking F6, Knight F4. I didn't find a move for black there.
Sometimes, though, those positions end up being fine because white is down so far in development that we get away with it.
Right, so you go like FE, Knight E6, Queen B6.
Some madness, right? Some
Right,
madness. Yeah. That's the kind of thing an old man doesn't like to look at.
right,
But it's important to see that when you take on e6, you are liberating my bishop on c8.
Yeah.
right. So I
Yeah,
like,
this kind of stuff I often don't believe in as white because I feel like the whole point of white's play is that black all of black's pieces are in a tight Airbnb on the queen side. And so
Uh-huh.
white's trying to play on the king side. But if you allow f6, fe5, then all of black's pieces open up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So I was thinking for black that like the most basic idea here is just castle, preparing f6 next move. Right? But then Kostya said that sometimes castling knight f4 prevents f6 and then you get attacked.
Yeah.
But I mean, look how much time black has, right? 3 pieces developed and castled. White's got 2 pieces developed. You know,
You guys, this match is so hilarious because every game Ding gets into what would be normally called death time pressure. Every game. And it's going to happen again now before move 10. Yeah.
Yeah, actually, yeah, it's wild. I mean, every game he's out prepped, and then he's just there thinking, and his team is just like, oof. He's thinking in another theoretical position.
yeah. Well, but the thing is, often it's like really, it's like the edges of theory very quickly. Like they had like 20 games in the database. People in chat were saying after A3, and that was including Title Tuesday games and things that a classical player
No,
may
but
or may
this
not
line,
have
to be
looked at.
fair, I think this is kind of, obscure. But generally, yeah, they've been roasting Ding and like the take recaps in terms of his opening prep. Though for game 12, they roasted Gukesh actually for his opening prep. That one was really interesting to watch Carlson and Naka kind of give their thoughts on that. But yeah, they felt like Gukesh was like he went for this line and then he like totally drifted. Surprisingly, we all thought it was like a very nice game from Ding. Surprisingly, they were like not impressed at all. They were just like Gukesh just played bad in their opinion.
Okay. I mean, Magnus and Knock have very high level, so it's harder to impress them than to impress us, right? Logically.
Yeah. No, but that's why it's interesting to me because I'm like, oh, okay. Well, I guess it wasn't that great.
Well, I mean, you can't be overly influenced by it either because, as Lauren's saying in chat, they probably consulted engines so they could say things with all kinds of confidence, right?
Yeah, no, but I mean, I still trust their opinions. If they feel like one side should have been better prepared or played better at certain moments or gone for a different position, because they were criticizing like Gukesh's choice of going D4 in the first place. Like if you're up one in the match, why are you going for this super sharp reverse Benoni line where you yourself just won a game yesterday? So you know how dangerous this is.
The reason for
blacks.
that is that he doesn't bean count like those 2 old dudes, right? Like he's just playing chess. It's not about like, oh, now I want to draw 3 games. He's just playing normal chess.
Fair enough, but now it's an even match, and he might have to go play a tiebreak in 2 days.
Yeah,
so
he might have to, but like that's just he thinks about the things differently than them. He's just playing chess. They don't remember what it was like when they just wanted to play chess and when they were confident.
David, I guess I want to say I'm taking back my knight b6 a little bit
Okay.
because knight b6, I'm starting to see like maybe what Ding's fearing too because knight b6, knight f4, and it is a little funky.
Knight f4
Like,
again?
because then we're just saying, dude, I'm going to play queen g4 and I'm going to start a party over there. So it's actually kind of a little bit, yeah, I can understand the fear. I can understand the fear.
And then let's say you played knight c4. Let's follow your line.
So then bishop takes, so I get to develop with tempo. That's nice.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Pawn takes, and then queen g4.
And queen g4. Okay, but like the d pawn's under pressure now, right? So
But I get a tempo, and then next move I get to play knight f3 though.
you get a tempo. All right, I'll castle. I'll allow the attack and knight h5
Yeah,
and everything.
and then so knight f3, and then I think it's dangerous looking for black. I wouldn't want that. Yeah. It's still very hot, I'm sure, but it's just a position I feel uncomfortable about. Because white also fixed all their development problems.
Okay, fair enough. I mean, it's nice that white got the pieces out suddenly. Somehow that looks nice. Yeah, I like it. I like that aspect. I mean, it's controversial though, right? Because I mean, black's got pressure against the D pawn. There's CD4 and Queen A5 check with some discoordination to deal with.
Wait, was that one of you guys coughing, or was that Ding coughing in one of your speakers?
What?
In general, I've had a cold for this whole, since the first day I had to get up at 1 a.m. But I don't recall coughing the last minute.
Yeah.
Because I just heard someone coughing, so maybe it's because the video stream, if you guys have that up, it has sound, and Ding is a cougher.
I don't have it up. Maybe you have it up and you heard the
You
cough
have
on
it
your
up,
own
huh?
computer?
Oh, was it me? Ah.
Okay, guys, so I didn't like knight b6, but he played it after 37 minutes. He's basically down to an hour before move 10.
B6.
And my concern here on knight b6 was knight f4.
Yeah, I did have this. So it was Ding. Okay, I'll keep the sound on if you guys want to be updated.
Okay.
Underneath
The simpler explanation, Kostya. It was your own computer. Okay, let me see if I can find the video of them. Oh, there it is. Oh, beautiful.
Maybe I just want to say a couple things about this position. So on knight b6, knight f4, one of the first reasons I was just intuitively drawn to knight b6 is that in general, if black can trade off a piece with something like knight c4, it's a great thing. So I was just kind of like, well, it's got to be okay. And I think that was maybe David's first take too. But the problem is that white gets to solve all their development grief. And in general, white really wants to put the queen on g4. So I'm expecting knight f4 here from Gukesh. If b3, by the way, then I think, which would be kind of more a standard, what would you call it, normal response to knight b6, then black is going to play for cd, a5, and then I think they get counterplay there.
Idea that you're going to push a4.
Exactly.
And if white plays a4, then you play bishop b4.
Or something to b4.
Or something,
something to b4. We're going to be okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
So guys, let me give you a quick heads up. My well, it's still early here, so I don't know if it happened, but my brother might join me here on stream.
Nice.
He's been following the match very, very closely.
Cool.
Although we'll see if he wakes up. It's still very early, but he said he would send an alarm.
And you all just flew there yesterday, right?
Come join. Yeah, I just got here yesterday. I'm on an island. Knight f4 played.
Oh wow, that was fast.
Well, I'm feeling a little uncomfortable for Ding, but maybe Ding has obviously maybe got an idea here, because I'm sure he went through the same thought process and then more from what I did with knight b6.
Okay, so Gukesh definitely still in book. And I saw Matchus was saying we still had 2 ICCF games before knight b6. So is knight b6, I missed, is that still correspondence chess or?
I don't think the same, because our database, I guess, doesn't have correspondence.
Gukesh is so hard to read. I saw him thinking after knight b6, and I thought to myself, oh, it looks like he's going to think about this move. He looks like he's out of theory maybe and starting to think. But if he moved in 2 minutes, he's not out of theory. He was just checking on something.
I called knight f4. I don't know if it's difficult, but I got one, baby. I kind of got knight b6 though I kind of want to retract it for Ding here too. I'm like, Ding, are you sure about this knight b6 spouse?
Ding can't take 3 moves in a row, can he?
Well, Ding's not at the board right now.
Okay.
He's chilling.
He's chilling now.
Yeah, I absolutely can't read Gukesh's face, Steve Nash. I'm going to give him that. Absolutely difficult to read, that guy.
During the game. Yeah.
During the game, yeah.
But he's 100% still in book because he played that.
Yeah, when he's out of book, he thinks at least 15 minutes is kind of my
I
I roll
think the
pretty
other
much.
thing you could say is maybe the computer wouldn't even acknowledge knight b6. A lot of that happens. But knight f4 is clearly the idea in the position, right? This whole
Yeah.
bishop e3 weird move.
And this makes sense of the move order a3 and bishop e3, by the way, Jesse, right? Like, you may or may not like it,
Right.
but we can see how it all fits together, right? Why is he not putting a pawn on f4 to defend the e-pawn, right? Because he's saving that square for the knight. What's the knight on f4 supposed to do? Well, attack e6 and sort of restrain the f6 move. Why do you play a3 before you do all this? Because otherwise cd, cd, bishop b4, and you would have, like, twirled your pieces to no purpose, right?
So we got CD on the board. So we're
Yeah.
going to now see what Ding's idea is.
No tank from Ding.
Okay, it's good. CD.
There it
Right.
comes, knight c4. Okay, here we go. So my concern here was bishop takes c4 and queen g4. Conceivably, you could play queen g4 first too. But that's if you play queen g4 first, though, then you have to worry about queen a5 check. So I don't know about no queen g4 first. Makes a lot of sense.
Oh, yeah, queen a5 looks unhealthy. That looks unhealthy.
You gotta worry about that. Now, I just want to say, if I was white here, I'd be so happy to develop my bishop, and play queen g4.
That it wouldn't even bother you that it's your best piece you're trading off.
Right. No, but the queen getting to g4, that's always in the French an accomplishment, Huge accomplishment to get the lady to g4. Oh, my alarm is going.
The alarm is
Yeah,
going.
queen g4 is certainly an annoyance.
All right,
okay.
Gukesh reached for his water. That means he's going to think, right?
Yeah, I'm trying to read Gukesh here. He's wait, is my okay. I was like, is my camera frozen or is he very still and his eyes are closed? No, he's very still. So he's like, I don't know. What I think, so the last two games, Gukesh has kind of mixed up his prep. Like in that game as white, where he was worse, that he won, he basically admitted to mixing up his prep by playing too fast in the opening.
Wait, at which point did he mix up his prep?
Because he allowed, do you remember how he allowed Black's knight to come to c5? Like he played b4, Ding played a5, he played b5, Ding brought his knight to c5 quickly, right? So one of the lines
He had that position prepped?
No, he didn't.
Okay.
One of the lines was to wait for Black to play knight c6 and then push b5. Black's knight has to go back to b8, and then you have two extra moves before Black's knight will get to c5. So when Ding didn't go for this like early knight c6, Gukesh ends up playing like this quick b5 anyway, not realizing he's just like saving Black two tempi on the line that he actually prepared.
Ooh la la.
So I forget which move exactly he messed up, but basically like
Right.
he ended up costing himself two moves in the opening, and he played like relatively quickly that game.
Right.
He was kind of like, so I feel like since then and since yesterday, he's kind of purposefully slowing down,
I think sometimes,
even if he's prep.
yeah, that's a really good point, Kosti, because I think sometimes we falsely think that a player is either prepared or not prepared. But there's all this area in between, right? Like, if they're not just blitzing out everything and they remember everything perfectly and they know all the computer lines, there's still like the possibility that you prepared 50 different things and that you're kind of in a direction of something you prepared, but you don't remember all of it, and you have to reconstruct parts of it, and you can be prepared and get something wrong, or be prepared and need some time to remember the preparation.
Right.
You guys, I think we're going to get a really spicy game. And David, why don't we play this out? So knight c4 on the board, right? So let's just consider this line that I was looking at. So snip, snap, queen g4, castles, knight f3.
Yeah.
I'm just so happy for white to get the development, but let's just say a couple obvious things.
Yeah.
The so-called bad bishop on c8 now has a very obvious dream. If that dude can get free in some way,
well, it's just a matter of time, right? Like, it will eventually be on the long diagonal and be the best minor piece on the board.
Right. And in this position, we have to actually worry, like at this very moment with after say 13 knight f3. Maybe white could do something else, but that's the natural move, right? Maybe white could do something else, but black has a bunch of different options here that if I'm white, I'm a little frightened of. And one of them is to play f5 immediately.
Yeah. I couldn't tell whether or not I should play f5 as black in this position, Jesse. Because I'm like slightly worried about knight h5, so I thought, maybe I mess with white's coordination immediately, and then I was like, but then am I going to pay for it on e6 all game? I just didn't know. But let's try it. Let's try it. That's the only way we'll know. There was a quick question in chat we should address. Sorry, Jesse, but just a little bit more basic. Someone in chat was wondering why not knight takes d4 for black when we had black castle. There's two potential problems with this. Queen takes g7 and castle's queenside maybe also an issue. But
it is true that that's something that he's going to have to think about. Knight d4. It's very hard to believe in. Let's put it that way, though, because of queen g7.
You think queen g7?
That's called inviting the vampire to the wedding. She's in there now. She's going to be bouncing around inside there.
Okay, black can throw the knight check then if they want to.
Yeah.
King.
F1,
I don't know where.
I guess.
What's that?
F1, sure.
Okay, I was gonna go e2 precariously.
Oh, you can go e2. Actually, it's even better, David. Even better.
All right, just trying to eventually develop the pieces. At this point, black's got to spend a tempo on rook f8, right, folks? Can't allow queen takes rook with check.
Or take the rook. I don't know what you want to do, but if you play rook f8,
take the rook.
Rook d1's gonna hurt.
Right. So rook f8, rook d1. I mean, it's a mess. Someone could legitimately not know what's going on here, right, Jesse? Whoa, sorry, mouse slip. Someone could legitimately not know what's going on in this position, right?
Yeah.
Pretty messy. Say I castle queenside. I think the knight has to go to b3. King c2. Queen's got to pay a tempo. Let's say to c7. Queen g7, rook f8. Knight out.
We're doing great.
What's that?
We're doing great.
Yeah. Still also has some element of it being messy as well. I don't know.
All right, he took, and so 6 minutes. I'm gonna guess that was probably like the knight c4 was not on their prep, or I don't know. This whole thing might not have been on the prep. I can imagine like knight b6 not being on the prep, but just being like, well, knight f4 is the right idea anyway.
Yeah, so knight b6 that was leaving the correspondence chest, so definitely could be a move. Yeah, they didn't look at because he did spend some time here. Take on c4.
I think too when you take on c4, you're also like probably gonna know what your next move is, right?
Yeah, usually.
So basically, Coffee Acorn, Jesse thinks that position was just death for black with the white queen on g7. I think it still looked kind of messy, and I don't quite have the experience to evaluate it perfectly. Like, I would suspect it was good for white, but with a low degree of certainty. That would and as far as it being too risky, I don't think these players have shown themselves particularly risk averse. Like, Ding has continually played what he thinks the critical move is when caught in his opponent's prep, and Gukesh has continually tried to make the games as complicated and risky as he can, within what the position allows with good moves. So I don't think they're particularly risk averse. If they both thought the position was critical, I think they could play into it. And for example, I mean, in this position, I think queen g4 is the most likely next move from Gukesh. So he would certainly be inviting knight takes d4 if he plays queen g4. So I don't think Gukesh is going to be afraid to allow that.
Let me say what I think he could be positionally afraid of. So queen g4, castles, knight f3, and then all these different moves for black, like f5 would be, just my intuition is black. But the question really is, if you just without putting f5 on the board, ask yourself, how am I going to actually get at the black king without my light square bishop? Like, it looks great that we got. It's also fantastic that we're going to be able to connect our rook soon. but how do we actually do it?
I mean, normally you
Knight
would you would
GE2 played.
normally you'd run the
Whoa.
H pawn at the opponent. Wow, he didn't bring the queen to G4.
Yeah, I agree with David. Normally it'd be like H4, Knight G5. But yeah, Knight G I mean I was thinking of Knight F3, but Knight GE2 is that's a nice move. That's a better square for the knight. Better trajectory. Because now it can go to like G3 E4, C3 E4.
Yeah, but it's a bad trajectory for our queen, dog.
No, queen actually will still be opened up. Knights before queens. You never heard that phrase?
Nope,
Knights before queens.
I didn't.
Knights before queens. I mean, I think that's the idea. Knight G3, and then you could still attack.
Okay, going to G3. But by then you won't be able to abandon your D pawn. It'll be too late.
All right, let's think about this, friends. What is the intention here? Um, if I was black, by the way, I would be feeling, besides my clock being toast, I would be feeling reasonable about the position. Especially after knight G2, I'm like, well, I'm not going to get mated right away.
Queen G4 would have been scarier.
Yeah.
Could it be as simple as being to block the check? I was looking at Queen A5, Yojimbo, in the position after Queen G4, right? Or with castles, Knight F3 put in more, but I'll show you. Yeah, so I'll put castles, Knight F3 on the board first. So this check, you know, when I first saw this idea, I thought, oh, maybe Queen A5 will discombobulate white. But then I thought Bishop D2, Queen B6, Bishop C3. And actually, I don't feel like white's been discombobulated at all by that queen moving a couple times. It still seems like D4 is solid enough. D4 and B2, there's not instant counterplay for black. Bishop on C8 is not going to B7 as fast with the queen on B6. And I decided kind of no about my whole queen maneuver. So that's my take on the check.
So if
And
you guys
whether or not-
remember, last game we had some fascinating dynamics with what's sometimes called a backward pawn. And now white has another backward pawn, this time on D4 instead of D3. And what's hard to imagine, what I'm struggling with here is generally in this kind of position, you'd be like, well, maybe I'll play D5 someday, but it's just never going to make any sense to play, or it's hard to imagine D5 for white ever making any kind of sense.
Yeah.
And so if we're not mating black, what are we doing?
No, I think you're right that we have to mate black. D5 does not look generally brilliant in any of these positions to me. Kostya, to you, does that look like a plan? D5?
I was thinking about D5 with white having first put the knight on F3 because I thought that made more sense to cover the E pawn.
Okay,
But
yeah.
with knight D2, now D5 doesn't seem to make any sense at all.
But in general, to me, D5's opening black's light squared bishop. Like, I think what's different between this position with the backward pawn and the one yesterday is just the amount of space white has, right? That everything's up a rank, which means the E5 pawn is the big power thing, and we're just saying, yeah, our light squares are bad. Yeah, our D pawn is bad. Yeah, the D file is bad. But we're going to checkmate on the king side, which is, yeah.
Right. I would say white doesn't want to play D5 unless we're getting to the D file real quick, or knight D5's coming with power, or something like that.
Right,
But
you'd have to
that
be sort
doesn't
of up on
seem to be the
time,
case
right?
here.
And just kind of...
Yeah. So knight
So
E2.
if I'm black here, I think I'd really be struggling to identify what white's intentions are, because he clearly has, this is like one of those moves your opponent makes and you're like, he's got some kind of intention, but I don't know what it is. Like one thought is could be like, well, he's going to try to play against the C pawn. But and there are some lines I'm looking at like, okay, maybe there's a way he can niggle at my C pawn. But even like worst case scenario, if I really have to do it, I could play knight A5. So it's not like there's going to be some death to the C pawn stuff going on here, right? So like imagine you're in black shoes, right? You'd be like, well, castles would be if the move you'd play if you were just playing blitz.
Yeah.
But then if you're trying to figure it out,
You
you'd
could
be like,
also
well,
go
what
like
else?
b5, bishop
You could play
b7.
B5, yeah, Bishop B7, totally.
Just withhold the king position.
But also, like, if you're playing a strong player, you would really want to know, like, well, what is it, dude? What is it that this guy's doing to me?
Mm-hmm.
I don't get it. I don't see it yet.
Yeah. Sometimes even in a classical
It is
game,
pretty unusual. Yeah.
sometimes even in a classical game, you would just make a move, like sort of quickly, because like I can't fathom what they're up to. I need them to tell me.
Right.
But that's not Ding's style. He always tries to figure out what Gukesh is up to.
Because I think another move, I don't know if you guys mentioned this for black, you could play f6 right now. So like start with
Oh,
f6.
had not thought of that.
So
It
that comes
also
with a
seems,
like threat to take
yeah.
on e5.
Mm-hmm. Okay, my instant Kostia is I trade on f6,
Probably got to take, right? Yeah, bishop
and you
takes.
probably take with the bishop, and then I'm gonna play queen a4. I think Jesse called that niggling. Um,
Uh-huh.
I might have that wrong though, but I'm preventing knight a5 while attacking the c pawn.
Queen a5 check.
No, you got knight a5 in anyway, and I lost my queen. I
Yeah, I wasn't
resign.
even looking in that direction. You were like knight a5. I'm like, oh,
I resigned, Kostia. Well played.
your side.
Yeah.
How
Okay.
about this, guys? How about this?
f6.
Let's try to divine what the idea is. So let's say we just castle. F6 is totally interesting, but
Yeah.
F6 would be the kind of move that you would play if you like found White's idea
Yeah.
and then you were like, okay, I'll go play F6.
Yeah. Castles for black. What is White's idea? I could imagine running the H pawn, although I realize the H pawn's hanging since we don't have a queen on G4.
Okay, but let's just say if you decided H4 was the idea,
Then you'd play
then
f6 now.
H4 and then F6 would be a much stronger version,
Yeah.
right? That's an example of just like, oh, H4 can't be. If we thought F6 was strong before, then after H4, it's really going to be strong.
Right.
Yeah, and then
Um,
what is it? I mean, because F6 could still, I mean, it'll always be stronger with the rook on F8.
Okay, could I go queen c2 here?
Okay, let's think about that. Let's say I play B5.
Okay. And now I'm going to play rook d1.
Are you trying to play D5 or something?
I'm overprotecting my d pawn.
But like, what would be your next move? I guess would be my question. Is it
Maybe
D5?
maybe h4 next.
H4? It's hard to see what you're doing, yeah.
Okay, well I'm trying to maybe dissuade you from playing f6
I mean,
by
but at
really
this
well
point,
defending my center before doing my weird
I don't
h pawn.
need to. I just play bishop B7 and
Okay, should b7 h4.
but like David, one of the things that's confusing to me about the H4 is if you had a knight on F3, then I'd be like, oh, maybe I'm scared of knight G5.
Right.
But now I don't know what it is I might be scared of.
I don't know what Gukesh is doing either just yet. By the way, Ding played the most boss move possible, b5
Yeah,
here. No
B5, yeah.
f6, no castles, just like I'm gonna put my bishop on b7.
yeah, no, b5 is very, very logical because it's extremely flexible, right? You know you want b5 in almost at any line.
Yeah.
And
You
the
probably
only
want a castle too, but like b5, bishop b7, 100%. You need this.
The only
so the
issue
only
is
question. Oh, go ahead.
the only possible issue with b5, the only thing that's not like pure flexibility, right, is that white has knight c3 tempo,
Yep.
and then depending what you do about the b pawn, maybe queen g4 is back in the game. I mean, knight c3 b4 for black looks reasonable, opening up the other side of the board. I doubt that's a big problem, honestly.
Oh, knight c3, b4.
Yeah.
Yeah, good move. Because A6 might be a move too, but B4 just points to the fact
It's like,
that black is the boss because we've got this unopposed bishop and he's
Yeah.
angry. He's
Angry.
just angry, man.
And you've got the space from that C pawn, right? So that's your side of the board, as Jesse likes to say, right? That's your
Yeah.
part of the board. And if white somehow attacked and won the C pawn, they would just die on the light squares. So, happy
Yeah.
hunting. So you just play b4, pawn takes, knight takes, maybe.
You guys, I don't like what Gukesh did.
No.
I don't like it.
I mean, bishop
I
takes
definitely
c4 is
still
super
don't get
risky.
knight g2. Yeah.
Bishop takes c4 is super risky. That's why, I was surprised about it till Jesse said that he wanted to do it and play queen g4. And then I saw, okay, he gets a lot of time. He's really quick to the king side, right? With queen g4 tempo, and I was castling for black, and knight f3, and suddenly white's ahead on development instead of behind. But I think bishop takes c4 is the kind of move that requires incredible precision, right? Like a sacrifice. Like you sack a piece for 2 pawns and you've got enough time or initiative or whatever, but you have to keep playing really well afterwards. You give up this light squared bishop and diagonal and open the center. The responsibility is to be extremely precise thereafter.
Yeah. Now I want to say a couple things. I just put my eval to -0.2. And I I want to say that on move 12, I definitely would have castled. I'm just gonna say I definitely would have castled because it's I know that's a move I know I want to do. I know I want to do. So b5 that's a high power move. It's a high power move to play b5. And it
Can I try to improve on this line? Knight c3, b4,
yeah.
queen f3. And then after bishop b7, I want to take on b4.
Okay, because I was going to say, you're being very, very fancy, but bishop b7 is part of black's plans, right?
Yeah.
But okay,
Okay.
Ghost just planned on it. He plays ab4. I'm going to pay him a tribute move, Jesse. I'm going to defend my bishop with something like queen d7, okay?
Okay. I mean, bishop b7 is the natural question, but all right.
No, I played bishop b7. He played ab4.
Oh, I got it.
Right? So he had in mind, if knight b4, he can take
Got it.
my bishop. Although even then I could take his rook. But okay, I'm going to play queen d7. Sorry. Queen d7.
And then Kosi wants queen g3 or something.
Yeah.
Queen g3.
I do think knight c3 is a big question. Yeah.
Okay. I will now castle.
Because just to answer that question in that line with knight b4, I think white's getting a second minor piece. You're taking on b7.
Oh yeah, I could not do it.
Good check. We're going king e2, and then rook takes on a1. So castles. Yeah, I was just wondering if this is the idea. I feel like it's incredibly double-edged, but oh, but you play queen d7. Oh, okay. So knight h5, knight f6 check.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I did allow that. Okay, so I have to play g6 anytime you go knight h5. And Kostya wants my dark squares. And I guess they were on offer, so I give them up.
Yeah. Yummy, yummy.
And then I take the d pawn. And I'm just hoping. I mean, basically, this is like a pure opposite colored bishop middle game, folks. So you're just hoping that you ravage the opponent before they ravage you. Nobody's going to defend themselves.
Yeah. I mean, this looks okay at a glance to me for black. Because you got knight f5 coming and
Knight f5 or knight c2.
or knight on c3 is kind of cut.
If you go queen h3 though, it's pretty tricky, right?
Yeah, it'd be super, super sharp. But I feel like it's a little deep. So I don't know. I don't know if I believe in this.
Okay.
Knight 3.
Very, very risky both ways, that line. Yeah, Jake, that's definitely a coconuts of steel line, that one there.
Yeah, now I'm gonna say, yeah, now it feels like Gukesh was not in book with knight G2.
Hmm.
Might have been some kind of inspiration, or maybe it's a move in other lines, and he's like, okay, it also I should play it here. I don't know. I mean, I'm not. Well, I still haven't understood the idea of the move.
Right.
He just
He's just
castled.
castled, by the way.
Oh, he just castled. Okay, there we go.
Yeah.
Now I just feel like black's better. I don't because but I don't I just want to admit I don't understand. I'm sure he's got some idea, some thought, but I don't get it.
Right.
So both bishop b7 and castles look good for black here.
Okay. All right. So before we completely give up on white, we would expect black to castle, right?
Or bishop b7, I don't know.
Or, yeah, or bishop b7, true. Okay, bishop b7, knight c3, b4, a takes, knight takes, queen g4. Now would you castle?
Maybe, but I would also just have to do a dance of celebration that my knight got to b4 and my bishop is there on b7.
Okay, let's watch these guys dance.
Woo!
So we're in the game.
Yeah,
we
no,
played
if
the
I didn't-
French, and now we're not really in the French.
You know, if I didn't like castles for whatever reason, I could play g6 and feel good about that position too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Could be. Could be. Man, I almost want to sack the knight on e6.
It's funny, dude, because like he couldn't handle he had some wild prep the game 1 too, and now he's done weird stuff again, and it's like his maybe it was like some weird computer move and like Kostya said in some other variation, and that he played knight e2, and then it's just like what his pieces don't know where they're going. They don't know where they're going, Bows.
And let's say there's some particular sequence of moves, even with knight e2, that the computer sees that leads to a good position for white. If you can't find that sequence of moves, it doesn't matter because the position is going to be good for black in like 7 other lines, right? Other than that one concrete whatever it is that's weird. And it's no use to have like 10 computer moves that lead to a position that you can't play.
Yeah. And actually, let's say some other obvious things. The trend in the position, this is important for people to understand, is very much in black's favor. So, like, we're about to get, our bad bishop is about to get really angry on b7. Okay, that's point 1. The pawn on d4 is not only a weakness, but more importantly, the square in front of it, d5, is a real problem. The knight on f4 only makes sense to me if it's involved in some kind of attack. The bishop on e3 doesn't make sense, but could maybe make sense if it was involved in attack. I don't see how the attack comes. The knight on e2, no one knows. No one knows what that guy is doing there, buddy. Why did you put it there, man? I don't get it.
Well, generally, this knight is supposed to go to g3 and then h5 or like e4 and then hop around from there. But with the bishop coming to b7, it's like e4 is really hard to get to.
Yeah.
Castles.
Oh, things sped up a little bit here. Castling.
This is it. Yeah, this is his modus. He's going to be like, now, dude, this time pressure situation, it's, oh, yeah. Yeah. And now, by the way, like 2 games ago, he finally got punished. He finally got punished for moving so slow.
Yeah.
All right, David, who would you, let's put it this way. Now, I think we, in terms of the objective evaluation, we like black here. But if you were in this position, would you rather be black or
white with an extra hour?
With an extra hour, yeah.
It's hard for me to say. So he's committed to castling. So the king is, okay, over there where white has space, right? So in those knight c3, b4 lines on... okay, when I play queen g4, essentially you're castling, not playing g6. So I do have like a shot, and I do have targets, right? I can always go knight h5, g6, knight f6, and get opposite colored bishops in some way. I think I would take the extra 50 minutes technically at this point. Yes, I would take white, despite the sort of growing dread about white's position. I can't play at the speed that Ding can. So for me, I'd be better off with the hour.
Yeah. By the way, guys, we have the other senseis updated their eval bar. David's at 0, Kosu's at 0.1.
Yeah.
And for me, that's because they trust that this kind of, they're like trusting in the prep and not looking at the position.
Right.
And I kind of am too, because right now, if I'm just looking at this, I'm like, this is nasty for black. This for white. This looks like some chump has been playing the white pieces. So, you know,
I mean, yeah, I don't disagree there, Jesse, honestly. I mean, like, White's knights are on f4 and e2.
Yeah.
Like, normally, that's not good.
no, it's not good.
Yeah. No, just chumping it up.
Yeah.
So basically, just because of the fact that he prepped this, and I'm like, maybe I'm wrong. That's the only reason I'm keeping it lower. Otherwise, I'd be putting it higher.
Yeah, and I've got it at 0, which is like a total hedge, by the way, to explain that, Jesse, because it's like either, because it's like maybe white has some computer variation that's somehow good for white still, or white's like certainly worse by a noticeable margin. And I'm kind of like in the middle of like, well, you know, he's got some time on the clock and some nebulous chances. I don't know, but I don't know exactly when he's drifting out of his computer prep into a bad position. I know he's drifting that way, and in 3 moves, I'll say that black's better. But I don't know exactly at what point he's missed his chance, so I'm kind of guessing.
It's why that like every game follows the same path. Gukesh comes out with nice prep, Ding tanks in a known position, makes some reasonable moves, and then Gukesh starts fudging it up. And then Ding gets into time trouble, and then who knows what happens from there.
Ding is fantastic. I think he almost plays better when he plays fast. And this position, one of the bummers for white is like, I'm not sure how you pose problems to black. Because if you don't pose problems, then the time advantage really doesn't mean anything.
Right. Yeah, like the game that he won 2 games ago, you know, he managed to mix things up, right? It was, and to me, that was the first game all match. I know you've got a different opinion, Jesse, but it was the first game all match where the time really was a problem for Ding.
Yeah, no, for sure. No, I don't have a different opinion on that.
Okay. So, yeah, he managed to get a position that was messy enough that Ding couldn't go on autopilot at some point and just bring it home.
Okay, so let's talk about possible plans for white. White definitely needs a plan, by the way. The guy needs a plan. Ghost has been talking about knight g3 for the second knight c2 came on. He was like knight g3, and I don't get it. For one, like both of your knights want to go to h5 in that position, and I'm like, why do you need 2 to do that?
And once they're on h5, what do? Right? Black plays g6, and then.
Right.
Yeah, no, I don't see it for white. If I had white right here, let's see. Okay, I think I would start with knight c3. Are we playing b4 on knight c3?
Sure, let's play b4.
Okay. Give me a sec here.
I've got an idea for you as well, Kostya. A new idea.
Knight c3, b4, and then maybe let's just take on b4.
Yeah.
All right. Knight takes.
Knight takes. Okay. The knight takes, we have queen f3 and rook a7.
Well, I can play bishop d7.
On queen f3? Oh, okay.
Yeah. And then I got bishop c6 coming.
Well, let's play queen f3 anyway, because that just seems active. So bishop d7. And then we'll go d5 there.
Yeah.
Because we have to.
Yeah.
And then I think white can equalize there.
Yeah.
Because I'm not claiming white's better. I just don't really feel like, I don't necessarily feel like black is better just yet.
Okay. But one of the weird things about that, Kostya, is like if you were going to do ideas with knight c3 and b4, then it would have made a lot more sense to have done it without castling first.
Well, now
Or
his,
at least
his rooks
Why do
are
you say that?
connected.
Yeah, because I would think, right, connect the rooks, then go for this open stuff.
By the way,
now
folks, the
one,
idea with
yeah.
d5 is Kosie's getting rid of the slightly bad d pawn for white now. He's giving up on like directly mating, though he still has some space from the e pawn. This is what I was gonna do as well, Kostia, by the way. And he's trying to get a good square for those knights, so they're not just both tripping over the f4 square, right? And so by getting a square like d5 for the knight, he's saying, well, black's not going to have the bishop pair. The knight's going to be good enough that it has to be traded or respected. And so you could get a position like e d5, knight d5, bishop c6, and then maybe rook d1 even. I guess the rook's on a1 is okay already, so we'll play rook f d1. And white, if white can just maintain a knight on d5, then the bishop's not completely killing you.
So I think knight c3 is maybe what I would do as white, but I would also be feeling like I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what I'm doing. And I'll stress that b4 looks good for black, but also just the basic a6. I don't think there's anything wrong at all with black's position after the basic a6.
Yeah, Kostia didn't say there was anything wrong with black's position either. He just said he's sort of hitting the brakes and keeping the game alive for white.
Right. But which is weird. It's still like Gukesh was the one playing this fancy stuff, played this kind of fast knight ge2. You gotta have, there had to have been some idea. Had to have been an idea. Can't just be sitting here.
It better not be, it's a move in another line and I got it confused because I played it in 2 or 3 minutes again.
Hey, shout out to Tom Rendell in the chat. Hello, hello. He says he likes black's position. I know he's a big French guy. So.
Yeah. He also says he got accused of cheating yesterday. He must have been playing Title Tuesday against.
He was the latest accused.
Maybe we could return to queen g4 in a way. We play knight c3, and the plan would be black's gonna do something. It could be b4, could be a6, could be rook b8, but no matter what he does, we are gonna play queen g4 next.
I'll play rook b8 for variety. Well, no, I don't see anything wrong with b4. I'm just gonna keep playing b4.
All right, so b4, ab, knight takes, queen g4.
Okay. The basic would be bishop b7.
Okay, good. And this one, at least we could say there's a little bit of juice here.
What's
I
the
still like
juice?
black.
What's the juice?
Well, we got a rook on a1. It's developed. Yeah, I'm just saying white has. If I was going to play white, this is so far the best I've seen. I'm not claiming a lot. I'm just saying this is the best I've seen so far.
Better than the d5 thing?
Yeah. I mean, the d5 thing maybe, but it didn't. In principle, it's not what I want to do as white, right? I want to be playing against the king.
Okay, well, you've placed the queen on g4, Jesse, which we knew was an option. But what have you done to say this is the best we've seen for white? Like, what would you do next if we gave you 2 or 3 moves?
Fair. Well, at some point, I'm going to play knight h5. At some point, I'm going to play h4. And so it would just be, kind of a claim that this is the only way to play for white. And black has all kinds of moves, right, in this position. You could play a5, knight c2, I don't know, g6, king h8.
Oh, I played bishop b7 for black. It's white's move, I think.
No, I see. Yeah.
I mean, like, from my perspective, I've calculated h4, bishop takes h4, gave up on that. Knight h5, g6, and then I didn't have anywhere I was going. Wait a minute. Wait a minute, Jesse.
What?
Knight h5.
Uh-huh.
H6, g6, right?
Yeah.
Bishop h6. Rook e8, right?
Uh-huh.
Knight g7. Why did I never think of that?
That's because Ding admitted that he missed, dude. He missed knight a7 the last game.
Wait, sorry, one sec. Why is this so good after Rook F8?
Well, I don't know about so good, but I could at least go knight h5. I was going to play knight e6 now.
Yeah.
Fe.
No, but is it just for a draw? Because I saw that too. I was like, it's a draw.
Okay, you'd found this whole thing too, long ago.
No, it's Gukesh is playing. Ding's not playing with white. If Ding was playing white, I'd be like, oh yeah, great line. But Gukesh is playing white, so he's not going to go for that.
I was hoping to get that third pawn on c4, but I didn't. However, this endgame should be pretty playable.
I would be very scared as white because of the blockade.
Blockade and bishop pair.
Yeah.
I was thinking that black doesn't have such good pawns.
Now, let me just stress, you guys are calculating it to death, and I'm just saying, like, if I'm white, where do I want my pieces? I'm just saying, I want my queen on g4. She should have gone there earlier. I don't know why she wasn't there.
Yeah.
And I'm, like, trying to put her back, And the knight on c3, it kind of does a little something, so it's not totally...
It's not too terrible, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, you see, Jesse, this position should still be close to equal. I mean, we just played some super basic moves and got an immediate repetition for white, right? Knight g7, rook f8. I could go knight h5. So, like, it's not, the trend is against white, but it's not yet dead until it's not yet a crummy position until he drifts a little bit more.
Okay, my intuition is black can find a way to improve there, but yeah, like I'm saying though, I'm just like, well, put the queen on g4, boss, and don't think about it too long.
What happens after queen g4 f5? Chat wonders.
Totally a thought.
Maybe just queen back to f3 and then playing the plan that Kosti and I did before, but with black's f7 pawn on f5, right? So like queen f3, bishop d7, d5. And the previous position where we played this plan, I think Kosti and I were saying we were getting equality for white by establishing the knight on d5. Here there's even a chance of a small edge for white because the e-pawn's a passed pawn now.
Get back to the instant that whenever.
So what happens if knight c3, b4, knight e4? Okay, so when we first play knight c3, b4, we've always been trading, and Coffee Acorn saying, what if we go knight e4? And just leave that. Yeah, the knight might not be bad on e4, right? We have yet to play knight e4.
Okay, 15 minutes thought, knight c3. And I'm hoping that Ding has been thinking about this because he's got a wide choice here. He doesn't have to play b4. There's no reason that that's forced. But what is forced is he cannot be thinking about it forever. There's just no way that he can think about this decision now forever.
Yeah, I mean, when your opponent plays basic moves, at some point you have to be ready for some of them, right?
Well, especially if they're thinking 15 minutes, you'd be like, okay, what am I going to do on the obvious knight c3?
Yeah. Yeah. Is the Sensei eval updated? I mean, for me it is. I've got it at equals, and we just found a repetition, so I'm feeling very good about my evaluation.
Okay, Rook B8 was played.
Rook
All right.
B8.
Yeah.
Ding fans, you should rejoice. He just played this move in under a minute. There's nothing better that could happen. Don't worry about B4 versus A6 versus Rook B8. There's
Mhm.
nothing better than just getting a move out on the board.
Good. I like this. I believe in this move for black. And what it's saying is that we're just holding control of the position. And this means that because the knight isn't going to B4, the D5 is not going to work because the E5 pawn's hanging. And also, we're saying if you don't mate me over there, the trend is just in my favor.
The one thing about Rook B8 versus the lines we've looked at is the bishop's one move slower to B7, right?
Well, one thing I'm thinking is it might not go to B7. It can hang out on C8. It could go to D7 as well. And I
Okay.
still don't know what white is doing.
Fine. Well, what I want to say is that white might be able to get a knight to F6 for the first time with the tempi here. So let's say I go Queen G4.
Okay, Queen G4. Finally. Finally, we get her. We get her there.
Well, I mean, Gukesh hasn't done it yet, but just for argument's sake, let's say I bring the queen to G4.
Yeah, good.
So now my idea is against something like bishop B7. I want to go knight H5, G6, knight E4. And I'm saying I'm landing an outpost on F6. That means a lot to me.
Well, first of all, I don't think Ding is going to play bishop B7.
Right. Fair enough. It also hangs maybe knight takes B5. Okay.
One thing I also want to say just about coordination is the bishop going to B7 looks very natural, but it's unclear where the knight on C6 goes to unblock the bishop.
Right. Yeah.
And also, just as basic, I just want to say it, it would be cool if black could someday play knight E7, but our bishop on E7 is blocking that. It's kind of a key feature of the position. Okay, so Queen G4, I think is what I'm expecting. That's what I would do if I was white.
Yeah. By the way, another.
What would the idea on Queen F3 though?
What's that?
Like, what's Black doing on Queen F3?
Queen F3? I don't know.
On Queen F3, I think I can take on D4 now.
Oh, we're taking on D4. Oh, okay. Thank you. I wasn't getting that.
So Queen G4, and does white really, and maybe the threat is actually, well, we know that Gukesh doesn't like to repeat, but definitely, let's just say the obvious, knight H5, if you were black, you'd be like, well, that would be the thing I was worried about.
Yeah.
Good news for Ding that he played Rook B8 quickly. That means like he's now in his quick mode. He's now in his quick mode. When we look at the Dojo time graph in every of these recaps, like it goes down and then it flattens. So I think that's the pattern we're gonna see here too.
Gukesh has his head down and eyes closed. He's calculating pure Ivanchuk mode. Blindfolded. I know Ivanchuk would look up and away, but he's doing it all on the mental board.
No. Would he look? Because there was Ivanchuk and Gelfand, and one of them would look down, and then one of them would look up. That was like the thing, and they were both blindfold. They were both closing their eyes.
Yeah.
Maybe Gelfand was the one that would look down.
Yeah. Gelfand was the one who looked like he was tired. And Ivanchuk looked like he was daydreaming.
Right.
Okay, so Jesse, Queen G4, I just also want to mention, I have the move order Rook B8, Knight H5, which might be similar. But I wasn't sure about G6, Queen G4, and like King H8, trying to force my knight to do something before I'm totally in position. Yeah. So that's why I'm playing Queen G4 first, but
Good.
there is both move orders.
So on Queen G4, let's just say black has several moves that look plausible. There's one idea here is B4 with the intention of recapturing with the rook.
Okay, B4, I would now play Knight E4. I'm done with stuff on the queen side. You can have all of it.
Done.
It's done. All I want is Knight F6. That's it.
Okay, and I will admit it looks a little scary. So let's say that's a key line. So if B4, knight E4, and one thing I want to say that's interesting about the position is I believe in Rook B8, but I want to stress like the coordination of the black pieces is mildly suspicious. Like the knight on C6, besides hitting D4, it's a little bit in the way of people, you know? And the bishop on C8 is one of those people. It's just like, well, how is that dude actually gonna free all the coconuts?
Yeah, Black hasn't finished coordinating everything, but let's make a small interruption to welcome someone else to our stream.
Oh, yeah.
Hello guys, my brother Alex here, joining. He's a big fan watching the match.
I love the stream. Thanks for having me. I know my rating is a little below you guys, but I was just checking out a lot of really interesting computer lines before I got here, so I'm ready to share.
Okay, all right.
He's kidding. He's kidding. Funny. People are gonna ask, what's your online rating? You play online?
I've been playing. I play on Lee Chess, and I think I'm around like 1900 on like the what is it, the 10 minutes a game.
All right, good. Lee Chess Rapid.
So I think that's
1800.
about 1100 on chess.com, or what does it translate?
Yeah. Let me. Oh wait, let me update the our tags here.
All right.
There we go.
Updating the tags? What do you mean?
Our name tags.
Name
which
tag.
shows Alex Cav.
Oh, you're
Look at my
live
900.
editing the template for me. Awesome. Thank you, Ghost. Yeah, thank you.
You want 1900 Lee Chess?
I think I've earned it. I think I've worked hard for it.
Does Kostya
Actually, guys, this might be a good chance, not just for Alex, but for anyone else that joined late, to maybe recap the game, like see how we got here so far.
Let's just do one quick variation and we'll do it. So David's
All right.
talking about Queen G4, and one amazing try for Black is then F5,
Mm-hmm.
EF6, Bishop F6, Knight E6, Queen to say E7. There might be a different square too, with the intention that if D5 there, I play Knight E5, and it's a little hot.
Right.
It's more than a little hot.
But it looks like you probably are fine as Black. Probably fine. All your pieces are playing now.
But remember, as Black, I might be a little upset that it's only fine.
Right. Yeah, I know.
I
you
might be like, I wanted more.
Yeah.
I wanted more.
Yeah.
Okay, we can recap the game, sure.
Yeah.
I guess we should start with just the basic opening moves and then Knight CE2, which we saw in round 1.
Yeah. Round 1, he played, we think, F4 on move 5 and Knight C2 on move 6. So it's, very much related, but slightly different. And this
Okay,
game,
Knight H5 was played, so we'll
without a-
continue our recap, but Knight H5 was played.
Knight H5 was the move order. Whoa. Okay. Interesting.
Then we saw the bizarre A3. We know this is all prep, but it's still bizarre.
Yeah.
First tank from Ding, Bishop E7.
Yeah.
Another
Ding tank today. Okay.
Oh,
That's
New approach to chess.
And then I think the big decision from Ding was this Knight B6, 37 minutes. And it leads to a position that, well, let's just say I got wrong in that after Knight C4, White took and did not play Queen G4, but played the bizarre Knight G2.
Yeah.
And we're thinking we didn't like it. Maybe this is some weird idea that it was a computer popped out in a different variation and he mixed it up. Hard to say. But okay. Then B5. Black had other moves there too. I liked castles. White castles. Boom. Knight C3. Rook B8. B4 was the other interesting move there. And now Knight H5. And
Just been played.
David's Queen G4 felt more principled to me, but what this does is now it tells Black that if they play h5, we get to play ef, and I at least grab your good bishop.
Yeah. And that
So
position
that's-
is moderately pleasant for white, perhaps.
And I think,
close
David,
to equal still.
you were concerned about some kind of king h8 thing here?
Yeah, this was my concern, was on knight h5 that black might play king h8. And then I was playing... Oh, no, not king h8. g6, sorry, Jesse. It's very important to the tempi. So I'm trying to kick this knight with g6 before white has time for knight e4. So the knight won't end up on f6. So g6 is the move I was afraid of. And then if queen g4, king h8. Because if we play king h8 here for black instead of g6, of course white has knight e4. And the knights are in.
Okay. One thing, David, on knight h5, g6 is then we have to think about queen f3.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure I have an exactamundo.
Okay, now the kingside play is starting to make sense because now we got one knight on h5, the other knight's coming to e4. Because g6 was a huge question, but if queen f3 is annoying.
Queen f3, pawn takes knight?
Okay, good. So I think this is critical. So queen f3, pawn takes knight. Now, white actually has two choices, I think, because bishop h6 is a move, as well as the basic queen takes knight.
Yeah. Queen takes knight is super basic. I think you get kind of wrecked, right, by bishop b7.
Well, I wasn't sure, because I play queen takes b5.
Yeah, bishop g2.
Okay, let's call that off. Let's call those dogs off.
Yeah.
Let's call those dogs off.
Yeah.
So bishop h6.
Bishop h6. Okay.
Okay, so that line was good for white, right? Queen b5, bishop for black, bishop g2.
Black. It seemed like, yeah.
Oh, f5.
Did he play f5?
F5 played, yeah.
Okay. Jesse, I was about to uncork.
I mean, black has to go king h8 there, I guess.
I was about to uncork bishop g5 in this position.
Oof. I think e3. At least we get the...
It's going to be totally insane. Okay. But we'll go with the game. f5.
Yeah.
You guys have the stats on passants played in world championship matches and how many of them ended up in wins?
Oh, yeah. Our stat guy's on it.
Our stat guy's on it.
Yeah. He's putting those things up in little graphics in the corner all the time.
I like f5 because what we're saying is like your knight spent 1,000 tempi to go over there, and you can have my bishop. But now, remember we were talking about the e7 square. Then my knight gets that square. My rook is active. In general, like once f5 comes, it's very hard to mate black now too.
Right. So
I
Jesse's
think
saying now the
F5's
knight's got some new twirls.
I like f5. Now, again, the reasoning we had was that on f5, ef is going to allow black or white to get our good bishop, but that's really like an abstract consideration where the trends of the position are still with black. So
yeah, that light square bishop is still going to be very, very nice.
So does he even take in this position? I assumed he would, trying to open up dark squares because his opponent has the light squares.
Well, right. It would, yeah. This might be a little bit of a bummer situation for Gukesh, really, because also the knight on h5 makes no sense if you don't take on f6.
Yeah.
Another cool thing, the way we can imagine Ding conceptualizing the position when he plays Rook B8 is he's saying, I know you guys thought I was going to put the bishop on b7, but really I'm looking to bust it out with e5.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Rook B8 and B5 C4 is a nice majority over there, right? So he doesn't have to hurry with it necessarily. He could even play A5 B4 and keep it in really nice ship shape for, you know, an endgame or something like that.
And a later b4, just in general, like, yeah, that's what play is going to come.
Now, Gukesh is thinking here which is a little surprising because normally you either you want to trade or you don't want to trade. He spent a little bit of time on knight h5, like 8 minutes or so, I think. So normally he'd know what he wants, but I guess it is not obvious.
Well, I think he might have a level of disappointment, dude, because I think his assumption might have been a little bit like ours, that at least the EF is going to give him the bishop, and now he's looking at it, he's like, oh, that position's not special for me.
How about f4 here, guys?
F4.
Try to play d5, yeah.
But then what is the knight on e8 do, h5 doing?
He'll go back.
He'll go back
To g3?
Okay.
e3, e2.
Oh, no. No.
No, G3 H1 is a stronger retreat.
G3 h1?
Yeah.
Because, I mean, you would want to put the knight on f4 here, but then you're like, I don't know, but then, okay, it'll be very hard to play d5 with e5 hanging. And, because I don't know, actually, I don't see how black stops d5. I do think we get this in.
Oh, if you play f4 first, you mean?
Yeah.
But like David said, when you play d5, you're really just activating my bishop, because then it'll get the e6 square, and you don't even have knight f4 anymore to push it away.
Here's my thought against f4, Kostya. I maybe play b4 for black.
Yeah.
And then pawn takes, knight takes. I don't want to let you have like your good c3 knight. I just want the knight h5 to just be your whole position.
But then, all right, you're stacking up pawn, so like rook a7.
I sacked a pawn. No,
He didn't mean to do that. He didn't mean to
I
do
didn't mean to do it.
I think,
You didn't
David,
do
on
that.
f4,
Oh, then 1-0.
on f4 you can just play a5, David, because I don't think d5 is actually a threat.
Well, you're about to find out because he's going to play it.
Yeah, he's gonna do it.
Yeah, I mean, we could just look at it. I was more curious. Like d5 takes, I'll take with the queen.
All right. Yeah, we trade it off and play bishop e6.
And again, I'm just trying to equalize here as white. So I just want to take that bishop on e7 and then have my nice dark squared bishop.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say your nice knight on h5.
All right, so we get here. Takes here. And Kostya, I would argue this position is unquestionably good for black.
Yeah, unquestionably.
All right.
Like,
take.
I've just done all the trades. Hopefully I was more or less following instructions there.
Yeah.
Um,
Bishop c5, rook e8.
Yeah.
Rook d1, knight d5.
mm-hmm.
Yeah, I could see why black could be better there.
Yeah.
Are we all rooting for Ding? Where's everyone standing in this match?
Yeah, because you're
Ooh.
rooting for it.
I'm a big Ding head.
Okay. I root for both of them, and I would slightly prefer to see Gukesh win the World Championship match. I just wanted Ding to play well in the match, and then for Gukesh to edge him out.
Yeah, I love Ding, but he's not deserving of the title right now. Gukesh is like way more deserving.
My problem with Gukesh is he's 18 years old.
Yeah.
And I feel like the world champion of chess should be like a 50-year-old guy.
Yeah.
Like a Victor Korchnoi aged looking guy. That feels like the correct world champion age.
I see. You want to see some wrinkles and some scars.
World champion. Yeah. I mean,
It's just not morally right, I think.
wow.
It is painful to live in a world where little kids are better than adults.
Yeah.
So
So David, let's check in on your eval bar. Do you still feel it's zeros?
yeah, probably about zeros. I mean, f5 is a cold shower on my dream of like winning after Rook B8. I was hoping that somehow with Queen G4 and Knight E4 I'd take over.
Yeah.
But yeah, f5 cuts all that out. It should be about equal, Jesse.
Okay, show me how you would play if you just wanted to show it to be equal.
Okay. I'm not good at that.
You know, you just get a messy position. It doesn't have to be like dead equality.
Right. Okay, I'll take on f6.
All right.
Bishop takes, knight takes, queen takes. I'll fly my queen out to h5.
He's flying. Okay. And then black can obviously do a bunch of stuff. I feel like the default move there could be like queen f5.
Mm-hmm. I'll trade.
Yeah, good.
Yeah.
Don't be a hero. Just go for the end game.
Yep. Not a hero.
And I don't know which one is better.
The rook's better.
You like the rook?
If you take with the pawn, I push d5 and I snip your a pawn.
Okay.
I know you don't want that.
Okay, so the rook takes.
So you take with the rook.
Maybe now you can do a g4. Get your g4 in for the day.
Oh God, no. I don't play moves like that, Jesse. Again, I'm not a hero. I play rook fe1.
Okay, yeah. This is a good variation because
Equal.
I still like black, but yeah, this would be maybe a way to play for something more like equality. Yeah, and I think that is like, I don't know about queen h5, but up to that point, that looks correct, like the correct way for white to play. And if I was black, like that would be the bummer position. Be like, well, you got my bishop. You know?
Yeah. I guess it's not that exciting. I mean, I don't think Ding himself would be too bummed out.
Something's wrong, but
yeah. Here's a question, David. On queen h5, though, could I play knight takes d4?
by the way, if you ever need to use that.
Sorry, say that again, Jesse.
On queen h5, do I get away with knight takes d4?
Maybe. I was gonna play the brilliant rook a to d1.
Okay. Knight f5.
Yeah, and then I was gonna snip on a7. Now, I know my structure is not impressive, but all my pieces are playing the game, you know.
Okay. Oh, I feel you on that one. Okay. Good.
Yeah. You had the option to go back knight c6 instead, but honestly, I think this pawn sack position here is very low risk compared to a position where black's more active than me. You know, my bishop's good, my rook's good, black still has some coordination to do. The e-pawn is not really a big treasure. I could calculate if knight b5 works, or maybe queen c5 followed by knight b5 and sort of try and simplify off the position. I have rook d6, so I thought I would probably not be bad here.
Yeah, and actually one of the nice things about all these positions for white is whether I take on d4 or not, the bishop on e3 now is in a lot of these positions he's going from 0 to hero, right? Especially it's cool that he's defending f2, looking at a7.
Yeah.
So
we just need our center to fall apart, and then our bishop will look good. That's it.
Okay, good. So I think this is our main question, this position up to queen f6, and something like even though I still like black and I think there's a bunch of moves he could play, I think, yeah, that's probably correct, close to equality. Okay, that was good.
Yeah.
By the way, David, I don't know if you saw the recap for the game that we covered, you know, the last one where Dick won, but our analysis was amazing, dude. We found the queen takes e1 thing. And we got to the exchange sack position.
Yeah.
And, you know, we were having a big debate about what the eval was there, right? And Ding is so expressionless, dude. He gets to the end of that variation. He's like, I think white has enough.
Enough?
And it's hard to know what he thinks, you know. He doesn't really tell you what the guy thinks, man. He's always just completely expressionless.
Right. And you're not sure if enough means like enough to win or enough to hold or like enough to play on. Yeah. Enough for what? What is enough? That was one of my Dojo Talks topics. What is enough? When do you have enough pawns, enough evaluation? When have you played enough chess? When do you have enough followers? Yeah, Alex, what's your opinion overall on this game? Like the way it's going, like, do you find this position exciting or not good enough for Ding, or you want fireworks or a long end game? What's your dream for today?
Well, I mean, I think en passant is mandatory, right? That's the big online meme. He has to
That is
take
a
that.
beam, yeah.
It is weird he's thinking on a forced move.
I'll tell you the recap was so fast, and I'm watching on a delay here. So you guys just said a bunch of moves and went right back to the position. I was like,
Uh,
great, awesome.
yeah.
That's great. But it seems like a lot of the coconuts are protected, right? Is that the word here on this?
Yeah.
I'm trying to follow the coconuts chat.
Yeah. Yeah. Nobody's
And most
nobody's
entertaining
coconuts have
comments
really been
talking about
touched at
Twisted
any
hitting
point
this.
yet this game. They're all secured.
I mean, it's always fun when someone. I hope Gukesh just goes for it. I hope he just does something crazy and
Hmm.
just tries to get a win and then forces Ding to win on tomorrow's game.
Yeah, chat was telling me that knight takes g7 was played, and a whole bunch of people colluded on this hoax. So I went over and looked at the live board where Gukesh and Ding are thinking, and no pieces have been moved. He's just thinking. I saw him go like,
Come on, David, you can trust it. If Knight G7 was played, we'd go wild over here.
I,
yeah,
I was watching. I think he played it and then he said, "Wait, let me take it back." And Ding was a gentleman and let him take
oh
it
yeah.
back. And
He's like, I just forgot it wasn't the World Bughouse Championship for a second.
he was like, "I forgot I can't play Queen G4 anymore. That would be a slight mistake, so I have to undo."
Yeah. Okay, so that didn't happen. That didn't happen. Instead, he's thinking for a long time. We've looked at e takes f6, and we've looked at f4.
By the way, David, on ef6, bishop f6, knight e4 would be the ambitious way for white to continue, I think.
Right. Yes, I looked at this, by the way. And then I thought bishop takes d4.
And then queen g4?
Queen g4. Ooh, nice move order. So in this move order, black can't trade the bishops very easily because of queen g7, and can't chase the queen away with e5 either because of a little
Right.
self-interference. Hmm.
A lot of, yeah, very spicy. So after 94, like you could try to find a way to make it work. I don't see it either, but you could play king h8, you could play bishop e7. It's spicy. It's definitely a spicy sauce.
To me, something like rook f7 would be normal, but after rook, yeah, that allows us to play e5 next. Rook f7. I gotta overprotect g7 because otherwise I keep getting mated.
Yeah.
And then
Rook AD1,
rook
E5, just Queen G3.
e5, and he just keeps going.
It's kind of annoying for black. I mean, at least white has ideas like Knight G5.
Mm-hmm.
Knights are gonna hop.
Yeah, you definitely have to calculate, but you've got space in all your dogs too, right? Bishop f5, covering h7 in advance.
Yeah.
Then on knight g5. Oh man, I was gonna maybe play rook d7, and then there's queen f3. That's weird.
Bishop F5. What if bishop takes D4?
Bishop takes d4. I don't know. I'd like to take with my knight or my pawn. What are you gonna do? You're gonna play queen e5 if I take with the knight?
C.
That might be a little problemito in my casito.
And if you take with a pawn, there's like Knight D6.
So I'll take with the pawn, and then I'll find out. Knight d6. Yeah, I mean, my position can withstand an exchange sack at this point, Kostya.
Okay.
Based on my c4, d4 pawns, I have enough.
Like bishop g6, we take on f7. We go knight f4.
I'm thinking if I'm gonna sack the exchange, maybe I don't need to move my bishop. So maybe I'll just go queen d7, knight f7, queen f7.
Knight f7.
Yeah.
Are you taking with queen?
Mm-hmm. I mean, it's true that
Depends on roll. How good are the rooks? I think white's rooks are okay. We're gonna get rook fe1.
yeah, they're not too bad. There's queen d6
Looks here,
as well.
they're connected.
Yes.
Mhm.
Very good.
Yeah. I guess I go rook d8. Oh, shoot, Kostya. Chat tells us that there's rook takes d4 in this move order, showing the power of the rooks.
But knight on h5 was hanging.
Oh, Kostya saw all this.
See.
Queen h5. But you played rook fe1, which didn't defend the knight either.
No, I wanted knight f4 and then
okay.
rook f.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Look at that.
I was
folks.
just saying rook fe1 is coming.
Kostya was
so.
okay, he was going to do all this. Okay.
But how do we get here?
I don't know.
You guys predict all of this. That'd be amazing.
Well, if we predict enough moves, then we will predict the right moves among others.
There's a lot of moves this game we did not, like knight g2, like not even mentioned, like knight h5. There are a lot of surprising moves in this one.
Yeah. So this was the most controversial variation. That's how we got here, by the way, was sacking the d pawn with knight e4, right? Trying to really go after. This was the move you would play if you're trying to get an advantage for white, honestly, Kostya.
Yeah.
Right? If you went after the bishop like this, trying to really gain supremacy on the dark squares.
Yeah, Ding's been gone for a while, actually.
Do we have a cam on the snack room? Do we see what's going on? Is he chilling?
I think.
Is he eating?
Well, we don't have it. I think Fide might have one.
We have a move. We have a move.
But maybe if someone's watching in chat and knows Ding's whereabouts, let us know. Yeah, EF played. We'll see how quickly Ding if he returns fast, that means he's just watching the monitor in the resting.
Oh my god, he 16 seconds, Kostya. How's that possible when he wasn't even at the board?
Oh wow.
There
he
he just came running in and plays his move.
Okay, but bishop 6 is very obvious. That's not hard. Now the question is, will Gukesh make his next move quickly? Because
he was in a hustle. This is the big moment because knight f6 is pretty calm, and knight e4 is pretty insane.
Yeah. Although I guess either way, he should wait for Ding to leave the board again and then make his move. Just for
he spent 20 minutes to gain 10 seconds last time. Maybe he should move.
I like to wait until my opponent literally leaves their chair and then I make a move right there. I think that's
a power move.
That's the best. I gotta sit back down.
I got a question. What do we think the rating of the arbiters are? Because I saw that bald guy walk by, look really intensely on the board.
Oh, I know.
What's his analysis?
I know that bald guy. Actually, he's a grandmaster. He's actually he's the fair play guy, so he's making sure they're not cheating.
I was gonna say in answer to that question, Alex.
Welcome that bald guy. I'm sorry, grandmaster bald guy.
I think that somehow, Alex, for this match, they hired grandmasters for everything. So the doctor who checks their pee is a grandmaster, right?
Wow.
The guy who organized the match, who reserved the venue, is a grandmaster. Everything is handled by grandmasters. They were really intense about this one.
So if you train in the dojo long enough, you too might be able to check their piss for whatever.
Yeah, if that's the career goal, I think if your dream is to sniff world championship piss, I think a step along the way is, you got to put in the sweat work in the dojo and get the GM title at this point.
All right, I got to get more serious about my chess because I'm a little piss freak over here.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah,
our
got
boy's
in this
back
row.
in the tank. Back in the tank.
Well, Ding
Well,
is
and
still
this
off the
is
board. He's waiting for Ding to leave the board, and then he'll move.
well, you guys, but this is also the pattern that we've seen is that, he starts with a massive time advantage and then it just basically disappears. And this game is gonna go to hectic time pressure and it's gonna be decided by somebody blundering. I mean, or maybe just petering to a draw, but that's the pattern we've seen. I do think the question between David's two moves is interesting.
Yeah.
So with knight f6, queen h5, or knight e4 directly. Knight e4 directly is definitely the more spicy of the two.
Yeah. I mean, I think whether or not time becomes a factor or whether blunders come in could hinge a lot on which direction he takes the game here, Jesse. Because if he trades on f6 and plays super piano like what I was suggesting first, that's the kind of position where these guys can bash out a bunch of moves in equality without
Fair,
anybody
yeah.
hanging their face.
Uh-huh. Yeah, so knight e4 is the big question, and taking on d4 would take that's nerves of steel right there, man. In fact, when David did it at first, I was like, David, come on. We know you like to take pawns, buddy, but just hold your horses, man. But it wasn't. The problem is it's not really about the pawn taking on d4. It's so that we can play e5 next, and if we get the bishop out, then we're just like so happy.
Mm-hmm.
So happy. And we didn't actually refute that at all, right, David? Like queen g4, bishop d4.
It did not get refuted. It was just a mess. You know, we went
Yeah.
deep on it with Kostya, and we had no clarity, right, Kostya? Like, did you have like a feeling who was getting hurt?
No, not at all. But like, yeah, I mean, Gukesh is tanking. If 94 was such an easy move, he would have played it already.
And one of the problems there, guys, is that the knight on e4 looks cool, but the knight g5 stuff, especially after e5 is achieved, it doesn't really do anything. It's not the h7 square is my square. That's a light square. My bishop's about to come to f5 and say, "Forget about it, son."
Mm-hmm.
Can I critique the chess world real quick, just as an outsider?
Yeah, of course.
I just feel like you guys need a different word than tanking because that already means something.
What does it mean?
What means when you're like failing and you're flopping?
Right.
Well, actually, we've had this before, and maybe it's just me. Maybe it's just me. Or I think maybe I did pick it up in the chess world, right? Like when somebody thinks forever, that's going
Well, I
into
thought
the
it comes
tank.
from poker. It's like a poker term. Because you have like your poker tank. It's like a tank of time. And when you're tanking, it means like you use your. I mean, now it's just like a phrase
You
where
think
you're
something
just
came
thinking-
from poker to chess? I feel like people have been saying that since
Yeah.
before chess players started playing poker.
But I just Googled it, and it's true. But how about this? How about the way I'm just using tanking is like kind of universal if they're doing it in poker too. I didn't know that about the poker though, and Google
For
confirms.
me, I've got a problem when people say someone is like throwing the game, and all they really mean is like they choked or like they played bad. Because throwing a game has a very important meaning in chess. And then
Right.
people are like, oh, Dig like makes a mistake. Oh, he threw the game. It's like, no, stop it. You don't know what you're saying.
Words have meaning. And we shouldn't say piss around kids watching the stream, so we got to be careful with all our words. But I think there's a lot
my
of
kids
people
love
that play
talking
chess
about
who pick
piss,
it
so
up
I
with
feel like
words.
that's on the table.
Oh yeah, kids love piss, dude. I can confirm. I got a dad confirmation right there, man. They love talking about piss.
I have a friend whose kid once said, "Dad, I need to use the bathroom, but could you use the bathroom first? I want to pee on your poo."
Oh no, I've had that. Yeah.
That's romantic. That's nice.
My kid's favorite song that he plays on Alexa is the poop song. You should listen to that. Dude. And it's just like poop, 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 poop. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, anyways, but what you're saying about tanking, I've seen that in comments, and to me, it's so natural that I guess for both chess players and poker players, it's just a thing. I'm convinced, though, that I was saying that well before poker became such a big game.
Right. What else?
Yeah.
What would be an alternative for tanking? He's thinking. He's thinking a lot.
Well, we need a new word for thinking a long time, and I
Right.
think there's a lot of people in the chess world we could think of something.
Deep thinking.
Okay. So first we need to tank about it, and then we'll be ready.
What I like about the word tank is that when you do go into a long think, and I think Gukesh might be an exception to this rule, but generally when you think for a very long time, your mind is spinning. And it's just going around and around, kind of like you're in a tank and you can't get out.
Right. But spinning is like a third level. It's like beyond tanking.
Well, honestly, anytime you go past 10 minutes, that's like you're tanking. Something has gone wrong.
We could call it going deep.
Going deep, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's nice.
Going deep.
And you could say he's going a little too deep if he's in that situation.
Exactly.
But-
Once they're spinning,
He's
he's gone too
coming
deep.
up too fast. He's going dizzy.
Yeah. He's gonna get the bends. What is it?
Yeah, he's getting the bends.
That's really nice, Nicola. You have such an affectionate and attentive child.
That's very sweet.
Yeah, super sweet.
This is really nice for Ding, actually, because 94 is a scary move, but he's getting so much time now to think about what he would do on 94.
Mm-hmm.
And I think in general on knight f6, he can just say, I can figure that one out. I get there,
What do y'all think about the Luigi, the shooter?
No,
Just shout out.
no.
Go.
Well, dude, it's interesting actually for me because
I think the CEO killed more people than him.
he went to this school, Gilman, which is
David's
right
right.
up the street from me, and he comes from this very prominent Maryland family, so super wealthy, privileged kid. So it's having little local reverberations over here for me.
Like people around you are like, oh yeah, I remember going to like chess club with him or whatever, or maybe
Well,
D&D.
It's a huge, like, this family is like the one of the big families here. So like ultimate kid of privilege.
You think his parents can get him off the hook?
Well, it's funny actually. The lawyer was like, his lawyer was like, I'm not going to say who I'm I'm not saying who helped me out.
His lawyer said, I won't say who I'm representing.
Who paid me?
Who paid me?
Yeah.
Okay.
But definitely an
That too.
interesting
I
case.
like that interview with the lawyer.
Yeah. What do you think, Alex? Our dojo won't get in trouble if you share your opinion.
I mean, I've watched enough of you guys. I think I'm aligned with you, David, on a lot of these views. And then, the guy was a straight up gangster, and I'm glad he got. And well, my big thing. Here's what I'll say about shooters and murder, and I'll cancel your whole stream. Is I'm glad this guy was successful in getting positive responses, because I think when there are certain people that decide to one day pick up a gun and go shoot someone, I'm glad they're targeting like CEOs and not like going to a school or a movie theater.
Right.
I think these are good targets and a good outlet for those kinds of people.
It's a better outlet. Like all those school shooters should get some more direction.
Yeah.
It's just one opinion,
I
folks.
agree.
The
Let me
dojo
just say-
doesn't necessarily condone or not condone the opinion.
Let me just say, guns are bad. Violence is bad. No violence. Okay. If you want an outlet, how about chess? The game of chess, very violent.
Yeah.
Keep it to chess.
Mm-hmm.
You can, actually, a lot of CEOs love chess and they're not very good because they don't have time. They're doing other stuff. So you get good at chess, you
It's
can
because
crush
they're stupid, Kostya.
a lot of
Oh.
tech billionaires out there. Can crush a lot. So let me just throw that out there.
Okay, I'm glad we covered that.
Yeah.
So
Thank you for that.
What are the other big political issues here?
Okay, I just want to.
The bishop pair, bishops.
I don't
The
have
bishop
like.
pairs on the table here.
This is just a little insight I want to throw out there. Okay, so this great book about the French Revolution that I finished recently. One of the amazing things about it, when it goes deep into it, didn't tank, it was going deep, is that the revolution was driven by people in privilege. And it was not like you think about it like, oh, the people wanted bread. No, the people in privilege were telling the people who didn't have bread that they needed bread.
Oh, that's a brilliant insight, Jesse. Because, like, where would the peasants have gotten it together to take over on their own, huh?
And this guy is like this really interesting, super privileged valedictorian of this school, went to Penn State, had everything going for him. And then he's the one who's like, no, this is unfair. And his family, oh man, huge in giving to like medical charities and stuff. And all these other, I was like, the interwebs over this guy is a kind of, anyways, just fascinating.
Yeah. Him being a class trader only strengthens his message. It's great.
There's enough class traders the other direction, right? So.
Yeah, we need some going down. Yeah.
All right, and Gukesh, I just want to say, just passed Ding on the clock.
Yeah, he's
He
tanking.
was again away from the board eating granola.
He's going deep. And so
wait, the granola is real? The granola is real, Kostya?
I'm trying to make it a thing because I like the idea that he's in the restroom eating granola.
Not in the snack room, just he has to go to the restroom.
The resting area.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Eating granola one kernel at a time.
Some people pointed out that going deep also has another meaning.
Yeah, any real words are going to have another meaning as well, right? Like, so maybe it could be you're diving in the Olympics, and you're going off the 10-meter platform or something.
Whoa. Oh, we got to move.
What is it? What is it?
Queen F3.
Queen F what?
Press.
What?
You play it with confidence too.
Let's see if Ding runs back. Oh,
Wait.
And he's walking away.
I was thinking about Queen F3. This is a way to Tausch Machina, because it's asking for Bishop B7, and then you take on F6. And if Black wants to take naturally with the Queen, you have to allow an endgame.
Huh? So wait, so what happens after Queen F3?
Well, Bishop B7.
Bishop B7?
And then White can take on F6 and try to get the endgame.
Okay.
Knight D4 is also moved, but then Knight F6.
I mean, that endgame comes with a side of B pawn, right?
We got to just say, you guys, Queen F3 is a very complicated, suspicious-looking move.
Yeah.
Maybe it's an exclam, but we got to...
Because of Knight D4, that's question one.
That's question one, absolutely.
Yeah, let's go. Okay, let's go Knight D4.
I don't know what he's intending on his very next move.
Well, how about, David, let's start with Knight takes F6.
Okay.
Yeah.
Rookovich, right? Is
Rook
forced
takes
here, more or
F6.
less.
And now Queen G3 talking to your B8 rook.
Yeah. This would be even more effective if Black played GF6. But okay, let's see. Queen here. And then against Knight C6, you're going to play Bishop G5.
As a default move, yeah. So that doesn't work out.
Okay, and...
So maybe Queen F3, deep genius. Maybe.
Well, hang on. It seems really unlikely this works for White. Let's see.
Okay, let's do candidate moves. We got Bishop B7, Kostya's move.
Yeah.
I think Knight E7, I would feel comfortable as Black after Knight E7.
Wait, you're done with Knight takes D4?
No, I'm just trying to say, like, Queen F3 is very involved. And one of the reasons is it's like there's so many different moves for Black in this position, and I'm just trying to imagine all the different things that White was thinking about after Queen F3.
Ay.
So, but let's say a key idea of Queen F3 is that there's a variety of positions where we slide to G3 and talk to the coconut on B8.
The big coconut. That's a castle you're talking about. Yeah, some people in chat are talking about this Queen G3 move that Black would have Knight F3, double exclam afterwards, but there's King H1, and then not a follow-up. We've got a move, by the way. He played Queen E8 relatively quickly, so I think Ding was much less surprised than we were.
Queen F3 is, a pretty forcing move. Definitely not crazy to have looked at it.
And the sneaky thing about Queen E8 is it protects the knight on C6.
Yep.
Very good.
Very sneaky.
And he's away. And they're both away.
They're both away at the same time?
Both away from the board.
I would love to see GM Bald Guy just move some pieces around.
just come there, just be like, just quickly analyze a little bit while nobody's watching.
Kolovich, you can't do that. Oh, sorry. No, Ding just went to go tell Gukesh that it's his move. He's just being a gentleman.
You know, it'd be perfect if GM Bald Guy has like Stockfish running on a cell phone, just so he can like be just for reference, so I know that they're not cheating. And he's just like walking around them with like Stockfish on his phone like this the whole time.
I think Queen E8's a pretty good move, man. So I just want to say, if white has nothing special here, it's again going black's way. And we're playing on the light squares. It's kind of cool. And the bishop on C8 is like, dude, I might come out one way, I might come out the other way. And your knight on H5, dude, like, there's no queen G3 because it's hanging. And when you if you take on F6, then it's a worse version than David's previous knight takes F6.
I don't really get it though. Knight F6, black is taking with what? The pawn?
Take with a rook.
The rook.
With the rook?
Yeah.
But like, I feel like eventually white will put the pawn on F3, and why would black be better?
Well, first question, where's your queen gonna go?
Well, that's a concrete question, but I'm just saying in general, I'm gonna put the pawn on.
Yeah, let's let
Yeah,
him
you're
talk
asking a
generally
concrete
as well,
question.
Jesse. So I think, Kostya, the reason it could still be argued that this position could be a little bit worse, either because of A5, B4, and black getting the queenside majority kind of strong.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, F3 would shelter you from the bishop, but it makes the F pawn interferes with, are your pieces in the center or the king side a little bit, but it could be a pretty normal solution to that bishop. I mean, I think the odds are it's still about equal myself after knight F6, rook F6.
Yeah, to me, it doesn't seem like white's really worse at all. I mean, e-pawn's ugly.
Yeah.
You have F3, knight E4.
Yeah, I think if black had an argument, it would be like A5, B4, but I don't think it's going to be fast enough because I think like, queen G3, rook E1, queen D6, knight E4 to C5. Like, I think white has enough things going on.
Okay, but why don't you guys, I'll try to defend black's honor that black is a little bit better. So maybe you'll just come up with a sample variation.
What evaluations do the three of us have right now?
-0.9.
Oh.
What do we have? You guys haven't changed for a long time, neither have I.
I'm still kind of at -0.2, yeah.
That's mostly just because I'm very unclear on the situation.
No, it's and by the way, one of the things I can guarantee is like if we're looking at the engine, it would be saying all these moves are inaccurate, but we don't have that. We don't have that, thankfully. All right, David, what do you want to do after Queen E8? You guys defend white's honor. I'll see if I can get inside these players'
What I want to do is calculate knight E4 because knight F6 I think is equal and it's not as exciting. So I still want to calculate knight E4 even here after.
But doesn't
Queen
bishop
E8.
D4 just touch all your coconuts?
No, it takes one of my coconuts, one of them, and then I don't know, stuff happens. But
I just took all your stuff and my rook is looking at you.
It was one pawn. That's not all I've got. I've got more than that.
But my queens come to G6 and stuff. I'm looking at H5. Oh no.
Okay. Oh no, he says.
So that wasn't it, dude.
Whoa. So fast to be the arbiter of what is or isn't it. All right. Well, I mean, the obvious move for me would be queen G4 next. I know it doesn't make any sense why I played queen F3.
But then queen G6.
Queen G6. Yeah, this is lame. Okay, I guess there's no longer knight E4. All there is knight F6 and boring equality. Well, it's not boring. It's still pretty
let's
thrilling
see.
position.
Well, let's see if
interesting,
it's equality or not. Let's see if it's equal or not. So, rook F6, maybe GF6, but I was thinking rook just could activate.
Yeah.
On YouTube?
What is it? No. What is that icon?
Oh, this. No, this means they're watching without the audio usually, or some weird like
Okay.
thing.
So I just traded Jesse, and then I put my queen on g3.
Fair.
Just looking at some slightly weak squares. Some people in chat suggested queen e4 centralizing, but
Yeah.
eventually I'll have to give way to the light squared bishop. So
Right. Okay, so let's just say rook g6. There might be other moves. Let's try that one first.
rook g6. I'm gonna go to d6, I guess.
Good. I think that's a fair question, but
Oh, you have e5 then, huh?
e5 looks too strong.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, e5 looks too strong. Queen d5, bishop e6. No bueno.
I don't have anywhere great to go after this rook move, so I'll go to h4. That's lame. Well, if I'm just saying equality, I can go back and forth. I could go queen f4 and just say I'm moving back and forth with you. Sure. Queen f4. Look at that.
So queen g3, rook g6, queen f4.
Yeah, I'm offering rook f6, queen g3 because I've
No, I'm
gotten
not
over
interested.
myself.
I've gotten over myself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, move played.
Move played.
Trades on f6.
Okay, good. So
With the knight, I think, is a lot smarter than with the queen.
Yeah.
That's why he's a top
Why,
5
where
player.
he's at.
Yeah.
Yeah, very good. Oh, and Ding came back with a banana. He had something yellow in his hand.
So let's say something obvious. Both players are below 2 minutes a move. It's going to start heating up.
Sorry, in the chat, someone came up with marinating as a better word for tanking, and I agree.
Marinate.
You can marinate, you can overcook, it could lead to stuff. I think it feels good.
Why don't you like tanking? It's
Because tanking to me already means like they're failing. Like, for example, if this was tied the first 6 games and then Ding lost like 5 in a row, you could be like, he tanked. Like that to me means something else.
I'd say he collapsed.
That's what we say. We say collapse.
okay. So we got queen e2 on the board. And right, this is a hard position to evaluate. I do think that Kostya's intuition that at some point we want to play f3 is correct. There's no huge rush for it. Also, we're saying that the knight e4 will discombobulate the rook at some point.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like queen e2. Keeps an eye on the c4 pawn. Makes it harder to play b4 in the future.
All right. I've moved my evaluation negative for the first time.
Wow.
This game in favor of black. By the way, there are some folks asking us, what's the percentage chance of a win, draw, loss? You know, what's this like 1 point whatever scale? I would say the odds of a draw are very high right now, in my opinion. Like in the 80% range. But I did just move my evaluation to negative 0.05 after seeing that queen go to a sort of passive square. Yeah.
One basic move for black here could just be knight e7. And that way, you know, you get to play knight e4, and later I'll get to play my clears the way for my bishop. I'll get either knight f5 or d5. So I still like black. I don't know. That's interesting that David, like, one passive move sends David's eval bar all the way down.
Yeah. He dropped
All the way down
500s.
0.05.
5 centipawns on one move.
I know.
It's a big dip, you know, buy the dip.
Okay. So intuitively I like knight e7, but there's probably other moves here.
And how do you feel about white going bishop g5, bishop e7, offloading the bishop?
I think black's a little bit better there.
Okay, so you won't mind that. I'll play knight e4 for white.
On knight e7, maybe I would also, if a concern of mine on knight e7 would be, can white play d5?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I don't know. It's hard to evaluate.
Well, I've selected knight e4 first.
Okay, but wait, before we go rabbit holing, let's just say knight e7, reasonable looking move. Maybe a5 would be very ambitious.
I'm attacking your rook.
Boss, no. I'm saying don't play knight e7. I'm trying to just graph out what the possibilities
are. Okay, yeah, a5,
right?
Big possibility. Yep.
So I'm just looking because knight e7 is just my default move, but I'm sure there's others. maybe you can get away with bishop b7. Maybe. I don't know.
There, your question is whether white can snag your pawn, right?
Right. Yeah. And in all those
Probably.
positions, it's a question of like how fast the f3 thing, comes on the board.
Ding's really marinating here. See, that feels good.
He can't marinate too long here. He can't marinate.
I mean, he's okay. Gukesh just spent like 50 minutes cooking. So he's allowed a little marinade.
Another move, David, that just kind of looks simple but can't be too bad is queen g6, which stops the immediate knight e4 and just kind of looks at the black position, the white position.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Casting your eye on my last pawn on a light square. The last bastion of my light squares. Queen g6 looks like it's it, Jesse. I think that's it. Boom.
One of the things I don't like about it, though, is like if you just played f3, I still don't know exactly what I'm doing after that.
Yeah, that's because the position's about equal.
Yeah, I've seen queen g6 as well. Seems likely.
Yeah, queen g6 was my candidate move.
I'm going queen g6.
Yeah.
How about, okay, David, since I'm the one defending black's claim that they're a little bit better here.
Yeah.
Let me try the knight e7.
Yeah, try showing us something. All right, you're going knight e7 now? Well, knight e4.
Good. Now I have to worry about knight d6 stuff.
Yep, don't walk your rook to the wrong square, folks. This is
I'm gonna play rook g6, and I'm gonna say it's a little ambitious because maybe my rook is offsides there, but I'm gonna play it.
I thought you would do that, and then I was gonna play bishop f4.
Normal people would, of course, play f3, but here we go. Bishop f4.
Queen g6 has been played, by the way. That was, of course, better than this.
Oh, good. Okay, queen g6.
I don't think my move is too abnormal, Jesse, this bishop f4, because I'm taking advantage of an opportunity to bring the bishop from e3 to e5 where it will be activated, right? I'm just putting white's pieces on better squares.
Fair. Okay, this position, by the way, very complicated because white has d5 ideas.
Yeah. I would argue that in your line, Jesse, by the way, just since we have it on the board, my opinion, folks, this is a position where black has quickly drifted into slightly worse position by letting white play knight e4 and bishop f4 and just activate the minor pieces. And, white's always got knight d6, so the rooks and queens for black have to stay off of certain squares. And it's just white became slightly more active than black.
I'll just say I'm not worried about that. I can play rook b6. I'll have knight d5 later. But in any case, let's focus on the game. So queen g6, and maybe the big question would be, like, if f3, what is black going to do?
Yeah, he's played f3 quickly.
Ooh, he called that one.
Yeah.
No longer hypothetical.
I mean, got to put the knight on e4. And they are in a position that's a little less hard to play, right? So.
Okay, he immediately goes back to rook f8, getting out of knight e4.
He's still got to make 20 moves, but okay, traded some pieces.
Actually, rook f8 might be a really cool move, just positionally, because I think what it says is my rook no longer serves a purpose there, and now I'm going to go to d8.
Yeah.
Also, I think it's good to keep the rooks connected. Jesse, in that bishop f4 position that we disagreed about, I thought the rook on b6 would kind of stink. Like it's disconnected from the rest of black's position. So.
Also, another cool idea is on knight e4, black could just play knight e7 there and say, I'm going to get good play. I still like black, by the way.
Okay, I still think it's equal, by the way. I've rescinded the 5 centipawns even. It's just, it's so okay for white with the knight on e4. Yeah, your centipawns have been revoked.
By the way, one thing, a dynamic thing in the position is, can white ever get away with a4?
Jeez, that's aggressive.
And I don't know about now, but there's just, it's always going to be hanging over the position, because if black has to play a6, a b, then we could claim I accomplished a little something with getting my rook open.
I mean, you also improved their pawn majority, right? Because there's a plan for black of a5 b4 to trade the a pawns. So
yeah,
I was honestly thinking that against a4, that a4 has basically no impact as long as black has a6 available, because you don't especially want to the minor pieces. Maybe put a rook on e1. But
okay, but
or a
so
rook
let's
on,
play it out. We might just get a sample variation.
yeah, or maybe a rook on d1 at some point, so you can play bishop g3 without hanging that pawn. I'll start with knight e4, Jesse. Just super
Good.
simple.
All right, I'll play knight e7. I'm going to put my knight on d5.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Okay,
I would rather be black.
I'll play bishop f2.
Bishop f2, okay. So maybe David's going to g3 or something.
Mm-hmm. Quite possible.
All right, I'll put it on d5.
Okay,
Knight f5 is also.
I'll put it on g3.
Let's start with knight d. And then rook b6.
Rook b6.
I think this rook on b6 is a good square for the guy.
Oh, we're gonna disagree about that. Disagree about that, my friend.
By the way, you guys, this is just a sample variation. Black doesn't have to play knight e7, doesn't have to play knight d5, could also consider knight f5. We're just like imagining what this might look like.
Yeah. All right. I will play rook a to d1. Just a little nothing move. I'm just waiting around. I don't have anything.
That's going to set me up for a later c3, though, right?
I don't know. What? C3?
Later, yeah.
Why? What does C3 do?
Well, it says
knight C3.
Rook C6, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and we'll admit that if White just played knight C3 there, he could be like, dude, what do you got? What do you got? Okay, David, let me try again. Let me try again. That was good. Knight E4. I think knight E4 is going to come, by the way. I believe strongly in knight E4.
It doesn't. I'm not set on it either, though. I could play bishop F2, rook AD1. I don't care too much here.
Mm-hmm. All right, let me try a slightly different setup. So knight E7, bishop F2, and now I'll go knight F5. And
all right, so knight E4, knight E7, bishop F2. Now you're going knight F5, right? To stop bishop G3.
And also just to allow my bishop to go to the D5 square.
All right. Okay, so I'll play rook FE1.
So we have rook AD1 on the board.
Rook AD1 played?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's fine.
One thought there is, just to force through D5 at some point.
Mm-hmm. Right. So let's say black played knight E7 here, a la Jesse.
Okay, good.
And white played D5.
Good. I think that's the right question.
And like somehow everything got traded. Like let's say black plays knight D5, knight D5, ED5. And I'm going to play rook D5 for now and not play bishop A7.
Yeah, and we're going to call that equal.
Just make it a little simpler and get this position. So if you look at this position, black's queenside pawn majority is a little bit of an advantage, but in opposite colored bishops, pawn majorities and passed pawns are a little less important. And the F3 pawn is sheltering white's kingside a little bit.
Yeah.
So, black has to be a little cautious around G7. So I would guess that it's equal, and that in practice, you just have to be a little more careful as black, actually.
I would totally disagree with you guys. I think that position, rook D5, I think white's clearly better. And then if white gets the bishop to C3, white just has white's just up a pawn.
White's definitely putting the bishop on C3.
Yeah. So I think that extra pawn in the king, because the bishop on B7 does nothing, and then the bishop on C3 is going to be, I don't know, to me, white's just clearly better there.
Okay, let me try to defend black's honor. How about I play, after rook AD1, let me play A6. Just to see what you want.
All right. A very unimpressive move. Costa, you think he just wants D5 no matter what, maybe?
Let's try it, because actually it makes perfect sense. Like,
all right, so D5, and then I'll play knight E5.
Oh, Jesse didn't trade with us normal style. He played knight e5, so he's getting fancy. We could play bishop d4, bishop c5, or bishop a7, Kostya.
Wait, knight e5. Can we go bishop f4?
Yeah, you could even go to f4.
Oh, bishop
I
f4
want
is
that
maybe
double
fancy.
X-clan.
Oh!
That's a good move, dude. Okay. Yeah, show that one, David. Show the fork. The
Okay,
rook.
I'll show it all. Yeah. Black's bishop on c8 is no adornment either. It's the only reason Black's losing here, right? The rooks can't connect.
How to connect the rooks.
Okay, let me try again. And instead of the timid a6, screw it. Let's just play a5.
Uh-oh. People are saying there are audio problems.
But
Multiple
I'm seeing it
people.
only on YouTube. Is the Twitch, how's your audio?
Shout out on Twitch. How's
Yeah.
the audio?
Lauren, Jake, how are we doing? Do we have a real problem here?
YouTube, we see you guys. Twitch says audio is good.
How's the video on Twitch?
Interesting.
Yeah, maybe guys try watching on Twitch if you can. It's the same channel name, twitch.tv/chessdojo. It seems like the audio, it's working fine over there. It might be a YouTube thing.
It's weird because my computer is not showing any signs of a problem. Like, I don't see anything on my side that suggests anything's wrong.
Okay, maybe it's better now.
On the video, there's 4 strange dudes, but otherwise, the quality of the video is fine.
Okay, maybe we're okay.
Okay, rook a d1. So perhaps with the idea that he can just play d5, open up the whole center, and then get his dark squared bishop to c2 eventually. To c3. If I said c2, I meant c3.
All right.
Yeah, the black bishop can't get to c2. You have to use a really tricky maneuver.
Yeah,
And
that
then
would
the
be sleight of hand.
Okay, so to my mind, like black could play knight e7 and feel confident that d5 is just fully equal. But if they want more, they could go for the spicy a5, which is very spicy. And maybe we're going to end up getting roasted. One of the problems with a5 is like it's really hard to actually achieve b4 without our c4 pawn hanging.
Let me ask a perhaps really stupid question, Jesse. After a5, and I understand part of why this is stupid is white could have done this last move too, but maybe not because the rook would have been protected. But knight takes b5 is my question.
I thought about that, but it doesn't work because rook b5, queen c4, rook b2, and I'm tagging g2.
Ah, I got it. Okay, thank you. Otherwise, it would work? There's no other refutation?
I don't. I stopped there. I was like, if I see rook b2, I stop.
Rook b6, d5, pawn takes d5, queen d5 check. There's bishop e6. Maybe that could refute it too. Who knows? Okay. So no knight takes b5. No knight takes b5. Ding's thinking a bit.
But for example, David, a5, a4, I would have to consider that. That's hard for me. No, I don't believe in that. But...
Big move in the Sensei eval bar, Jesse. Kostya went from minus 0.1 to plus 0.1 somewhere in the last couple moves.
Uh-huh.
A 0.2 swing.
Yeah.
Very good.
I'm about ready to go to 0.
All right.
I mean, I don't know. Somehow I feel white's potential here. I don't really feel it for black as much. I think I'm biased against this e6 pawn tremendously.
But after knight e7, white's going to play d5, right, Kostya?
Yeah, and then I like that position for white.
Okay.
One move Jesse played earlier was a6.
Then we play d5, ed5, knight d5. a6 just keeps the b pawn and the a pawn defended, right? The pawn's off of the pawn on a7's off of the bishop on e3 looking at it. Let's put that back on the board for a second and see how we evaluate.
I mean, a6, we can start with bishop f2 as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you could get fancier if you want. But just basics of evaluating. d5, ed5, knight d5. It looks like somewhere between 0 and plus 0.2 is sort of like the range of what the evaluation is likely to be, right?
If anything, yeah, I feel like, yeah, it'd be tiny bit better for white.
One thing I want to say about all these positions, even with the opposite color bishops, is on a practical level, they're eminently not equal in the sense that white has the better king. So if white can create an attack, then they're going to be better. And if black produces a passed pawn, then they're going to be better. And so there's going to be a clear positional struggle that's like a race. So, and mistakes, because they're both in hectic time pressure here, you know, mistakes are going to be made.
Yeah.
We're basically almost at a minute of move here for Ding.
Oh, it's gonna get hot.
Yeah.
20 moves to go. Oh, Ding just shook his head. Uh-oh, it's beginning.
The downward spiral of confidence in his position when his position's probably fine.
It's the time trouble, yeah, insecurity. Because when he won the game, he was also feeling, he was looking very shaky and nervy, despite having, you know, fantastic position.
The overwhelming position he had, he looked nervous.
He was, yeah, until it was really over.
Wow. Because that game was over for a long time while they were still playing.
I know.
Do we know if he had coffee this morning?
I don't even know if he drinks coffee on any.
Oh, he's turned into a coffee drinker, dude. This is the rapport influence.
Wow.
Yeah, we'll see.
I've got a new idea for white, actually. How about this? Knight e7, d5, and let's play knight takes d5 for half a second. But let's not take on d5, and we'll take on a7 first. And just say rook b7 or something like that.
Okay.
Just to humor me.
Yeah.
And then bishop d4, and then we claim that white's better in that position.
Sure. White's definitely better in that position, yeah.
So that's critical because that might take out knight e7.
Well, wouldn't black play knight takes c3?
Oh, sure, yeah.
Maybe, but also I feel like that's also a little bit better for white because my bishop is just stronger. You know.
Yeah, but here at least you split white's pawns. It's not as easy.
But I don't know. If I got the better bishop, I'm just saying and my pawns are better.
You do.
Okay, so look, rook ad1, good move, and black has to, I think that was a big variation for me because that meant that, and maybe that's how Ding could shake his head. He'd be like, I was thinking I was fine there, and maybe I'm not. Ooh, but there is a question, a momentito of a question there actually that has to be addressed. Knight e7, d5, knight takes, bishop takes a7. I have knight f4 intermezzos. And that's actually pretty unclear.
Yeah, that's a little messier. I've got another thing to suggest, Jesse. After knight e7, can white play bishop f4, activating the bishop anyway?
That's the wild one.
Yeah.
Okay, knight e7 played bishop f4.
Bishop f4 instantly!
Oh instantly banged out.
Oh! I had to be fast to get a point there, Jesse.
Wow.
No, we got to say something, you guys. This is the rook fork is a rare thing, and to my mind, it's like one of the beautiful things in chess when it actually happens because it's so rare. And so, David, put it on the board. Rook f4.
Oh, and Ding totally missed bishop. Like he looked shocked when
Really?
Ding-Gukesh like because Gukesh blitzed out bishop. Like he didn't even write down knight e7. He just
Right.
blitzed it out.
Which is against the rules. You have to write it first.
Yeah.
It's,
Ding did the same thing, by the way, when he came
Never
back from the
heard.
bathroom. He like ran to the board and slammed a move. Like he
Yeah.
didn't.
Now, bishop f4 looks cool, but I'm not yet sold that it's like, going to change dramatically the eval here. So let's say I play rook b6.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I love separating your rooks, by the way. I really think it's a...
bishop c7.
Big
Yeah,
deal.
bishop c7, and then bishop e5.
Oh.
Gukesh really playing tempo.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
We need the
He's-
arbiter to step in because you have to write stuff down. We live in a society.
Yeah.
So let's stress bishop c7 is an important discoordination move. So if I go to c6, then I have to deal with my pawn on b5, and I'm going to be in the way of bishop b7.
Mm-hmm.
If I go to b7, then I'm also in the way of my bishop going to b7 later.
No, he's putting some actual pressure on him here, and by playing the moves quickly, it's magnifying that pressure, right?
I'm going up, guys. I'm shifting up. Feeling I'm going point.
Oh, he took a double take on bishop f4. I finally found it on the tape. Yeah.
Uh-huh. Okay.
Woo!
Big double
Hot.
take.
Hot.
I'm gonna be reverse question. I'm negative 0.3 because I believe in my boy.
All right.
Okay.
By the way, you guys, on rook c6, maybe white could play knight takes b5.
Okay, and what's your idea?
If a6, I'm going to play bishop d6.
That's tenuous. In this position, Jesse, we're almost better without the d4 pawn, huh? Now, if we're getting again this position with AB, bishop e7, I guess we'll live with our pawn. But yeah,
But that knight takes b5 is a very uncomfortable thing here for Ding, because rook c6 is the would be our default move. But if knight b5 works, that could be very unpleasant.
so
Knight
against
b5, bishop a6 is also a problem, right?
So knight b5, bishop a6, bishop d6.
And then like I don't know, just everything's hanging on this diagonal, so it feels very suspicious.
But when you play bishop takes b5 and I go bishop b7, you can't play c3 because your bishop's not protected.
Yeah. No, I got you.
But what about, okay, bishop b5, bishop e7, rook b8?
Go ahead. Queen e5.
Nice. Rook b7.
Okay, but white's yeah, still tricky.
It's a big fight. I think white has the move d5 here.
Good move, yeah.
And I mean, I was going for c3, cb, which is going to be a lot of counterplay, or c3, c2 was going to be a big deal. But with d5, we're introducing the idea of pawn takes d5, rook takes d5, and then we've got rook d8, rook f8 checkmate threatened, as well as tagging the bishop. So,
Yeah. So actually, one thing we should appreciate is like, yeah, this, because on rook c6, yeah, that knight b5, and that's really annoying.
I think he's just going to play rook b7.
Yeah, he did. And again, bishop d6. Man,
Boom!
I think Gukesh is messing with him because he's like, oh, on rook c6, he's just gonna blitz out knight takes b5.
Yeah.
It's just,
But wait a sec, no, I think this is really simple now, because what White is saying is I can minimum now I can take on e7 and have a good knight versus bad bishop. Minimum.
Oh, I asked you
Yeah,
before
I
if you
think he-
cared about it. There was a previous position where he could trade the bishop for knight. You had like a rook on f6, and I said, what do you feel about bishop g5, bishop e7? And then you didn't care.
But that was slightly different. This one, I feel like I don't see, like, the bishop is having real grief getting out. My rooks are now passive.
Mm-hmm.
So bishop takes e7 now. I think I'm going to change my eval after bishop e7.
And you think he's going to take on e7, huh?
I mean, that would be this. There might be a fancier one.
I think
Right,
he
there
might
might-
keep the tension. I think he might keep the tension.
There's a lot of tension after
I
bishop
think
takes
it's like rook
e7.
f1 here.
Rook fe1 would be a natural move, right, Kostya?
Mm-hmm.
And then the only question is, does allowing knight f5 matter to us? Probably not. I kind of like rook fe1.
On rook fe1, I could play knight d5.
You can't. He'll take it.
Yeah, definitely.
excuse me.
That's why we're powering up here.
Oh, sorry, it's powering up. Okay. Oh, man.
So rook fe1, I think you'd have to go to f5 because we're also getting ready to push d5. That's part of the point of the power up.
Okay, yeah, rook fe1's interesting.
So I think you'd go knight f5 and then so many options. c5 and e5 both look decent here.
But let me just stress you guys, bishop takes e7.
Yeah.
Rook 8 takes e7 is forced, and then that position's nasty for black. That's just unpleasant. Then you could do your rook fe1 there too, and it's like, oh no, bad bishop.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you.
That does look
Okay, guys,
kind of
I'm-
nice, yeah.
I'm changing my eval here.
White's definitely better.
Yeah. I'm gonna go 0.5. This is swung. And bishop f4 was a nice move. Bishop c7, bishop d6, also nice probing moves.
The
Yeah.
entire chess world just underestimates Ding, but not me. My evaluation is -1.
Yeah. The worse his position gets, the more your confidence grows.
I believe in him.
Yeah.
That's how he gets stronger. It's like the Hulk when he gets angry. It's when Ding when he's behind.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, bishop e7 looks real nasty.
This is a big choice for Gukesh. He could agonize about this and really put himself in some time pressure because there's nothing immediately clear with bishop e7. So it's just like maybe he can calculate it out, but it would take some minutes, right? To find something clear after bishop e7 or rook fe1.
Well, but this is the thing with these guys and Gukesh is like, yeah, this is the moment to actually use it. I called it. Thank you very much.
Wow.
And now I think rook fe1 looks very strong.
Well, I'm just glad for Gukesh that he didn't hesitate too long on that choice. He goes for queen to the dark squares.
Yeah, no, he's playing decidedly much faster now.
Tempoing the b5 pawn, right? He's just grabbing every tempo he can here.
Okay, good. And I was looking at this, and my question was like, what happens if black molests us with like a
queen offer
f6 or a queen f5? Yeah.
I think maybe trading on e5 would be terrible for you, so he just ignores you and plays rook e1.
Power up.
What?
Powered up. Rook
Powered
F1.
up? Okay.
I'm a little okay. I have a feeling we haven't fully seen the idea with queen e5 yet.
Well, are you going queen f6 or f5, actually?
I don't know yet, but I'm just trying to understand what white's going to do, because queen is like, one big question for me is like, is queen d6 a thing? You know, what is the worm? What's going on with the worm?
Like, where's the queen headed? D6, c5, somewhere?
Yeah. We could also just park it on g3, and that's a comfortable square where I'm just looking at you.
Mm-hmm.
You know? And like, especially if you go f6, then queen g3, and then I got knight e4 coming with the tempo.
Here's a question, Jesse. Queen f6, knight takes b5.
Okay, boss.
Even that
okay.
is possible. That's how good the d file is, right? Because you go rook takes b5, rook d8. This is not what he would do. It's not maximal, but it's like a playable rook ending, right? He's up a pawn.
Okay, but wait, I think I know what's going on, David.
Yeah.
Regardless of whether he goes queen f6 or queen f5,
Yeah.
a very strong move for us is the simple knight e4.
Right. That's what I was thinking. And I was asking you partly to know if I was going to get a tempo, but the real move I wanted to play is knight e4. And I was thinking that if you trade on e5, it's basically like a textbook of a bad position for black.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is gone. The queen e5 is nice because it's saying if you want to trade, boss, you have to give my knight. You have to open up all your little dark squares, buddy.
Who would have thought that bishop would have such a hard time getting to b7 this game?
Right, dude. That was like the prize of the whole position for ages and ages, and it never happened.
Yeah. So here, folks, this is probably not obvious immediately that this is bad for black, this position. You might still dream of putting the bishop on d5 or something, but white's threatening rook to d8. So that's why you can't push b4 or something that was suggested in chat. If black counters the d file with a move like rook d8, rook d7, white might be able to play knight c5, forcing control of the d file to white. And, you know, then you can play rook c7 to try and get the knight out, and white gets the rook to d8 before bringing the knight back to d6. Then these white pieces are super active.
I've gone up to 0.8 for white, you guys. 0.8. This is so nasty. I've been in this situation before where you think your bishop's getting out, and then all of a sudden, just tempo for tempo, it's not.
Mm-hmm.
No, he's unhappy. 16 minutes. He's got like 1 minute per move.
Oh yeah, he's shaking his head, dude. He don't like it.
And he can't be any moves. They should be good moves. That's the tricky part.
That's the trick.
Picking the right ones.
The right moves.
Here's another nasty variation. B4, AB, rook B4, knight D5.
Well, yeah, he's in no position to be playing b4, but I will show your variation. Takes. Takes. Boom.
Well, I would really want to, if I can, I want to play B4.
Oh, yeah, if you can, but I mean, you owe so many tempo here, right? For coordinating the bishop on c8 and the queen on g6, like, you know.
Yeah.
We just know there's no room for...
Now, if I could get away with B4, it'd be great, because then I could play rook B2 and then, you know, free up some stuff.
Rook takes B2, threatens mate.
This is one of those positions after queen E5, it feels like black is just a spectator now, right? Because, like, what are you supposed to do?
Okay, so Golwa, I think you're asking if black can avoid the fork because of rook B2, and then if white stops the checkmate, then you'll save the other rook. But knight E7 is with check, and
that's where
and it's going to remove the mate threat quite naturally when we take the queen.
Yeah, that's where you really shout out, check to the miserable king.
Mm-hmm. A6 played. He paid the tempo. Played. He paid the troll toll.
He played the troll. So, okay. I think both rook FE1 and 94 look like great moves here for white.
Yep.
Yeah.
I would be most interested in 94 because maybe I'm just squirming and worming.
I would be most interested in rook E1 because that rook could be improved even more than the knight.
It's possible too that D5 might also be strong.
Yes. It is possible.
Because then our key variation is ED, queen takes D5, and then how do you defend? That's very concrete, though. But white has to actually be very certain that that's gonna crush him.
Right, and then the bishop comes out, right?
Right. So that actually doesn't look like it works, but that's a thought.
And here's the thing, also, like another thing I'm looking at is you could play moves like queen D6, rook D7, you know, queen B6. You can queen B8, you know, rook to E8. Like you can slide around and bother black a bit with this queen, right?
Oh, but no, David. I don't think you want that because in that variation you allowed us to get to bishop to B7.
I played queen B8, so I didn't allow it this time.
But still, rook E8 is going to come.
Right.
And then I'm going to get bishop B7.
Right. So what I'm thinking is like all those things, they just don't have enough oomph without the rook on E1 or the knight on, you know, C5 or D6 or something. So I'm just saying it as an argument for there's already these weak squares. You could waste time calculating your queen slipping around in these squares, and black can't exactly immediately kick you out or refute you, right? Because there's a bunch of weak squares there. But the queen's not going to win the game on her own, right? You need some more backup here.
Yeah. I think now, see, this is where, if I was his coach, I'd be like, Baus, this is why we needed to save some time on the clock, because this is definitely a 10-minute thing to be like, all right, let's finish him. Now it is time to finish him. And we need ideas to finish him. I mean, if you're just playing blitz, though, it's 94, right? It's just like, boom, that's the move we want to do.
Yeah, absolutely. 94. You just start hopping around. Rook Fe1. Oh, but Gukesh is
Okay,
really
so
going
like
in.
let's say you play knight e4
Mm-hmm.
and black plays rook b to c7. What do you want? What's
Yeah,
I
also
want to
maybe
play like
rook.
H4, H5 maybe.
But Kosi, if you let me go bishop d7 to d5, then I'm really in the game.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
White might still be a tiny bit better,
Right, but I'm in.
but
I'm in, yeah. So I think that's one of the questions. Like 94 looks great, but then ultimately white wants to stop this bishop b7, b5, d5 stuff.
So let's try rook fe1.
Okay.
See what we can do there.
Yeah, rook fe1's interesting because then it retains also maybe at some point I might play d5.
Oh, yeah. Big time. That's what I'm trying to gun for.
So does this art guy just post the same joke every 30 seconds in the chat?
Yeah.
That's our residence.
Art, get a new joke. Try a different one.
Yeah.
I like Art. Because he represents what most people look like when they're actually writing real engine evos.
Yeah, no, I got that the first 17 times he said that.
It's still a nice reminder, you know. He posts so that others don't with actual evos.
It's true that just art posting has prevented everyone else from doing it.
They're like, oh, okay, Art's got it.
Okay, so rook fe1. That's where my money is, Jesse. I think the worries about d5 are pretty serious.
What if like okay, rook e1 is fine, but what about knight e4, rook c7, knight c5?
Yeah. I was
And
just looking further at that. And so knight e4 we
trading,
had rook
trading off the
c7,
bishop if we go there.
knight c5, bishop b7.
It'll take
You're going to take it?
Yeah, take the bishop.
Oh, weird. Because I think I finally thought I saw something for white to do, and it was different than that. Okay, so you take, rook takes.
Yeah.
And then
I don't know. I don't know if white has anything there, but
yeah.
I think white's at least a little better, like queen d6.
I think if your rook were on e1, we'd have d5 again there, right?
Yeah.
Queen d6 going after my a pawn, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would take white there. I don't know if it's the most we can get, but
yeah. Okay, here's one thought to compare it to, Kosti. After bishop b7, what if you play queen d6 before you trade?
mm-hmm.
The thing is, the knight is keeping all the rooks from bothering the queen now, right? And I'm threatening to take the a pawn this way, but I can also go rook fe1 and take the e pawn. And if black ever goes bishop d5, then I go collect the a pawn and so forth.
Yeah. Yeah, it's possible.
Why is white marinating? I think because knight e4 and rook e1 both look good. And I think like they're both positionally logical, and probably, you know, your first couple calculations, they both look good as well.
Yeah, how about this as a question, David? On rook fe1 and I go rook bd7, I think if you play rook fe1, you want to move right after that. So what would it be?
You go rook bd7, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I have two different moves I was considering here, Jesse. One is d5 immediately, and the other is
yeah, go ahead.
And the other is queen b8, rook e8, d5.
Okay. And I couldn't find anything concrete for white in either of those. So I think a move has been played.
I'm going to play d5
We got
now.
d5 immediately.
Whoa! Holy moly, what?
Oh, wow.
Okay, so just to recap, we didn't understand this because like ED
right?
Queen D5, Queen F7, and we didn't see what the continuation was.
Not Queen F7, Bishop E6, developing the
You can play
piece.
Bishop E6 too, yeah. In any case, we did not see what the continuation was after ED.
Oh my God. I mean, what is the idea? This looks like a blunder to me.
He's got some idea,
I know,
boss.
he
Just give him a
must.
second.
What's going on? Okay, well, let's say black plays ED. We can assume that much.
Okay, ED, Queen D5. Now, if Bishop E6, maybe Queen C6 could be the idea.
He's played Queen D5 check. What did he come up with? Man, I thought he should build.
Okay, and I want to stress that if Bishop E6 doesn't work for whatever reason, Queen F7, I also don't see anything amazing for white.
Mm-hmm.
And we're going to stress, like, now the positional advantage is gone because the bishop is fine.
Yep.
So white needs something special now after queen takes d5.
Yeah. I was raising my eval too because knight e4 and rook e1 were both looking so good, Jesse. I'd come up to 0.75 from 0.5, and now I'm disoriented.
By the way, even queen e6 looks fine for black. I don't understand what the issue is.
Yeah, on Queen E6, for example, I was thinking about Rook FE1, but then black can play Queen takes D5,
Yeah.
Knight takes D5,
Yeah.
Rook takes E1,
Yeah.
Rook takes C1, King F7, and
Yeah,
that looks
fine.
totally fine for black.
Totally fine, dude.
I
I
mean,
just all go with that. Yeah.
Yeah,
Even-
he mentioned King F7.
even better for black, right?
Could be even better. Yeah.
It's so weird because it's like all of these moves look like they're fine for black. All of them. Oh no, Gukesh, what have you done?
Yeah.
No, but just like first of all, conceptually, D5 makes no sense. Open up the bishop for black.
Right.
Yeah.
Just buried on C8. So it only works if there's a concrete something.
Right.
Queen D8. We don't see it yet.
Mm-hmm.
Suddenly, my evaluation isn't so crazy after all.
Maybe Queen E6, Queen C5 could be a thought.
Yeah.
Okay, so which move? Queen c5?
I don't really believe any of it, but I'm just trying to imagine what, because first of all, if you play this, you have to have ideas against Bishop E6, Queen E6, Queen F7.
Right.
And
And surely
I
you've
don't-
miscalculated one or two of those.
Yeah, one or two of those didn't work out, you know.
That's why you never do this.
But I also don't I don't see a refutation to any of the moves.
Right. So you can't even guess what his idea is, period.
I don't even see a refutation to King F8.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Queen E6 was played. We kind of predicted that.
Well, insofar as we predicted
Now I have
all
to
the
change
moves.
the eval bar. Honestly, I'm going to 0. I might even go better for black in half.
Queen C5 played quickly though, so he
Okay.
did have something.
Well, he at least has an idea. It's hard to imagine, though.
Yeah, I mean,
You could force a queen trade on E3.
No, that's the one variation that doesn't
Not
work, though, because of Rook
Oh,
B8.
for black, you mean? Yeah.
yeah.
Queen C5. Oh, very good.
Thank you.
But that's not good for Rook D8. Rook D8. But he could force it.
Queen c5. Okay. And I guess the other basic move is rook b c7. Presumably he's going to play rook d8 check. King f7.
Right.
And then, I don't know, queen h5 or something? Yeah, queen h5.
Then there's Queen G6.
Yeah. And I was going to trade and play knight d5.
Oh, okay.
But I guess there's
Yeah.
rook something to d7?
Yeah.
A very basic move here for black could be Rook E8.
After queen c5? Back to queen c5.
Yeah. Mhm.
It is quite
yeah.
possible it's a blunder, Chessneck. Yes. D5 looks terrible. So it's possible it's a blunder. And it's clearly based on concrete calculation. And when you calculate 3 or more variations quickly, or relatively quickly, then of course you could have gotten something wrong.
But maybe, okay, let me just make an argument. So I'm just trying to imagine. So imagine Rook E8. This is just as an example.
Mm-hmm.
And then I play Knight E4 and I claim, I'm still looking at you, buddy.
Yeah.
I still have the D6 entrance square. Later, G5 could be a thought. So actually, so let me
Well, what are
stress.
you waiting for with knight e4? You could play rook d6 and just take the a pawn already. If
Okay,
that's
fair,
what you want.
fair. That could be a thing. I wasn't even thinking about the a6 pawn. I just wanted to improve my knight, but mhm. Okay, so maybe maybe this is kind of annoying. I think the one variation that you gave, David, was nice with rook c7, rook d8, king f7, queen h5, queen trade, and knight d5 at the end.
But that wasn't the end of the line.
But
That
it didn't
wasn't the
work,
end
right?
line.
Because of rook ed7.
All right, so maybe we should start with that.
And he skipped off happily.
It's still white still has a draw there with trading in knight b6.
Yeah.
So it doesn't seem like he's risking.
Yeah.
Rook e8 played.
Rook e8 played. Okay. Maybe a mistake because knight e4 and the rook d6 both look like maybe some coconuts are getting touched. Actually, rook d6, we could just play queen e7. No. I don't like that either.
Also,
Knight
white
d5.
had a lot of options in that rook d8, king f7 line. Like, not just the forcing line I played. Like, white has the king out of his hole, right? And there might be other variations there.
Yeah.
Isn't rook d6 just kind of annoying right now?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Maybe queen f7. Rook d6, queen f7. Playing the lights.
I'm gonna go back up to point 2, but I don't think there's a knockout here. I just don't feel knockout. Knight e4 has the idea of knight d6 as well, huh?
Mm-hmm. So I think rook d6, queen f7. Maybe black can play that position. Actually, I'm not. I have to check that.
Okay, so rook d6, queen f7. Question 1 is we grab the pawn, right?
Yeah, let's try grabbing the pawn because if rook c7, I just go rook c6. So yeah, what's happening if we just grab rook d6 and play to grab the pawn, bro? What's going on there?
Queen for 2 rooks. Isn't rook e1 winning? Merles is asking. I don't know if that's serious or in jest. I considered that, Merles. And I thought, black has to go back to e8 to defend the bishop at the end.
Right. Mm-hmm.
And then in this position, I considered like queen c6, queen d5, and knight d5, but I didn't find anything totally convincing. Maybe black's so discoordinated that there's knight e4 then, and that black can't avoid knight d6?
e4 is kind of annoying, yeah.
Hang on. We should look if there is a way to stop knight d6 there, right? Because that's all forced moves up to this. So black definitely needs a move there.
Wow, so that might be a thing, yeah. So this position is very rich. He's got rook d6, he's got knight e4, and maybe rook fe1.
Okay, so here's something to
Arbiter
look at.
has moved from the computer to watching them. I don't know what that means, but just noting that. Going back to the computer.
What happened?
The Arbiter got up, he went to the board, now he's back at the computer.
Oh.
Let's just keep that in mind.
Okay, so I'm looking at one line there. Rook b e7, knight d6, rook check, king g3. And then as far as I can tell, the something drops for black. They lose some material.
Yeah.
So if that knight e4 move is winning there, then against rook fe1, does black have queen f7?
Maybe queen f7.
That's going to be miserable though.
Yeah, Queen F7 94, I think, is a good suggestion.
Okay, 94.
It threatens a quadruple fork, so it's unstoppable.
It's huge. Huge. But let's say I go rook b to e7 trying to restrain you.
Rook F1.
Undoing what we just did. We could have just played 94 without rook e1 if that was...
But now Black's queen is targeted.
Dude, D5. D5, man. We were all like, what a chump move. What a chump move. And then all of a sudden, it's like some little hairy scaries are happening.
I don't
Yeah,
know.
I think it's a time pressure play. It feels like he's looking for these tricks.
But I mean, maybe it's just a good move, dog. Because I'm seeing all this stuff. Like, here's maybe a way also just to conceptualize it is to say, I open the lines, and because my king is better than yours, and especially because that knight e4 is coming, I should be much better. Or at least I should be the one with the coconuts. And definitely here, I feel like one of those moves, they all look kind of scary, honestly. Rook d6 looks scary. Rook fe1 looks scary. Knight e4 also looks just simple and scary. Holy moly. Knight e4 is kind of a hell of a drug, dude. I'm just going to land it on d6 and ask you some really basic questions.
Right. Yeah, I mean, a knight on d6 is amazing. I don't know if we need to get fancy with rook e1 first, right? It's true. There's just a knight on d6 is taking a lot of squares from those rooks. And Black always has to watch out for the whole queen d5, knight f7 tactic as well. Yeah, Lauren, I was wondering that too at this point. Like if rook e1, queen f7, if we should trade on e8, one rook, and then play knight e4 in that position. But it comes down to this rook d7 move, I think, and then knight d6, and what's Black's option here. Because White won't be able to take on c8 with d1 hanging if Black plays something like queen d8 or queen f8, but maybe White will have queen d5 somehow. He's played rook d to e1. Our little genius boy.
What the hell?
Our little
I don't know
genius
why
boy.
you chumps thought you touched the rook on F, but okay.
Okay, queen f7 was
Queen
played.
f7 quickly. He knows that queen e1's a forced loss. He had
Well,
time.
Yeah, I don't know
What is-
why
what is
Queen
the
E1
dirty
could
trick
not come
here?
with check. Rook D1.
What?
Oh, because knight e4, rook d7, then knight d6. That's
Yeah.
why. And
Right.
he saves on my brilliant rook f1 move.
Yeah.
Go Gukesh.
Yeah.
Wow.
Wow,
Right.
dude. Wow. Okay. Maybe he's going to teach us something here. So our intuition is that it's knight, so it won't come with check.
Yeah.
All right, very good. So we're now anticipating knight e4, and it looks deadly. Dude, rook de1. Oh!
That's not obvious. That is far from obvious.
Okay, knight e4, and now Black needs a hell of a move.
Yeah, Asher and I think Spinal Tap are both asking about a rook e5 move for Black in the queen and knight versus two rooks position, but it doesn't save Black. White just moves the queen like to d4 or something, and Black's pieces are still hanging. Knight e4 has been played, Tim tells us. And the live board should be keeping folks updated as well. Can we explain rook de1 again? Basically, obviously, one reason for rook de1 instead of rook fe1 is that White's threatening knight d6 here. And one way to try to stop that is rook to e7 to take on e1. Now White can play knight d6. Rook e1 is not checked because there's a rook on f1 instead of d1. And then White can take the queen. And White's got queen against rook and bishop in the ending.
Blunder City right now.
Okay, one question I have is,
Yeah.
what is white going to do on rook c7?
Okay. Rook c7. Excellent question. I think it starts with knight f6 check.
6, very good, David.
And then if queen f6, then obviously all the rooks are hanging. And if pawn f6, we overwork the queen. Rook e8.
Okay.
That's the
Oh,
trick he's going
dude,
for.
this welcome to the world, man. Holy catolis.
Okay, I have. Oh, guys, look at this. Okay, rook d8,
Okay.
knight d6, queen f8,
Queen f8.
knight takes b7.
Oh!
All the geometry is working out.
Dang.
Saving that. This could be completely winning if there's no good answer to knight d6. It's attacking every single piece at the moment, knight d6, when it comes.
That's a lot of heavy pieces.
Oh,
And there's even like rook
Very
e8, right?
good,
So if you go like rook
Oxford
d7 here, knight d6, queen f8, so there's no knight b7, there's rook e8. Oh my god, it's over.
Well, this knight of like, there's no queen c7 because knight of 6 is coming.
I can't calculate very well, but I'm going to just guess that this is winning.
And notice, like, wow, dude, I was like after d5 too. It's one of these beautiful moves where I was just completely, I think we were all wrong. Like, dude, d5 had a lot more juice to it than it first looked.
I mean, I always believe in Gukesh.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Okay, what can he do?
We just keep changing what we say based on the position. But you had that firm conviction.
maybe
Yes.
queen f8 right now, just to try to hold.
But then knight d6.
Knight d6, take on e1,
Okay.
take on e1, rook b8. Oh, rook e8.
Rook e8's
I know,
lumen. As is queen d5, right, Kostya? Like rook b8 defending the back rank, then suddenly there's queen d5, knight f7, etc.
d5. Okay, rook f8 played.
Rook f8 played.
f8 played. Okay.
He wants like knight b6, queen c7.
Then knight b7 again, right, Kostya?
Knight b7, yeah. Knight b7.
Knight b7. Oh.
I think knight d6 just wins the exchange, or are we missing something?
Knight d6, rook c7.
Knight d6, rook c7. Okay. Okay, so that's his intention. Knight d6,
Clutch.
rook c7.
That's clutch.
You guys like when they use sacrifice wrong online? Like he sacrifices his queen, but he could take the other queen back.
The other obvious question is, why doesn't knight... Okay, on knight g5, maybe you go queen f5?
Rook e5.
But also maybe knight g5 and queen d7, maybe I'm holding.
I think queen c7 also possible. Because queen d5, not sure it's such a huge threat. King h8.
Okay, maybe. Okay, fair.
Game's still going. Game's still going. All right. I'm dropping down a couple tenths of a pawn. I think white's better, but I don't see a knockout. Rook f8. I'm just making the eval bar very responsive, you know? Every time I see a new move, I'll just move it up or down.
Wow, dude. Maybe Ding found a little defense here. It's hard to believe, but we're not finding a knockout here. And so our claim, right, is knight d6, rook c7 is what's going on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, knight d6, rook c7.
That Gukesh misses his light squared bishop right about now.
Oh, dude. Okay.
Well, I think this rook f8 may have been a fantastic move.
Mhm.
And, you know, not blundering in time trouble yet.
Rook f8, yeah, fantastic. I mean, pretty much like almost by process of elimination you can get here. Just every other move, losing. And you got to find this knight d6, rook c7.
Yeah. Krapsu Galois says, as long as he has only moves, then he'll make the correct moves every time.
It's a good point.
Well, that wasn't true in the night before game,
Well,
but
it wasn't true the night before game.
yeah. Mm-hmm. So no, he can blunder. We've seen him blunder, but that was a great find.
I think what we're going to see, though, is knight d6, rook c7, queen e5, and the pressure continues.
Mm-hmm.
Queen f6, maybe.
Yeah, queen
And then
f6
queen
looks
d5.
decent there.
Queen d5.
And then, right, it's the kind of the question that Kostya mentioned a while back is like, does this queen d5 do anything? I don't know, but that's like the looming thing. Because black is good.
In that line, actually, that's nice. There's a king h8, knight e8. Because all of black's pieces are ripe for another fork.
Yeah, that's a nice one. Okay, show that one, David.
Okay, show it to me.
So, knight d6, rook c7.
Yeah.
Queen e5.
Yeah.
And then we have a question where the queen goes. But let's first start with queen f6.
Right.
Check to the miserable king. King h8, knight e8. Welcome to the dojo.
Oof.
And then again, you have this pattern like rook d7, knight takes f6.
I mean, we've got queen b6 check, right?
Oh, we missed that.
We
King h1, rook d7.
Why do we have to put it on the board?
And on it goes. And on it goes. It just doesn't end.
All right, both player. I mean, Ding's got 30 seconds to move. Dude's got a minute to move.
Yeah.
The good news for Ding is like, I think White really has to show something in the next couple of moves or it's just going to peter and then it'll be easier to play.
Yeah.
I think they need to adjust their sleeves 3 or 4 more times, and they got it.
Knight
Rook
d6,
c7.
rook c7.
And like, I'm not seeing anything here. So like queen b6, queen d7, and all of the checks on d5, I don't see him actually doing anything.
Okay, he's gone to e5.
Yeah, I called that one. Thank you very much.
Yep. Staying on his dark squares.
I thought in addition to queen f6, there's queen d7.
Okay. Right. Queen f6, queen d7. Queen f6,
Queen f6 was played.
So he sees queen b6
that
check.
Queen b6 check, yeah.
Nah, I think he blundered knight e8. Because he missed knight a7 in that other game. Dang.
I don't really see anything. Nothing concrete.
Oh man, I'm gonna go watch Gukesh for a second here because he had such a nice position, man.
Yeah, he's just calculating over there.
Yeah.
If there isn't a knockout blow, is it equal? Asks Lauren. You know, there's some potential for black on the queen side with the pawn majority. If white doesn't achieve anything, it could actually be better for black. So,
Queen d5 check played.
White could try to sit on this knight on d6 a little bit and keep playing the middle game because the knight's reasonably annoying. Like he could start trying to double rooks on the e file now with rook e5. Yep, he does.
Rook e5. Okay, good.
So I think I would say this: a queen trade in general could be a good position for black. And what's happening after rook to d7 here?
I think rook e6 is in tension.
Rook e6. Thought maybe just rook fd1.
Rook e6. There is queen b2, right? What did you think, Kostya? Just rook d1 defending the knight?
Maybe rook d1.
Yeah.
Rook e7 was played. Nice and simple chess.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think it peters here. Rook e7, knight c8.
You think he's going to trade to get rid of the bishop?
Never mind.
Rook E1 to the file. That seems right. He's going to trade a rook off. Yep. They're only 3 moves from time control now, folks. So it's...
He's got to do the trick of moving as soon as Ding goes to the bathroom.
They're getting there.
And let's just say it's a big deal that this pawn on b2 is always hanging if the rook moves.
Yeah. H6, getting rid of back rank mate, getting rid of knight f7 tricks.
And he's got it. He's gonna make
good.
time control, dude.
Oh, yeah.
He's gonna make time
Okay,
control.
who's still saying that white is... Okay, Jesse, you're at 1.5 for white.
Oh, okay, no, sorry.
Yeah.
He meant 2.5.
I feel like it's point... Yeah, I feel like it's really equalizing. I'm gonna go 0.1.
I'm sticking with my negative 0.3.
He's
I
going to
don't
take
see
on
any
C8 now?
problem.
No. Still won't take on C8. Holy moly. The boy's playing with fire. He's countenancing bringing the knight back to E4 at some point here. Tagging the queen. He's
D7,
defending the
94.
rook. Or maybe knight E8, queen F7, rook E7. Something like that. But the bishop
On
probably
queen
goes to D7, right?
Oh, I think rook b8 might work.
Rook D8 might work. He played bishop
Play
D7
bishop
though.
d7, yeah.
Okay, so now the idea is maybe like knight E4, rook E7, something like that.
Okay, go ahead.
Knight
Queen
E4
F.
played. Queen F4. Woohoo! Hello.
Wow.
Active.
Active move from Ding.
Hello. Hello.
Ay, ay, ay.
That might be unpleasant for a peasant.
Hectic. He can take on B2 with check and then address the D7
Oh,
bishop in case of rook E7.
Do you have a longer one?
Oh, and they don't have to take time. They don't have to take score anymore. So does that. They're not taking score. At least Ding doesn't have to take score anymore.
If he
It
plays
looks like
queen
it.
D4, black has bishop C6.
Oh, that looks much longer. Oh, yeah, let's use that.
The
You guys,
long-
black might be better.
Yeah.
Black might be better.
But can this you have extension?
I think queen d4 should hold it together for black here, for white.
But black has bishop C6 then, right? So that answers the long-standing quest of the French bishop.
Right, and then I don't know. We're gonna call that equal or something.
Yeah. Ish.
Maybe. Oh, wait a sec. Queen d4, bishop c6, rook e7.
Behind the TV.
It might be simpler too to throw in the checks and just see what you do, like queen c1, king f. Maybe you could go to g3. I think So we're anticipating queen d4 here. I think.
Okay, now we're in business.
Oh, David, he could consider rook e7 here. It's a little bit maddening, but maybe he could
I was
consider
just sitting there going like, well, our boy doesn't care. He's probably calculating this. Right? And then like, where does your bishop go? Okay.
Well, it would go rook e7, queen c1, king f2, queen b2, king g3. And then the claim is that we're in charge. Now, is that true? I don't know, but that would be,
I mean, if our queen could come back to e5, maybe, but that queen on b2 is, she's covering. So now black can play like bishop c8 or rook d8 or something. On bishop c8, does rook c7 win?
Exactamundo. Let's see what he does.
Rook
Rook
E7.
e7, he went for it, dude. He went
On
for
move
it.
40?
Oh my God. This guy's insane.
The lad is mad.
Oh no, he's lost his mind.
He gives up the b pawn with check, so he's definitely flirting with the idea of losing this game.
No, but is Ding gonna go? Because queen c1 check is a very responsible move for black. You're leaving your rook on f8 behind. Is Ding gonna even play queen c1? Because you can go bishop c8 right now, and maybe it's not so bad.
Yeah, his position's not bad if he just moves the bishop. Surely.
F5 maybe.
He go to f5 or c8 with
But
fine
hold
results.
on bishop c8, I have queen d4 and claim that I'm better. I think that's fair to say I'm better after queen d4.
Yeah.
No, bishop f5? Oh, no, mate.
hard.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah,
Mate,
mate.
this way.
Hard
That's
enough to
the
play
difference with rook
e1.
e7. Okay. Rook e7 is a big deal.
Oh, buddy. Oh, Ding is super nervous, bro. Rook E7 was a balls of steel move, man. Holy,
Wow.
this, go, man. Gukesh has got the balls.
Oh my gosh. I mean,
This
well,
is
most
why,
of
this
us
is
would
why,
take the pawn on b2, right? Because we're dreaming of winning.
Well, not
well, but
instantly.
you know, you got to be worried. You got to be worried, man.
No, I would go like bishop f5, I think.
Bishop F5, Queen D4, white's better.
Fair, but I'll go rook g8.
Okay, by them white's got what he wanted.
But I still got like some checks, you know?
Rook.
No, what? Once you go Rook G8, that's the sign that we have to move the eval bar up for white. Bishop F5 played.
Oh my god. With seconds left, like 15 or so seconds on the last move of time control. He does not go for the B pawn.
But I mean, that looked really bad, right? Do we find something there?
Did it look so bad? King G3. Well, Bishop C8 seemed to lose to Rook C7. But we had not exhausted black's possibilities, had we?
No.
Well, you also mentioned, I think, rook d8, but then there was queen c7
Rook
there.
D8, Queen C7, yeah, was not so much of a move. Bishop F5 was another move I'd had in mind earlier.
All right, now they made time control, so we do have a little bit of time. They're both away from the board.
Yeah, it looks like they adjourned for the day.
Yeah, probably discussing.
Oh, and then it's Rook E5. Then it's Rook E5. That's what I'd missed way earlier.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a geometry lesson over here, man.
But even if you didn't see bishop f5, rook e5, it's just like, imagine queen c1 is a blunder, and then you play it, and it's like, why'd you play this on move 40?
Well, I think it might be a blunder because bishop c8 loses, bishop f5 loses, and rook d8 loses.
Mm-hmm.
Let's show rook d8, David. It goes rook takes d7, rook takes d7, queen f8, king h7, queen f5. Welcome to the dojo. Dang.
Well, you also have, yeah, I mean, you've got straight up queen c8 here if that's what you want. But
there we go.
But I think they were saying, Jesse, just queen c7 attacking both the pieces.
You could do that too.
Don't even give black queen e5 or anything.
Yeah, so this queen b2 looks like it's losing.
Right, but the reason you would calculate it and maybe go for it is because it might also win, you know? So, like,
of course,
if you, depending how much time you have to look at it to some extent. Okay, now, so he goes bishop f5. We expect now queen d4.
Queen d4, yeah. And I just want to say, David, before this match started, the whole fanboy thing about Gukesh was precisely this kind of play, dude.
Yeah.
Precisely. Like, he kept the game, like, he lost a little bit, maybe lost some control on d5 as a practical attempt to knock him out.
Mm-hmm.
But now he finds this continuation, and queen d4, white's still on top.
A tiny bit, though, right? Because the bishop and knight trade is going to simplify things, and bishop e5, bishop f5, rook e5, rook c8. Somebody's telling me. Okay, so that might be in the queen b2 line. Let me check. Bishop f5, rook e5, rook c8. Look at that.
Oh, I didn't see that. They might have both missed that.
Look at that one. So bishop f5, g3.
Yeah, that move looks strong.
It's possible they both missed this detail.
Well, it might also be... Could it still be rook c7 there instead of rook e5? I guess then there's king g8.
King g8, that good move.
And there's no way that's good.
Circling their empty board like a shark?
Yeah, we're supposed to see what's going on. Make sure none of the pieces are like vibrating or something.
Oh, Gukesh might have gambled there and won.
Yeah, what happened with the confession room? I like that idea for classical chess.
They just don't do it for every tournament. Yeah, I kind of don't like it, actually. I think it kind of changes the game a bit.
In what sense?
Well, like, normally players aren't allowed to like talk out loud about their position. That actually can help sometimes. Like, it was helping some of the players in some tournaments where they would like talk through their thoughts, and then like it would help their thing. I don't know. To me, it's just weird.
But they're not talking with someone, so if that helps them, great. That's cool.
No,
and we see it happen.
But it's like, I don't know. I just find it weird. I feel like Once you start a chess game, you shouldn't talk for 4 hours until it's over.
What about a sign language confession room?
Okay, guys, I think the big question here is Queen D4 is the natural move. Gukesh is thinking about it, and Gukesh is wondering the same question we are, is that after Rook G8, he's saying, look, my position looks amazing, but do I actually have any coconuts to touch? Because bishop takes E4 is a problem.
Maybe you'd have to play FE and turn the problem into an opportunity.
That's a great question. Someone's asking if they could talk to themselves in the bathroom. That could be the next toilet gate. You should put microphones in the bathroom in case someone tries to reason out their calculations.
I think it is. It is technically legal. It's very suspicious. They are allowed to talk out loud, guys, but it's just weird if you're not in a confession room, you know?
Are they allowed to
Okay.
talk to each other, or is that not allowed? That's breaking the rule.
Only to offer a draw. Yeah.
Let me
why
check
not
my
queen
evaluation.
G8. It's not really going anywhere.
All right, I've updated my evaluation to reflect move 40.
Point one. I feel like it's more of a point two situation.
Okay.
Someone's saying Bobby Fischer talked to himself all the time.
I think that was later in life.
I know the Jews had microphones in the bathrooms to hear everything he was saying.
Yeah.
I never heard anything about that.
Oh, wow, he gambled, and it looks like I'm not seeing anything after Queen D4, Rook G8, and I'm not seeing anything better than Queen D4.
Mm-hmm.
Now, one thing, David, maybe I could claim is imagine Queen D4, Rook G8, H3,
Mm-hmm.
Basic. Yeah.
and then I claim that after Bishop takes E4, Rook takes E4, that I am better. It's not much. It's not much, but I claim I'm a little bit better.
Well, you've got the idea of rook e6, trying
Yeah.
to attack a pawn at some point. You've got the more active rook, but don't you want to try to play FE, Jesse?
On FE, I didn't understand how I was avoiding a draw with Queen C1.
Right. In this move order, that's correct. There's check here. And check here. With a draw. But instead of H3, you could go Rook F7. Is that it? Yeah.
But then, oh, okay, we could try. So, Queen C1.
Yeah. King F2. Bishop E4, right?
Well, also Queen C2 check is a
Yeah,
question.
you got all kinds of questions. But let's just trade on E4 here.
Okay, but I mean Queen C2. I don't know why.
No, throw in Queen C2.
Okay, King G3.
Then you can take on E4, go Queen D3 check.
Yeah, this
Okay.
is not what Black has no concerns here.
What? I trade on D3 and play Rook D7. You're basically lost.
8. Is it losing?
Well,
do you-
first of all, though, like why is Black? I mean, you just put your king on G3. You have no distinct threats, and I just took your proud piece. Why am I worse? No, I'm doing better.
Well, where?
Where?
In this position, it's a rook ending where I'm up a pawn and your king's on H8.
Well, I didn't play Queen D3, dude.
Okay.
Go Rook C8 at the end. Um, but yeah, you don't have to go Queen D3.
Yeah, you can go Rook C8, but you're still down a pawn, right?
Queen D4 played. Now, we didn't find anything better than Rook G8. Looks like a forced move. There maybe is some rationale to playing. You could also play Queen C1 first. I think it's plausible to play Queen C1 first. And if you, yeah, okay, Rook G8 played. And here's the question. Right, so this is the main position we were looking at. And the question is, can Gukesh basically find a way to create pressure to continue playing?
We know
I like
he'll
this
keep
idea.
playing.
Chat. Has that been done when people just play without a board, just visualizing?
Blindfold chess?
Yeah, but like they have to look at each other. That'd be really fun. Because I know Gukesh and Ding don't even make eye contact when shaking hands. Now they got to look at each other's faces and make moves out loud.
That would be very intimate.
I mean, very, very different.
Very intimate. I'd like that.
Mm-hmm.
At least for a fun little blitz tournament, that'd be fun seeing all the players face to face, holding hands.
You have to sit like this the whole time, like you're on a date. Well, a pre-cell phone date.
You think post cell phones, everyone's on their phones during dates?
Yeah, I mean, me personally, I've never been on a date, so I don't have like experience of being on a date, but I've seen other people on dates when I was in a restaurant, and they used to hold hands and now they hold their phones.
That's true.
Wow, that's deep. It's a deep.
Steve David.
Yeah, because I mean, at that point, it begs the question: is anyone still going on dates? Right? Maybe nobody's going on dates anymore, not just me.
I think people do go on dates. Maybe it's a hot take, but I still think dating is happening.
Hot take: people still date in 2024.
Breaking news: chess guy never been on a date.
Yeah, breaking news.
Dude, Ding defended this position, man. He didn't care. Wow. Yeah, I guess I'm at zeros. I'm not seeing anything for white. Ding and chill, bro. This is Ding and chill right here. This guy's hard to take down.
Yeah, it's chilling now.
I mean, I think white was crushing before d5.
He's got
And by crushing, you know, point 8 or maybe even better. Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah.
It felt really good.
If you
Yeah, I
can get
think
that pawn back to h7, he's locked in. He's protected. He's good.
Okay, good question, Gapsus. I was considering that line, which means it probably is crazy, but we're going to throw it on the board anyway and ask the authorities about it. G3 here.
Yeah, don't do it.
Queen takes f3. Knight f6. Right? Brave move. Bishop h3. Not taking the knight. Completely ignoring the knight. This is where I'd stop my line, Gapsus.
Yeah, H3 is pretty good.
Yeah, and I've tried many variations of that. I tried g3, queen f3, knight d6 as well. And still after bishop h3, knight f7, king h7, I didn't find anything there. So, I don't know.
One thing I'll say, this position is when we first got here, like in my mind's eye, before it actually rose, I was like, well, white should have the better chances because the extra pawn in front of his king and the better rook and everything. But really the drama is white's king hasn't been finding a path to safety here at all. So it just seems like there ain't much for Mr. White here.
I do think white is at least symbolically better. Like, for example, if I go queen c3, I would just always take white there. Every time.
Huh.
right?
Okay, I don't know.
Yeah, if you had to pick which side of the board to sit on, you'd still pick white, but you wouldn't really be expecting to win at this point, right? I mean, we don't have too much, but
I actually would try Queen C3, and then you try to push the king side a bit, like because you have an extra pawn in front of your king. So one idea for white is to eventually get G4, H4, G5 in and start opening.
Scary.
Black stays passive, then that's pretty annoying. Because if you're not pushing your queen side, then it's like white's up a pawn.
But what black is going to start pushing its queen side? He's going to start rolling over there at some
It's
point.
hard though with if my queen's on C3, if my rook is active.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so let's say
H3.
H3. Now, one thing I was thinking about H3 is in addition to the bishop E4, Queen C1 immediately is also really annoying. So that on King H2, we just play Queen F4.
Yeah, that could be the end of the game right there.
Yeah. Wow. What's going on? Gukesh lost his fighting spirit?
I don't think so. I think he's got more fighting spirit than any of us.
Why is he allowing a draw?
Maybe he'll go to F2.
I think he wants King F2. Yeah.
Do we think Gukesh holds hands on a date or his phone?
I think he doesn't go on dates either.
No
I think
distraction.
he is obsessed with chess the way I was at that age.
Yeah, he goes on dates with his chess coach for 10 hours at a time.
Yeah.
Jack, King F2. Yeah, I think he keeps it going here. I mean, that's been his routine the whole match. He just keeps the game going. Doesn't matter if he's equal, if he's worse. He does not allow repetition if he doesn't have to.
Yeah. And we're gathering sociological data here, folks. I mean, people are chiming in whether or not they go on dates, whether or not they use phones. It looks like some people are saying they don't use phones anymore. When they go on dates, they like set the phone aside. They know it's a problem.
Just for clarification, when they say using phone on a date, do you mean just sitting there on your phone, or if you check your phone once or twice, that counts as using your phone?
I don't know.
I'm asking the chat. I gotta know.
Yeah. But several people have said they don't bring the phone.
Also, are we talking first date, second date? Are we talking you're dating someone a year in?
I think some of
That's
them are dating their wives.
So if you're on a date and you're having dinner and your date goes, "Oh, we should catch a movie. Is there anything playing nearby?" And you have your phone on you have to say, "I don't know. I cannot check my phone."
Yeah,
lady."
let's walk over to the movie theater and find out if they still have movie theaters where you live. I don't know.
Check given.
Asher, I thought you were about Gukesh's age, no? Queen C1 played.
Go into the bathroom and tell Gukesh it's his turn.
It's your turn. You have 3 legal moves.
Okay, Guki's back.
Out of his 3 options, I would say Queen D1 is probably the worst one, so you can eliminate that quickly and start calculating the other 2.
Just think about the other 2. Yeah, it's very good. King F2. Called it.
Mm-hmm.
There's advice in the chat. If you can't find a date, you go to a yoga class. Okay, so what's your move? You're in a yoga class. Everyone's doing poses. How do you pick someone up? Please explain in the chat.
I don't know. That's an advanced pose. Looks like mostly chat is saying no phones is just an absolute no phones. Interesting.
I honestly don't remember the last time I saw a phone in public.
Okay.
The arbiter walked by again. What is he doing? Where is he going?
He's
What is
just
he up
checking.
to? Checking what?
The trade has been made. Trade has been made. And yeah, it's this symbolic position for white. Black could either try to trade queens or try to activate the rook or sit tight, right? And just don't give white anything to attack.
I don't know. I feel like you could get squeezed here as black.
Mielenko asks probably 0.00 from now on for top GMs. Perhaps. Jesse definitely put his eval at 0. Kostya's got 0.2 something. I've got 0.1 something. So, you know, at our level, we still appreciate that it would be slightly uncomfortable to be black, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, so definitely not 0.000000 because I think virtually every player would take white here.
Yeah.
No, I think it's zeros.
So you would take black?
I don't know. I take black, but like let's say
How is it 0?
well, if I play A5, for example, maybe I don't know. Maybe I would rather be black. I mean, especially if you try to force a win or something, you know, it could get dangerous for you.
You know, we can go like maybe H4.
H4.
That's
what are you doing over there, buddy?
Go like H4. Whoa. Whoa.
C3 has been played?
This is the D5 of the game.
So
now
Ding
that's
agrees
some
with me.
technique.
He would rather go down a pawn in a rook endgame than continue this.
Wow. Wow.
That is surprising.
Maybe this is maybe
Intense.
good technique. This
Yeah.
is maybe good technique.
Yeah, so the idea is if you take with queen, black trades and goes rook c8.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if you try and be all precious and hold on to all your coconuts with rook e3, there's rook c4. The rook comes to a4, and you're going to be crying.
So the question would be then on rook c8, how about rook e6?
Right, so rook e6 would be consequent instead, right? Rook e6. And I think black just trades, and says that's a draw.
Mm-hmm. Fair.
It's just
Fair
a draw,
trade.
right? Like the A and B pawns are nothing special, and you don't have enough advantage on the king side to win. So that's just the technical choice. I think he has done it. I don't think anyone would win this anymore.
Really?
Zeros.
Yeah.
Well, my friends, I think we've reached that point in the story where now we get to ask Alex about Kostya, dude. We need a little insight. We need a
Yeah.
little brotherly insight, dude. Tell us.
When did his love for avocados begin? First question. When did Kostya's love for avocados really get going?
Well, I mean, we grew up in California. I mean, that's we all love avocados over there. It's our state fruit.
State fruit?
That's not weird.
But do you guys know the big match Kostya has today? Has he told you already?
I just kind of funny story.
Okay.
No,
We're
he has
here.
not.
Well, there was another match going on, right? We've been occupied. But we're here in St. Martin. Yesterday, we were walking around the island looking to buy a chessboard.
Because Kostya brought his pieces over, but did not bring a chessboard. That's
I
a
forgot
power
the,
move.
the board. So I just brought the pieces.
That's random.
And so we're walking around. There's all these like random little liquor stores and markets. We're not going to find a chess set. And Alex is talking about how there's no chess stores. You know, you just sometimes just randomly stumble upon a chess set, you know, in like a Walmart or something.
Mhm.
And then lo and behold, there was a window with 5 chess sets, like right next to us. So we're like, oh, there's some like fancy chess sets
5.
here. And we start looking at them. And then this woman just walks by us and she just like chirps at us and she's like, checkmate.
First of all, she got her ass. That's the first thing.
And then Alex is like, wait, do you play? Like, what? Turns out she's one of the only people on the island that plays chess. There's like 40 people total, and she's one of them.
Okay.
And then
We don't
40
know if there's 40 people.
40
It's about a
people on the
10
island?
40.
Or 40
There's
chess
40
players
people on the island that play chess.
that play chess.
Corneo.
Okay.
According to her, they were in the tournament. There could be more that play.
Maybe there's a few more. Yeah.
But she won on the women's side, so she's the women's chess champion of St. Martin.
Yeah, is like the female champion of St. Martin. Exactly.
Oh,
So, dude,
Gukesh-
Gukesh does not disappoint. He played pawn takes.
he wants to keep playing.
He wants to keep playing, yeah.
Wow.
So he's going to put the rook on e6 perhaps next?
No, because then Queen A2.
Because then Queen a2. That's nothing.
King G3.
It's a whole lot of nothing. Queen a3 played King g3. Jeez, Louise, Gukesh.
This guy doesn't care, dude.
Okay, now it's a lot. Before I was like, all right, black's not doing it. Now black has
A past
queen
8.
side counter. Black's queen side counterplay is now unquestionable. That's wild.
So you're going to play a game against this person, Kostya, this woman you
Yeah, I'm
met
gonna
at the...
play against her. I think she has like a master level friend or high rated friend. I'll play as well.
Wow.
I'm gonna get in there as well because I think she needs someone to beat after Quest.
After experiencing Kostya.
Yeah.
See, I mean, you know, these people here that play on the island, it's a very inclusive place. So it's like, you know, they might all be really good and they just never go out and play FIDE tournaments.
Mm-hmm.
I like sicking Quest on people. Like when I was in New York for a while, this guy in the Washington Square Park kept beating me.
Yeah.
And then when Quest visited, I was like, "That's the guy." Go get him. And then
It
the
was
guy's like,
him.
"Welcome, I'm playing
He said
from,"
mean
and he's
things
like,
to
"St.
me.
Louis," and he's like, "Oh no," he knew right away.
What'd you say? What'd you ask, David?
Oh no, I was just guessing like how your brother complained about the abuse. So.
Wow, King G3. Okay, well, I'll go back to even. I think it's now. Now I think it's like truly. Now it's like I truly don't know who I would rather take.
This is as clear as a -0.5 as it can be. He's got the passer.
Yeah. Here's a
Although I
variation. Here's a variation to maybe clarify things. Rook c8, right?
Mm-hmm.
Trying to get active. Then Rook e7 would be nice, but the queen's on it. Rook g4 lets the queen back to e7, centralizing. Easy defense for black. Rook e6. Queen takes c3. Rook e8. King h7. Queen e4. g6. Queen e7 or b7. Either way, we win.
Yeah, that wins. Rook H6 was also winning there.
Was it?
Yeah.
One simple thing, though, in that variation, David, is like Rook C8,
Oh, you just do this. whole thing.
E6, and then just King G8 for black. No problemos.
King g8 for black. No problemos. Maybe Rook d6 headed to d7.
Okay, but then are you sure I can't take on C3?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but we can calculate it if you want. How do you take?
Thank you, Michael. If you have suggestions for us, let us know.
Yeah, hit up all your St. Martin friends. We're staying on the Dutch side. We're driving to the French side today to play.
Like,
You tell them we're staying on the Dutch side, all right?
if
Me?
you come out,
No.
I've got Queen d7, right,
Mike.
Jesse? If you go in, I've got Queen e4. G6, Queen e7 again.
Wait, is this
Oh,
the
that's
Eastern
fine.
Caribbean? I thought it was the West Indies.
West Indies, Eastern Caribbean.
Oh, okay. Understood. Thank you.
Okay, so Rook C8 is the most ambitious move, but then Ding has to calculate Rook E6,
He's played
which
Queen
I
b3.
fundamentally don't believe in, but maybe he could do it. You know, maybe he could do it. He played Queen B3, simple chess.
So he's preventing Rook e6, and he's also clearing the way for the a-pawn, right? There's two ways to sort of clarify things. You bring out your rook and attack something and force white into a variation, or you move the a-pawn a few times. That'll get white to
Pay attention.
pay attention, fess up.
Now, I would rather be black here.
Yeah.
I think it's equal, but I'd rather be black.
Okay, Rook E7. Interesting. I think on A5, I was thinking he wants F4, but then there's B4. I thought he wants F4, F5, F6.
Right, so let's say the obvious, besides tying our rook down on G8, it's unclear what rook E7 does.
Maybe he's going to send the king to
I don't
G6, Coasty, instead of the F pawn.
That might be, bud.
Make a mad dash for it. After A5, just king G4 and look at him hard.
King walk him.
The thing is, even if your king were on G6 and you took on G7, it would be losing to queen E6. Maybe he thinks he can take on H6 because the G pawn's pinned. But that's illegal.
So I guess A5 is the obvious question. Does white have any interesting moves after A?
I mean, white is kind of in time if you only run your A pawn. So for example, A5, king H4, A4, F4, A3, F5, A2, F6, queen FG. White wins there.
You know we're desperate if we're looking at king H4, my friends.
It's worth noting that G7 is protected by the black rook.
Yes.
So any checkmate in one tactics are not going to work right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think A5. Let's play A5, Ding. So a little bit, sometimes I'm insulted by Gukesh, you know? I'm just like, Gukesh, buddy, you know, what are you doing?
Right. Yeah. It's one thing to blow your advantage. It's another thing to just go and throw the game.
Let's go. There we go.
I love it when they play the move that like we don't know what white's gonna do. Because then Gukesh has to show us.
Yeah.
I think it's king H4.
I think Gukesh
F4,
needs to
B4.
like start thinking about making a draw here, buddy.
Oh,
Okay, here we go.
somehow
Rook B7.
overlooked king H4.
Yeah, he missed it.
Okay, so here could be a way of defending the A pawn. After A4, queen E5. And then A3, rook takes B5. And then you go and put your rook behind the A pawn. I don't know.
Okay.
Chat also is suggesting he might be threatening rook B6 in this position. A few people have said that.
A4, rook B6.
Mm-hmm.
But maybe, but yeah. Maybe.
But then how does it go on king H7?
I think
And like you play
they
queen
repeat.
D3 and then rook B5.
Oh, queen D3. So Ding has problems to solve.
The solution is somewhere right before you.
If we just wanted to draw as black, I think queen C4 is basic. Yeah, queen C4 seems
But
basic.
why is queen C4 a draw? We go rook A7?
Then he goes rook B8 to B3.
Sorry,
rook
rook
B8.
C7. C7.
Rook C7, he goes rook
I have
A8.
rook A8, yeah. And I say goodbye. So yeah, queen C4 is the obvious one. Maybe he's got something better.
That would definitely be in line with how he's played this position so far, Jesse.
Yeah.
Queen C4, queen E5.
Like,
Then B4.
B4. Maybe take once and rook B6. Just look for something there.
all right, chat. They're looking if Gukesh could keep the game going. He is unparalleled in that domain.
He's unparalleled at keeping it going.
Yeah. B4 here,
Oh, Gukesh misses a big chance this game.
perhaps. Yeah, I don't know. Can maybe play rook C7 there after B4.
That ain't much.
No, it's not much. I'm with you.
Does anyone have a prediction on what Maurice Ashley will get mad about at the press conference today? He always seems annoyed at a different reporter for a different reason every day.
Oh, yeah. I haven't had time to watch those.
Every day he sets a different rule, and every day a different reporter breaks that rule.
That's rough. That must be very frustrating.
At least he got rid of the engines, and he's been Mr. Engine for, I don't know, about 15 years. That guy loved to stand in front of the engine and show amazing engine lines. That was his favorite thing. That was his whole shtick. Now he's lost it.
Yeah, it's always funny when it's like, yeah, they end the game and then they're immediately there's a computer shoved in their face of all the lines everyone was analyzing.
I hate it. And it's always this like weird smile. You're like, why didn't you go 94 in this position? And you know there's some trick to it. I don't know. I don't know why I didn't do it.
I think they should do the opposite. As soon as they end the game, they should just have prepared like the dumbest YouTube comments of like so and so said you should play this in this position. They'd be like, well, that was lost the game.
Why didn't you play Queen F3?
Yeah.
I don't know. Didn't my opponent have a pawn on G2 at that point?
It's only fair if they're showing Stockfish too.
Yeah. They give you the opposite.
So, Alex, are you the younger brother or the older brother?
I'm the older brother.
Okay.
Do I look younger?
No, I couldn't tell.
I'm 2 years older. So we both learned chess as kids. So when we played, I was always much better younger. So our career track record is I beat Quested the most.
Yeah. Of anybody
Okay.
ever.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Oh, so you actually spent then a couple years in Ukraine, right? So can you speak Ukrainian or Russian better than Kostya?
I don't know who's better. We both learned Russian, so we're fluent, but I don't read or write very well. But
I mean,
can
we were.
speak it.
Alex was like not even 3 when we moved here.
Still,
Yeah,
that's a lot of time. That's a lot of time. 3 years old is a lot different than 1 or whatever.
We're not gonna be talking Ruski.
Another way to flip it around in the press
oh,
conference would be they give the players engines and the reporters can't consult their engine while they're asking. So they'll be like trying to remember some computer line, but they've already forgotten it, you know, and they're like, well, on move 17, why didn't you something?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, from just the press conferences I've watched this match, it seems like Maurice Ashley's interested in the lines, and all the reporters just want to ask, "How does it feel to lose?" And they're like, "It feels bad." And they're like, "Thank you so much."
Yeah.
And then they ask Ding and Gukesh questions in Chinese and is in the editor, and then no one translates it. It's like just have 2 translators there. We're interested.
It's not the. It's often not the greatest organization, I would say.
I went to see this movie called Ripples of Life. It's a new Chinese film, and in the Q&A, there were a lot of Chinese people in the audience. And they asked the director the longest question I've ever heard, all in Chinese. We had no idea what was going on, and then he answers something also as long, and then the translator was like, "Oh, she just asked if you can explain the meaning of the film," and he said no. And we're like, "Okay, great, thank you."
I love the joke where someone says some really complicated thing and then the translator just gives you like 2 words. I love that joke.
Well, Queen C4.
Oh, I called that one?
Yep.
Hey.
Welcome back.
Queen E5. This man is not going to take a draw.
Yeah, no, he didn't have to think about. That was just
Wow. Call that one. Okay, I understand how Gukesh plays now. He just doesn't make a draw. No matter what.
So, like, after B4, I mean, black and that B4 Rook C7 minimum, Queen A6, and we're just doing fine.
David, your move. Lauren asking if, as a community, chess is moving away from the engines right now. I think probably not. I think we're in a bubble here. Having grown up in Berkeley, I know a thing or two about being in a bubble. And I think that the chess dojo is also a bubble.
Here's the thought, you guys. How about this? B4, queen A5, and then our claim is we're going to win the B pawn, no matter what.
Sorry, queen e5, what move?
So B4 now from
B4,
black,
yeah.
and then queen A5, and we claim we're going to win your coconut.
Okay, similar. I'd played rook c7 before, Jesse.
But rook C7 allows queen A6. So this way I get your coconut for sure.
This way you get the coconut for sure. Okay, let's try it your way. Queen A5. And now, B3, queen B4, you're still going to lose the coconut, right? So maybe you might as well take on C3, rook C7.
And this position is completely drawn. However, White he's got a pawn. He's not getting, we'll be here a while. So Ding is wondering if there's an easier way out of this mess.
Wait. Kostya, Jesse, do you hear that? That can't be real.
What's that?
Somebody says, I heard on Perpetual Chess that Hammer was doing analysis on take without the engine.
Yeah, actually, I just listened to that last night. In fact, they gave us a shout out.
Yeah.
And the no engine style of analysis is now called the chess dojo way of doing things.
That's right, buddy. That's right.
No way.
Matt in the chat says that you guys are the ones who do this, but I could think of one big creator who doesn't use the engine.
That's right.
Who calls it the cheating way?
No cheating recap.
But didn't Hammer say that no matter what, he would never, ever, ever be convinced to not use the engine?
I don't remember him saying that.
No, he did. He
said no matter what we'd said, no matter what evidence were presented, he would never change his mind.
Right. And the point is that, and his sense was that people needed to know exactly what was going on, right, to be able to follow it.
Is that true? Bobby Fischer didn't use the engine?
It's rumored.
That's big if true.
Yeah.
So I think the easiest way here for black is B4, queen A5, queen C3, and then rook B4 has to be played to keep the queens on, but then that rook is pinned until the end of time. And we can do it.
Recap that, Jesse.
Okay, so B4.
Yeah.
Queen A5, queen C3. Then rook B4 is White's only attempt.
Right.
And then I'll play rook E8, and it's really hard for you to stop queen E5 check.
Decidedly, yes.
Queen C6.
Queen C6 was played. All right, let's think about this.
Just answer the chat. I think the take broadcast, they probably have the bar for the audience, but I'm guessing that Hammer doesn't see the eval bar if they've got one on there.
Oh, interesting.
The idea of what is I think the idea of queen C6 might be I don't get it actually. I haven't found it yet. Oh, it might I was like, I got it. No, I don't got it. What is the idea of queen C6, rook B5?
Rook B5 looks decent. Maybe rook C8?
Okay. Good move. That's just another way to just suck all the life out.
Yeah.
I have a confession to make. Earlier, my friend texted that he was like, I'm watching, but I can't chat because whatever reason. And then I asked him, hey, I won't say anything, but tell me what the engine says right now. And he gave me the eval. So I knew it at one point.
So you knew the eval on one move at one point in the game.
But I enjoyed having that secret and sitting on it. I felt powerful.
Yeah. Just laughing at us as we flubbed around.
No, you guys were fully correct at that moment, so there's nothing to...
Oh, man.
There was no dramatic irony.
Nothing to laugh about.
Yeah, queen C6 is fine.
Yeah, queen C6 is fine. Rook B5, rook C8, that's dead. That's dead.
So, Alex, are you still in California?
No,
Yeah,
they're in
I
the
live in Los
Caribbean, dude.
Angeles.
No,
Well,
you
now
know
I'm
what
in the
I'm saying.
Caribbean.
You know what I'm saying.
Oh,
Yeah, our whole family lives in Los Angeles except for one of us who went to St. Louis
Uh-huh,
Yeah.
yeah.
for some reason.
yeah. Do you like Los Angeles?
Yeah,
You love Los Angeles?
it's just so convenient to live in. It's not a great place to visit like a tourist, but it's
Mhm.
a very convenient place to, get groceries,
Yeah.
stuff like that. It's hard to do
Yeah.
that in New York, where I spend some of my time.
Yeah.
The weather's always nice.
True. Dylan just woke
LA
up.
people in the chat, rise up.
Actually, I was always wondering where do people watch from? Because you guys are watching from like, morning time, US time. So it's probably mostly non-US people that are tuning in for these streams.
Just for fun, everyone in the chat, say where you are right now and your age.
Oh, God.
And your age, not just where you are.
Australia, Denmark,
Yeah.
Lowville. Shout out Lowville,
Whoa, someone's from North Korea. Wild.
North Korea. Yeah, North Tesla's from North Korea.
Oh, here's a question that pertains to the dojo, Alex. So is Kostya feeling the heat? Because I would imagine you'd be feeling the heat if this were true. Is he feeling the heat to have kids too?
I mean, I know I'm feeling the heat. I know both our grandmas are calling us up all the time.
Dang, dude. Yeah. All right,
I
dude.
mean,
Yeah.
not to put my grandmas on blast, but they even told me unprompted I'm allowed to marry any ethnicity because they want kids so bad.
You've got carte blanche.
Oh, yeah.
Long abandon has to be a Jew.
Yeah, making all kinds of concessions lately.
Just hold out a couple more years and they'll tell you any gender will do too.
Oh, dang.
That's big. Yeah, they're not there yet.
Yeah.
In a few more years.
Well, the quote from my grandma, she specifically said a race that would be okay for me to marry. I'm not going to say it here, but it was a very funny, unprompted moment.
Well, you heard it there, Dojo. Kostya's got there's a clock ticking on Kostya. He's got to make that GM title. Then he thinks he's busy now. He doesn't even understand. Dude. He doesn't even understand at all. He's a billionaire of time.
If there's any chess fans of any ethnicity in St. Louis, hit up Costa. He'll take you on a date. No phone.
No phone. He'll bring chess pieces. You bring the board.
No board.
Well, that world map we just got was like everywhere. That was everywhere.
Yeah.
People were just
That was a lot of,
scattered
yeah, I mean,
across the world.
that
Beautiful.
was a lot of places. That was pretty sick.
Awesome.
We still got places coming in. Mississippi, London, Turkey.
I love when people say their location and age in separate messages. Like, yeah, that's useful. Very helpful.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Sometimes you're in a rush. Sometimes you're in a
Wow,
rush.
this is Alex. That was a good question, dude. You're getting some great answers here. Holy moly, everywhere, dude. Scotland, Singapore, Michigan, Thailand.
Yeah, that's a great dojo talk. How to attract a mate. It's cute. You should steal that.
Yeah, there is a tactic in chess called attraction. It's when you like sort of like sack a piece on a square to bring the opponent's piece onto the square you want it on.
Oh, that was a cool question. Okay.
Just for fun, everyone put your social security number in the chat.
Just playing here.
Maybe first pet, first street you lived on, mother's maiden name. Just drop it all in the chat.
Does it have to be all in the same message, or can they do it
That'd
one
be very
message at a time?
helpful. I don't know if anyone can find my Scholastic record, but I believe I won the 3rd grade California championship or something like that.
Oh, that's a big deal. There you go.
I can't remember exactly.
Yeah, your record would be up there. Be on USCF. Oh wow, we're getting some socials. Nice people, nice.
42069. I don't know you guys had comedians in the chat.
60.
Yeah.
What else can I ask? Anyone watching the new season of Survivor? Shout out in the chat who you're rooting for. I'm Team Andy over here.
Man, Queen C6 has short-circuited Gukesh. He can't find a way to escape the draw.
Well, I'll say the obvious. People asked earlier about my predictions. I think we're going to tie breaks, my friends. That's what I think this all means.
Oh yeah,
That's gonna rock.
Yeah.
dude, tiebreak's gonna be amazing. So David, you're not covering tiebreaks. Who's gonna host
Nope.
for us?
One of you will have to do it, you know. Ask Alex
Oh, we
to
got a
learn how to use
Genevieve
OBS.
fan in the audience. Genevieve rocks. Sorry, I'm just gonna interrupt. Make Survivor talk.
I could host the tie breaks. No, so David, I assume that's a principled position for you there.
Yeah. Also,
You're just like-
also it lines up with my need for sleep, my failing health.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Guys, maybe we can get, some cheers for David, who has been hosting like literally every day, getting up 1 a.m., ruining his actual day after that, just so we could stream the mat, which is too important. No regrets, guys. Absolutely no regrets.
Yeah.
But still, like, it's really taking a toll.
Yeah, I'm gonna be in poor health for at least a week after this.
After the day, just gonna sleep.
Just to answer Elephant Survivor question. Yeah, I don't really love the new era Survivor seasons, but I think this one's been the best of the new era.
We've got our highest viewer right here, Jobless, is watching from the Himalayas.
Wow.
Wow, there's the internet up there. Watching
Yeah.
420.
I guess he's closer to satellites, or she or they is closer to satellites, so they might get satellite internet or something.
Is anyone from the Caribbean watch? Oh, we have one Caribbean. Is there any St. Martin watchers?
Oh, chat is being too kind.
Queen B5 played.
Queen B5.
I was looking at this, and I think
But
Black has a choice here between Queen C3 and Queen B5, Rook C8.
Yeah.
On Queen C3, Rook A7 is going to happen, and he'll lose the pawn, but that's a draw. And then he could also choose Queen B5, Rook C8. But then maybe White could think about Rook B3. Maybe Rook B3. It's not.
for Rook A3? Jeez.
Anyways, Black has, I think, a pleasant choice. I'm not sure which one I would do. Yeah.
Robin is below sea level. That's the opposite of the Himalayas.
Queen
The
C3.
Netherlands has a lot of below sea level, right?
Oh, we got someone from St. Lucia. Shout out to
That's
St.
in the
I think I
Caribbean
met some
too, isn't
people
it?
From St.
Yeah.
Lucia.
Is anyone watching from the ISS?
Rook A7, we might still be here for a while because, I think he's gonna win the pawn, and then it kind of just goes for a while.
He's gonna take with the Rook and just keep playing.
He's just gonna take with the Rook, keep playing, yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, I don't know if that's really true. Let's say we play like Rook F8. I don't think you can take with the Rook. Well, if Rook takes, we can play Queen C7. And actually, anytime you play Rook takes, we're going to probably play Queen C7. And the kimono is not thick enough to hold, the
Yeah.
counter.
It's hard to stop the perpetuals without playing Queen E5 at some point, right? Yeah. Whew.
So yeah, Rook F8 looks like a good move here.
Yeah.
There's probably other good moves too.
Yeah. Jesse, I've never seen the tiebreak games between Ding and Nepo. Never seen them.
There was kind of the Ding and Nepo. Yeah, anyways. I mean, let's just say If you guys want to hear our takes, you can watch our series on the World Championship. David and myself are very upset that it's allowed to go to tie breaks. And we're just going to leave this thought out there. Imagine if this match had to do the deed and do the Fisher style, which was also the ancient style, which was first person to win like 6 games. Imagine that for a death match, my friends. That would be a great match.
Yeah, it'd be death for David, who has to host every game.
That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Some things are worth dying for, Kostya. I mean, you're going to die anyway eventually. It might as well be for something, right?
It'll be during a world championship that you're not participating in. I don't know. I think the tiebreak is going to be very exciting.
Yeah.
And it does change things. I mean, what was the first tiebreak? It was it was Kramnik Topalov, right? When it all changed. And since then, we've had multiple matches decided with Kramnik Topalov, Anand Topalov, Anand Gelfand, Carlsen
Two
matches.
Carlsen matches. Yeah.
It's becoming its own era. The era of rapid tiebreaks.
Oh, but you got to think of the investors in the chat. You got to hold a space for long. Whatever. They used to do it before. It's fun.
Yeah.
It's epic. It's exciting. Look at what the playing room looks like. It sucks. It used to look great and huge and grand.
Yeah. Are you telling me that playing room is not available? That place, there's like a line of people waiting to rent it next week?
I think we could set up a better space in this hotel room here. That's nothing.
Yeah. I mean, there were contracts in the past for renting places. It's not like they just invented the fact that you have to pay for a venue.
Ooh, Queen B4, brutal. Brutally good move, dude. That's evil. Yeah. Welcome to the dojo.
Welcome to the draw, Joe.
Well, that's what he needed. He held, dude.
Yeah.
Dude, Ding held this position.
Yeah, sure did.
The milk went bad and he held it, dude.
You can take it. It's going to be a draw. If White gets 3 versus 2 on the one side, it's just easy hold. Like he can win this pawn.
Wait, I forgot the pawns move. I thought I was looking at Black's perspective. Like, what the hell?
Jake, this would not be the 4th consecutive match decided in tie breaks because 2 matches ago was Carlsen versus Nepo. So, and 1 match ago was Nepo Ding, which was tie breaks. So this would be the 2nd. But there's still tomorrow's game to play, which will be a great, fun game to watch. And maybe one of them will win it.
Guys, how long is Gukesh going to play this?
Not forever. How about since I'm going to do the recap after this, let me ask you guys a couple basic questions about the match. So we all felt like Knight G2 was weird. Yeah. And I'm wondering, maybe B5 is the move we should second guess. I liked castles a lot, for example. I didn't understand why, castles that preserves F6
Oh,
options.
you mean why did he get in so much trouble, right? We didn't identify that.
There's no reason for Black to have gotten in any trouble at all.
Okay.
So B5 may be the first move I'm a little questioning.
Yeah. But let's put this position at move 18 on the board, Jesse, right after the trade on F6. In this position, you were still saying Black by 0.2 or 0.3 or something, right? And Kostya and I were saying it was maybe about equal.
Mm-hmm.
But what do we feel in retrospect the evaluation was at this point, right? Because this is kind of a basic position for today's game, right? The structure here.
Right. I think one of the things that Queen G6 may be incorrect, and F3, Rook F8. Rook F8 was well-intentioned, right? But then this amazing thing after Rook AD1, Knight E7, the move that he intended, runs into this Bishop F4 amazing thing.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where the game definitely, it's like, oh, it's turned. Now it's turned.
Yeah. So after Bishop F4, White has a big advantage.
It seemed that way, yeah. And Bishop C7 was an exclam. Bishop D6 was an exclam. I also like Bishop takes E7. So that was a nice series of moves from Dude.
Even Queen E5 was pretty sweet. I was
Oh
just
yeah.
here, either Rook E1 or Knight E4, and his advantage is really good.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So,
And I think one of the things about D5 too is like I, I I'm just gonna go ahead and guess that this is an example of, let's call it, immaturity. This is not to say he's a bad player or anything, but he's 18 years old, and that's an example where if he had an old timer coach like Kasparov or somebody, Kasparov would be screaming at him about D5.
mhm.
Just what are you doing? Now, it turns out the D5 had a lot more poison in it than I originally thought, but
Yeah.
still, but still, you had such a nice position.
But I think the point is, like, when you're playing D5, even if you are Prague or Gukesh or the greatest calculating teenager in the world, like, you could miss something like that Rook F8 move in the position where you're threatening Knight E4, Knight D6, right? Like, there's in one of those lines, there was Queen E6, Bishop E6, Queen F7, and then we're talking 4 or 5 moves down the road. Like, you can't get everything right. So D5 being so committal and anti-positional is really a strange or risky approach.
Right. Yeah. And we're saying, David, that if nothing else, like 94, Knight D6, just got to be a beauty of a position for us.
Yeah.
It's funny. I can hear Kostya's got the sound on, or maybe I also. No, I don't. Kostya's got this.
Yeah, I can hear
Oh,
the player. at the
yeah.
clock.
Little
They-
click, click.
They're
I
playing
kinda like-
quickly now, huh?
I'm really I really just I would love to hear a draw offer, but I don't think it's gonna happen. I just want to hear what that would sound like, you know?
Gukesh is just in his little sad cave now.
Yeah. Because he's almost done playing chess for the day, you know?
Aw. He's allowed
tough.
to play after with his friends.
He's
Yeah.
almost done. That's for the day. Yeah.
Could I make a request for the recap?
Okay.
Yeah, don't put the score at the beginning or announce it for the people
Okay.
that-
We actually had a bunch of people complaining about that.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think they got a point because they basically wake up and they just want to see the game
Mm-hmm.
and they're
Right.
Because this one especially, there's a lot of tension when you're recapping. You don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah.
At some point, though, I show the time graph, and although the time graph doesn't totally tell it, it is giving away a lot. But the time graph's really important to see, especially around move 18, because that was like, it's the same pattern as every game here. Oh my lord.
So,
I think
think-
one thing too, I want to say about the recap. You guys can tell me if you feel this is right. That move 17, Queen E8, I felt like Black was doing fine, but this Queen E2 move, which seemed so tame, that was the move David actually retreated from his evaluation.
Yeah.
It does create like interesting questions for Black of how to play after.
yeah.
And I think like 97 and right away was probably better.
Mm-hmm.
But even there, the Bishop F4 move is a thing.
Yeah. No, I think that bishop getting loose is a little bit of a problem. But that's why Rook AD1 is so strong, actually, because I was sitting here thinking about Bishop D7 on move 21 now, in retrospect, right? Not allowing Bishop F4, just saying like, well, the bishop doesn't get to B7 as fast, but it keeps your pawns defended for now, and it lets the rooks coordinate, so the rook on B8 doesn't end up on B7 or B6 or something. Just a calm move. But even there, white could go Bishop F2, Bishop G3, and maybe white still has a tiny edge, right? Based on what we now understand. I mean, it gives me time to play A6, Bishop G3, get my rook to a better square. It's not as bad. Not as bad. Yeah, I think that's an improvement for Ding, Jesse, to play Bishop D7 instead of Knight E7.
To answer the chat, I'll happily play any of the senseis. Senseis? Sensi in any position.
So, David, let's just follow this bishop d7 for a second. So let's say I go knight e4.
I think the plural might actually be sensei tachi.
Okay.
Okay. Where are we, Jesse? What are you doing?
So with your bishop d7,
Yeah.
move 21, and then knight e4.
Okay, so you would go bishop d7, knight e4. Sure. I'm going to play rook a to d8.
Rook b8.
Oh, sorry, rook b d8. Yeah, sorry.
Folks, our deal is going away. 20% off. Dojo training program ends once the match is over. So check out chessdojo.club. Create a free account. If you want to sign up, use code WC24, 20% off.
Right.
And then you can join the best training program out there.
Okay, lots of people in chat are saying they'll just say sensei in Japanese. That's another cool thing about having like a huge group. We've got people in every country. We've got people speaking every language and knowing about basically any topic. Like, I know you might have Wikipedia or something, but Alex, if there's something you want to know, you could ask almost anything right now, and somebody here in chat is going to know.
Yeah, let's see here.
Anything you ever wanted to know, like what's the tallest mountain, or...
I mean, I asked the question in the beginning, no one answered. What is the en passant track record in World Championship matches? How many times has it been played, and what is the success rate of winning the games?
All right.
Matches?
What is the total score of players playing en passant in World Championship matches, chat? They definitely know about chess. Like, a chess question is easy.
David, I like your move. I think bishop d7, yeah. And knight e7, yeah, missing bishop f4. Great move. Mm-hmm.
Chad, how many cups of coffees have I had? How many times have I got up to refill? Who's been paying attention?
I'm gonna go get
Answer
a cup.
correctly, you get 30% off Chess Dojo membership.
Wow.
Whoa. And yeah, our cuts don't go that far, so that means Alex is chipping in
All right,
five
Jake
bucks
got it right
for your
away.
membership.
I think Jake gets the membership. I have to be honest. I'm not going to pay for it, so it's Costa's covering you.
Oh, Coast is covering the $5.
3 cups, huh?
I mean, it's early for me. I'm going to be honest. Not as early as David, but
Yeah.
The bad part is just my day afterwards. I don't mind watching chess in the middle of the night. It's just you pay for it later.
Asher got 4, but sorry, one of those times was just to pee. If we're still allowed to talk about pee on the street.
Yeah, still allowed. Still allowed.
Street.
So the ratio is 3 cups of coffee per bathroom visit.
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
And I'm ready to go again.
Okay.
Locked and loaded.
I don't use caffeine, Tesla.
I love when people share stuff like that. Great.
Yeah. Yeah, I realized that, Lauren, from day one of this match. I realized, like, finally a match that's at a good time for Australia, and yeah, I'm feeling it. I'm feeling what it would be like to live in Australia otherwise. Somehow they're still playing, right? Still playing. Let me just see how does Gukesh play these
Has
positions.
an extra pawn. What are you
I've played
talking
these
about?
positions out many times myself, so I can compare my technique to his.
Poll in the chat. Should I come back tomorrow, or are you guys sick of me? Because I'm here. I'm in the next room.
Right.
Fine.
I know that there's caffeine in some teas, Robin. Yeah, I avoid them. And there might be like some micro dosage of caffeine in something that I've eaten, but in general, I don't, go for any of the heavy sources. No pills, no energy drinks, no coffee, no tea. Yeah, chat wants to count how much coffee you drink tomorrow. If they get bored of counting how many times Jesse says the word coconuts, they can try and keep track of the coffee. F5.
You want to play this out, David? You versus me?
Sure. Which color do you want?
You pick. Dealer's choice.
All right. I will take white.
Okay. I will. Okay, my first move, I offer you a draw.
Okay. You have to make a move to offer a draw. I'll just wait while your clock runs for you to figure it out.
Okay, I'm going to give you a check on C4.
Aye. Check to my miserable king. All right, I come forward to H5. Oh, this is fun. Now we're playing chess ourselves.
Okay, but I can't see it updated, and I have to visualize it.
Oh,
Okay,
shoot. That's rough. Kostya, can you help him out?
Yeah,
Give him a position?
Oh, yeah, actually, we can do it here.
Or
All
I
right,
could
so
just
check.
not look at the board, then we both play it blindfold.
King H5. How about you play blindfold and I'll make the moves for
Okay.
Alex?
Well,
I'm
then
gonna-
chat can't see, but yeah.
Oh, yeah. You make the moves for chat. I'll make the moves for
Okay, I'll move my king to E7.
Okay.
Maybe that was better.
All right.
Let me
Okay.
undo that.
I'll play
already
F6
did
check.
Oh wait, no. Oh, interesting. Okay, I'll take.
Okay. King H6.
That's bad. Bad times. Okay, I'm gonna move my rook to G4.
Nice move. Rook B3.
Yeah, you would do that, wouldn't you?
That's my style,
Okay.
unfortunately.
King to F7.
King H5.
Okay. Rook to G8.
G4.
What does rook to H8 look like?
Check. Chat's telling me that's bad.
So black is better. Okay, I'm updating my evaluation.
So it's worth playing out, as you see, everybody. You never know what's going to happen. Even if you're black,
That's it.
even if you're black in that end game, when white offers you a draw, you should decline it and just keep playing and see what might happen.
The Ding was winning.
Yeah?
Oh, yeah, there's Eric taking photos.
I mean, if a Lee Chess 1900 can beat a FIDE IM, then the position is very playable.
It's out there, folks. Flip it and ship it. I want to see that Reddit thread. How did David lose 3 versus 2 to Wow.
All agreed, my friends. Okay.
All agreed.
All right, we're going to
All right.
the piece.
Coaster David, do you have any thoughts for the recap of particular moments you felt were interesting or pivotal or
The
whatever?
game is super
Yeah.
rich. Good luck getting a handle on it. You know?
Well, wait,
Very-
first of all, can I say these are, top level players. Why are they putting their own pieces back? There's like 7 losers walking around. Make them do
This
it.
is, it's
Oh,
just-
I think that's actually very cool and important that they put it back. So I just want to stress that.
Yeah.
I
Wow,
think
okay.
that's good class.
Yeah, these are respectful.
This is why I'm learning. I'm just learning.
The thing is, if you're a good chess player, you shouldn't act like you're better than everyone else just because you're good at chess. You should still have respect for everybody else around you and yourself and do things normally.
I actually have a vivid memory. I was playing a tournament in Hungary, and somebody didn't put their pieces back up, after the game. And then one of the older Hungarian dudes said, "Ninja cultura," who it meant no
Oh,
chess
yeah.
culture. No chess culture.
No
I thought
chess
that was cool. And I was like, yeah, once you get chess culture as one word, it's serious,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought it was very clutch defense from Ding, finding that Rook F8
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
and Rook C7.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, again, something going wrong for Gukesh in the opening because it feels like that wasn't it. What he got.
Yeah, and that's his last white, my friend. So I felt he should have tested the French in other ways, and there was 1,000 other ways he could have tried doing it.
Mm-hmm.
But it's over, and that's a weird way to test the French, both round one and this one. Mm-hmm.
I want predictions from all three of you on the openings tomorrow. I say Evans Gambit. I'm locking it in.
Also, actually, I'll just say in the opening, like if you play the normal 5F4, that's such a rich position, and he could have trained that with his team. And that's a position the computer will say white's a little bit better, and it's spicy. It's a spicy, interesting game.
How about for tomorrow?
I think Ding will play a London, and then I don't think it'll be a quick draw though, because Gukesh don't play that way. So it's not 100% that tomorrow's going to be a draw at all, at
Yeah.
all.
No, definitely not.
I'm gonna guess King's Indian defense tomorrow.
Come on, buddy, come on.
I'll go. I'll go 1C4.
Mm-hmm.
English.
Yeah.
All right.
That's an interesting question.
Someone lock in all our predictions in the chat. Hold us accountable.
Yeah.
Lock it in, guys. And folks, if you would like to lock in and work on your own chess, chessdojo.club, make a free account, check out the training plan.
Incredible transition.
Thank you. 20% off using code WC24. Could end tomorrow. If someone blunders and loses the game, we're ending that code immediately. It'll be last chance, guys. Last chance.
Oh, that is true. Tomorrow, the moment the game's over, the code is gone, huh?
That gone forever.
Yeah.
So, if you guys would like to take it up a notch, 2025, maybe get some tournaments in yourselves, join the dojo.
One thing,
Sounds
actually,
good.
David, or you, both of you, like, I don't
All three
feel
of you.
like, maybe you could correct me, but I don't feel like Gukesh has a lot of practice in like a rapid.
Yeah,
You know?
he
He doesn't
doesn't.
even play Title Tuesday. But yeah.
So maybe Ding is the favorite if we go to tie breaks.
Yeah, probably a slight favorite.
That's what everyone is saying. I mean, Ding's much higher rated in Rapid and stuff, but I don't know. The way this match is going, I just feel like Gukesh is going to win the tiebreak because we were all expecting Gukesh to win in Classical. He didn't win in Classical. Everyone
Interesting.
thinks Ding will win in Rapid.
I think in rapid though, like this weird thing that Ding's going on psychologically, it's not going to apply. You're just full fight or flight. Once
Just
you
got to
get
make your moves.
Yeah, you got to
Can't worry about it. And his class is so high when he just lets loose and lets his hand move the pieces.
Yeah.
I remember commenting like a speed chess championship match that he played where everybody thought he had no chance, and it was like against Nakamura or something like that, and he like tied the match and they had to go to like an extra bullet 4-game bullet like knockout, and that was tied and they had to just keep playing bullet games. So like he's very, very good at speed chess. Ding.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It should be exciting.
Okay, guys.
Right.
I'm going to sleep for 37 minutes before I make breakfast.
Okay. Cool. I'll sign off as well, and I will do it.
You will do
I'll
it.
stay on the stream for a few more hours if anyone wants to chat, ask questions, stuff
Yeah,
like
yeah.
that.
Yeah, we'll leave you in the hands of the Caribbean.
Cool. All right. Well, that's fun, guys.
All right. I'm killing it. Be good, everybody. Be
All right.
kind to those around you. Unless they are never mind.